Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish. Joining me on the desk for this broadcast is going to be Rusty. Rusty Pie. Sorry there. How are you doing today, Rusty?
Fantastic. That was an intense intro. Sorry. That was unbelievable. I'm great.
It was absolutely unbelievable. We couldn't hear anything going on during that intro. It was fantastic. So finally, we get to see the full intro of the LPL here. And that's not the first time we see it. You know, we saw little snippets in between games here. But yeah, this is going to be week 2 of the LPL. And we have 2 exciting matches coming up today. First up, it's going to be Vici taking on LGD in the first best of 3, followed by IMA taking on Team WE later on tonight. So first up, we're going to be going into Vici taking on LGD. Before we head into that matchup, Rusty, this week, second week of the LPL, what can we expect here? Because week 1, done and dusted. So now it's time for the standings to take place. What can we expect coming to this?
So the key word there is absolutely standings, right? Week 1's just occurred. We now know where everybody stands and where they might stand, because some teams we've only seen play once, others we've seen play twice. This week, number 2 kind of irons that out. There's an opportunity for the teams that have lost now to iron out those kinks, the teams that have won to try and gain momentum. This is absolutely either momentum boosting or starting week.
So we'll have to see which teams can have that great momentum boost, or which teams will get a good start here in week number 2. And speaking of that, we're going to go straight into this first match. It's going to be Vici and LGD. Both these teams coming off a loss here, so they're both 0-1. Does that mean anything to them coming to this game?
There's a couple of things that we need to consider, though, when we look at this. Yes, they've only played once, and yes, they've both lost. So ideally, you'd look at this match and say it's going to be some weaker teams. But Vici, they lost to RNG. I'm not going to call that a defeat. I'm just going to call RNG a victory, and that's an expectation that everyone's going to lose to our MSI representatives, RNG. The flip side as well, LGD, they might be on the weaker side, but still really can't tell because they lost to IMA, who are an undefeated team that we don't know anything about.
And we're getting another rematch, so to speak, from the playoffs here. We did see LGD take on Vici during the semi-finals, where Vici were able to pick up a win 3-1 with a win in hand coming into that playoffs. They dropped a single game to LGD, but since then, there's been a lot of changes, especially to the LGD lineup. Is that going to impact this game up against Vici?
Yeah, so it means that stylistically the teams may still be the same, but the biggest thing we always look at, especially when looking at LGD, is primarily the fact that they've lost their shot calling member of the team. They've lost the leader for that roster. Yu is now going to be there instead of PYL in the support role. So yes, the identity of LGD changes, and that comes through the roster swap. I think on the flip side, it doesn't really change anything at all.
So let's stay on LGD for a little bit before we touch on Vici here, because they've swapped out a lot of players. You know, still have some star players in that roster, and they just still seem to have the same problems, it feels, here for the team.
Yeah, so I think the way that LGD did this, and the way I'm going to say did it poorly, was they had a good, solid 5-man roster with arguable weak links. What they tried to do was fix those weak links, but they also replaced the good members with what they thought were better members. So they added Mar into the mix, and he's taking a while to adapt, and the rest of the team is now constantly changing. That he has too much to adapt to could be absolutely hurting him. They spent the entire spring split looking at Amy as well, rotating that jungle role, trying to find the perfect member. They settled on Amy, which is a bonus that they've settled. Amy hasn't really been performing.
Now we can actually take a look at the flip side of the riff here. It's going to be Vici, the contenders going into this match. They haven't picked up a win either. Like you mentioned, they dropped their game to RNG. They had a interesting run in split 1 here. They made a late playoff run. Were playing decently well, found their play style with Endless and Caveman in the bottom lane, helping out with their very top-heavy side of their map. What can we expect from this Vici thing? Because you talked about a lot having the big 3 in their lineup.
Yeah, so the big 3 is the standout thing for Vici on the flip side as well. They've got Lung, Dandy, Easy, who actually akin it to the Cleveland Cavaliers, thinking about how they play in comparison to traditional sport. Their 3 members are the crux of the team. The other 2 members are essentially facilitators that just have to play their part and ensure that there is going to be a victory at the end. They get the W. Lung came into his first game against RNG. Granted, it's RNG, and we mentioned that. He played Kha'Zix. So I don't think there's any excuse for that. I feel like what they did was an experiment and try their hand at something that might have worked for them in scrims or in the off-season. They've come into it and realized it didn't work, and now they've started to adapt towards that. So as we move into our next games for Vici, hopefully they show signs of growth.
Well, we talked about this a little bit before the broadcast about how a lot of the Chinese teams like to experiment, they like to try different things, especially with Long playing that Kha'Zix game. The strategy that didn't so much work out, we didn't see anything happen in that Kha'Zix. The bug just got squashed up in the top lane and had no effect at all on the game. Do you think LGD are going to continue? Do you think Vici are going to continue with this strategy, experimenting with different things? Putting long on carry champions like the Kazakhs up in the top lane. Will we see this continue, or is that experimentation phase over now?
I don't think experimentation's over. But that's just a general statement about every single league and every single top lane player, because we are making active attempts and discoveries towards what else can be played in this top lane. Kazakhs, obviously not too ideal, still an idea that they tried to implement unsuccessfully, I will say, as an unfortunate fact. And yes, the bug did nothing, but perhaps Kazakhs is a good idea in the right direction, a reset-heavy top laner that can assassinate people and still build tank. It feels like a makeshift and lesser version of Fizz, which is currently stepping up.
Well, we're about to head into this game very shortly between these two teams, but for now, still waiting on that to start. But let's talk about the win conditions for these two teams. We talk a lot about how we see both Vici and LGD try to use their junglers a lot to try and win their matches. Is this going to be a very important matchup here?
Yeah, they're absolutely jungle heavy between both of these teams, but we're actually just going to go through the KDAs first for every team in the LPL.
Well, let's take a look at it now. Amazing J from IM, he's 7-2, leading the KDA rankings for the top lane here with Mouse V957. Lupo falling shortly behind there. Only 1 week so far, so the teams that have picked up quite impressive victories like IMA, like EDG, currently have the highest KDAs in the league.
That's right. Teams that haven't actually lost a game will find themselves naturally on top of these rankings. The major thing to note, once again, some teams have only played once, so there's a little bit of unfairness, but there's another standout feature.
Yep, Voidless here. 17.0, stealing the throne from Clearlove right off the bat here in Summer Split. Normally, he is the jungler that sits on top that KDA ranking for quite some time.
And Midi as well being in that third place below Clearlove, and Wushang having a fantastic start to his split in terms of performance. It feels a little bit like QG did with Uzi and Peko from last split, with their double AD carry being in the top of the KDA rankings.
And Wushang from Game Talents, he was actually the substitute juggler for Team WE when while Condi was still playing in that lineup. So he's been performing fantastically.
Disgusting.
As you take a look at the mid lane KDA, baby! Baby, 31 KDA at the moment, and the second place for that would be Athena from IMA as well, 12.0.
And you have to remember, between Athena and Baimi, they've actually cited Baimi a lot more. And so considering that he's played more games than Athena, over 31 KDA, that man is hitting God tier for the first week.
IMA still holding the KDA ranking strong in the AD carry position over Jin Zhao, the Golden Horn, 13.3 at the top of the table for AD carries, with Uzi following shortly behind him with 8.9.
Yeah, Uzi and Def both having very impressive performances. Uzi actually the 2-time MVP from last week for RNG in their games that they've played. Makes no surprises there.
And look at this, Savoki actually leading the charge here for supports KDAs here. Normally he's the one, trying to control his AD carry, protect them, keep them alive. This time, he's out for blood now that he's on Game Talents.
It's always a little bit warped looking at KDA rankings for a support role. You have to remember that while Savoki is on top of it, he plays kind of champions that keep the AD carry alive perhaps, or he plays champions that can make plays to get himself further up those standings.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP rankings as well. At the top, it's going to be Republic and Uzi with 2 MVPs to their name. Uzi picking up 2 as the new AD carry for RNG. Republic, stepping up a little bit more for Game Talents.
Yeah, and Scout and Clearlove as well to round that one out. And of course, remember, it's funny to look at MVP rankings, and yes, there are 2 of them now at the top of it with 2 MVPs, but that was 1 week, and there's going to be a lot of them actually sitting on 1, because every team that won had to have an MVP, right?
Yep, and we touched on that very briefly at the start of this, how this week is going to be the week of deciding how standings are going to take place between all these teams. But before that, let's actually take a look at this week's standings as we go into week number 2. In Group A, EDG, are going to be at 2-0 here, not losing a single game so far, as well as Game Talents undefeated with Newbie just behind them, 1-1, whereas Invictus Gaming, Saint, and Snake have dropped all the games, with Snake actually dropping 2 this split.
Yeah, and Group A starting to be shaken up a little bit, to be perfectly honest with you. Snake was second at the end of last split, starting it off 0-2, which is surprising. I think is the best way to describe it. It's just surprising.
Certainly is, because everyone thought that Snake were going to, run out of the gates here. They weren't able to do just that. And you take a look at Group B, IMA sits on top of that group with RNG, with Team WE sitting right behind them, 1-1. Vici and LGD have dropped a game, whereas OMG, disappointing start to the season so far. They're 0-2.
Yeah, definitely a shaky start for OMG. And for what we've seen, they did play against IMA. I believe they did play against World Elite also. So strong teams to start off against. There's definitely a chance for a late comeback or even an early making back up the standings for OMG. But the rest of the board, Group B still looks like the stronger group.
And speaking of IMA and Team W, they're both going to be playing today. But let's take a look at today's games. Vici will be taking on LGD in our first match of the night. And that will be followed up by Team WE taking on IMA in the second best-of-3 series for tonight.
Yeah, and this is a big one that we'll definitely talk a lot more extensively about once we get to it. But heavy-hitting matchup kind of determines a placement on the standings.
It certainly does. So let's dive straight into the first match. We talked about it a little bit before we saw the standings, before the KDA rankings. But one thing I really want to bring up here is we already talked about the win condition. We talked about the big three coming in for these two teams. But right now, this is a chance for these two teams to prove themselves. Vici, we did mention, they dropped their game to RNG. We're going to have to see if they're going to be able to pick up this win here as we take a look at their team profiles really quickly. Long, Dandy, Easy here, and Endless and Caveman with Shen P as their substitutes. So, they're running Endless today.
Yeah, so they're going to be starting it off with Endless. One of the questions we did have, of course, Shen P, a substitute AD carry, and they've sided them both. I'm curious to see if they do so in Game 2, but the question seems to be about champion picks, as we do get to have a little bit more of an extensive look at these guys.
We'll have to see when that happens here, because Endless, well, look at this, Dandy, gank kill rate, 100% here. Doing pretty well in the jungle.
Look, as far as percentages go, that's the highest order of percentage. Kill participation, only 71, so gank kill rate's a little bit of a warped stat. It means if he does leave his jungle, it's for a good reason, but he plays Graves, so he doesn't need to leave his jungle unless it's for a good reason.
All he really needs to do is farm, and Danny, he's going to be a key member in this matchup here against LGD. We'll talk a little bit about that later on here, but we'll be taking a look at the flip side of the table. It should be LGD here, and we'll take a look at their roster very shortly. So far, very disappointing spring split. They haven't impressed so far against IMA. Their first two games just look very lackluster for the LGD side. You have to see what they can do up against Vici.
Yeah, honestly, split one, they started to make a late surge, and we all thought it was going to be the comeback for playoffs once again, but not to be for LGD. And they've shaken up the roster again. They're struggling once more. It just seems to always happen to this team.
It certainly has. And let's take a look at their lineup coming into this game. It's going to be Marin up in the top lane with Amy in the jungle. Punished will be taking place in the mid lane with Imp and Yu down in the bottom lane for LGD. June and YIW will be their substitutes.
Yeah, I was like, good luck saying that out loud. I didn't know how to pronounce YIW as a name. Marin, Amy, Punished, though. Pretty strong, you would think. Punished definitely underperforming. And here's the best thing about this entire screen that we're seeing. 17% kill participation for Imp.
Yep.
That's
He's
nothing.
being left alone, farming for now.
Yeah, but for what it's worth, and I will give context to those kill participations that you're seeing on your screen, they've had 6 kills total. So look, 1 out of 6. It's not good, but it's not as bad as it looks.
That is pretty fair. And Amy, huge contrast to Dandy here. 0% gank kill rate for that jungler. So, very stark contrast already.
Yeah, and that also speaks a lot to what both of these teams need to do at the moment. Amy needs to get the heck out of that jungle and find his way to the lanes and actually get kills, because he has the highest KDA on that team, but it's also because he essentially does nothing besides watch his team lose laning phase. Imp just gets repeatedly dove late, mid to late. You've got Marin getting camped early. He needs to have a presence, Amy. Without him on this team, without him on the map, LGD just crumble.
They certainly do, and that is a big matchup that we were looking at. We already talked about a little bit earlier. The two junglers will be facing off here. Dandy, he's doing fairly well in the jungle, but not as well as we expected him to be. And this is something we talked about time and time again. Amy needs to just do something here. What is that something that Amy could possibly do coming into this game?
Well, this also comes back in just to general win conditions that both of these teams have, right? Amy just needs to gank. I actually just want to see him play Rek'Sai, Gragas, something that can kind of get in there early and have a presence on the map. If he doesn't and plays something like the Kindred, then he's banking on his lanes doing better. In which case, Punished needs to be playing something like a Twisted Fate that we know he can play. Historically, for Unlimited Potential in 2015, he did play that Twisted Fate primarily. It was Twisted Fate Ash comp, which was unusual, but he can still play it. I feel like we need that. We need Marin maybe to be a gank-heavy top laner. LGD looked most successful at the end of last split when Marin was using his teleport after he was winning lane and impacting the bottom lane.
We'll have to see if LGD can do just that. On the flip side, though, Vici, they had a very similar strategy that they executed throughout the rest of throughout Spring Split, which was the top heavy map, the 3 big guys up in the top side of the map, protecting the little guys in the bottom side of the map. That's been shaken up a little bit in week 1, but it still looks like they're going with that same strategy. Are we going to see any difference coming in?
It's not Yeah, it shouldn't be a strategy change, I don't think. Perhaps Vici are going to be inclined to lane swap in a situation like this, remembering that they are against Imp and Yu in the bottom lane, and Imp's pretty damn good, I think that's safe to say, as a former world champion. Endless and Xuan, which, regardless of the AD carry that's played, are going to be stuck with a mechanical player in Caveman, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can take the 2v2. And because the big three of Vici is elsewhere, maybe they just want to hide that. Maybe they want to actually put Marin in a position where he can't win against Lung as well. Work around the freeze and the minion manipulation on the map.
So it almost feels like this is a matchup between the 3 great players from the side of Vici, the 3 gods on their top side of the map against the 5 great players on the side of LGD, and it's time for themselves to put a point on their scoreboard because they're both 0-1. This is time for them to get a head start in the LPL.
Yeah, definitely. I think LGD need to just find a victory sooner rather than later. They need to work out what good looks like for their team and actually do it.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do that as we head into Champion Select for game number 1 of this best-of-3 series between Vici and LGD. And so far, the bans have already gone underway. It's going to be Fizz and Alistar coming out from Vici here, whereas Azir and Vladimir will be the bans from LGD. Vlad, still seeing a couple of bans here and there.
Yeah, look,
they know something we don't.
Vladimir is not that bad of a champion, especially when we're on 6.10, because he was fixed a little bit so that he didn't take as much damage from himself, because that helps. But the Azir ban with it makes sense. I think the Fizz in particular is from Marin as well as Punished. They can both play it. Too strong of a flex at the moment, needs to be taken off.
Well, this is Spring Split. The Alistar ban would be a very common ban that we would see. It was 100% picked and banned for most of that split, but now he's fallen off a little bit. Still banned out in this game as Lucian and Rise will be the final bans coming out from Vici and LGD. And just as I say that, Kindred will be locked in as the first pick for Vici.
Yeah, looking at that Kindred, I'm not even sure if it's taking it away from Amy, because if it is, that's arguably too much respect given. There's still, of course, going to be options available for LGD, but I do rate Kindred highly, just not on LGD's team.
LGD, in the meantime, they've picked up Echo for themselves up in the top lane. They're going to follow that up one with Bard. He's sent down into bottom lane for you here, so already locking in their top lane and support.
It's actually a very strong draft thus far from LGD. The Bard can get around the map very handily and can actually impact the 2v2, maybe even look to have a kill threat lane and win that one. Gives an engage option as well as a bit of sustain, and unlocks your team for cheeky Baron attempts and what have you, dependent on the Drakes that are taken. The Echo as well, just so strong still at the moment. On
the flip side, Vici, they've locked in Victor, the other S-tier control mage in the current meta, tied up with Azir, so to speak. We see a lot of Azir versus Victor matchups here. So, LG, we're going to have to see what mid laner they throw at this control mage. But for now, Vici still looking to pick up their second pick in their second rotation. Let's see what that one is going to be. For now, hovering over the Karma, who's made a little bit of a surge back into competitive play, and they lock that in.
Yeah, I quite like the Karma at the moment. You don't necessarily need the Sivir with it, but put them together and everybody moves quickly. In situations like that, I'd say EasyHoon perhaps wouldn't even need the Ghost, which would indicate to me they don't necessarily want the Sivir or will prioritize it too highly, unless maybe more inclined towards the likes of Ezreal in the next rotation of their draft. But Karma quite strong, and so is Victor.
Well, makes sense to me. Endless and Caveman, very famously known for pushing out waves, going back to the turrets, waiting, and doing the same thing all over and over again. Karma does well for that. On the flip side, LGD, they've locked in Swain up in the top lane. The top lane pick that has surprised quite a few people here, and Rek'Sai is returning into the jungle once again.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, something we said earlier that might be a necessity for LGD. Some early gank pressure, an extra tank in the roster, and I think Amy will feel a lot more comfortable with that in the back pocket. Swain, just what a champion, really. At the moment, it looks like Punished is going to be playing it in that middle lane. We've seen it in both roles, however, as we have with Echo, and we'll see which ones they prefer.
Well, let's see where LGD decides to send these two champions. Vici, however, they've completed their lineup, locking Ezreal, like you mentioned, and Trundle is going to be their final pick coming into this game.
Yeah, so they rounded out with a Trundle that is quite capable of being a strong side lane threat. Also very handily deals with Swain as we get to like the 2-item mark. But up until that stage, if they lane against one another, Swain should do a lot of work. And the Ezreal, as expected, I already said why. Pretty good, pretty safe.
And for like LGD looking to lock in their 80 carry pick. They already got Bard in the bottom lane. So far, Imp hovering over Sivir. Definitely could be a champion that he'd play.
Sivir or Twitch, I suppose, but you want to have perhaps a little bit more kite from the Trundle and Kindred. Sivir, with the availability of a spell shield, does make sense. Caitlyn always an option, but I do think Sivir's probably the ideal.
And that should be the lock-in here coming from LGD. Imp, hands off the keyboard, just letting the timer run out. And that will round out LGD's team comp, sending Sivir in the bottom lane with Bard.
Yeah, so Sivir Bard, bottom lane duo. Very hard to kill the Sivir, and Bard can be offensive. Not that it's easy to deal with the Karma, nor the Ezreal poke. So heavy hitting bottom lanes as the 2v2 progresses forward. EasyHoon not running a defensive summoner spell per se with the Ghost and the Flash against Punish on Swain is actually dangerous. You would almost imagine he wants Cleanse or even a barrier, perhaps even Teleport.
And we've seen that a lot on Victor so far. Since Ghost got changed a little bit, buffing it up a lot more now. A lot of Victors have been picking up Ghost in the mid lane.
And it's a lot of move speed, I think it's safe to say. It helps you get around the map quicker, but we've also discussed the idea of Teleport gets you to a side lane quicker. So what it means is the pressure from Dandy is probably going mid lane.
And on the flip side, LGD, you mentioned as well, Punish is going to be the man picking up Swain in the mid lane. Myron will still be playing Echo up into the top lane. So, surprises me a little bit just because, we see a lot of Swains do really well against Trundles up top.
Yeah, it also means, to be fair, I don't think Echo do too well against the Victor early either, so they kind of don't need to do that. And they also want that extra added tank in the roster to bolster their strength as a team fight.
Well, we're going to head into game number 1 between Vici and LGD. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right into it. So unfortunately, we have a little bit of a technical difficulty. One of the players has paused the game right off the bat here, but we should be able to solve that as soon as possible and get back onto Summoner's Rift. For now, just waiting to see what's going to happen. Just waiting to see which player here has had that technical difficulty and how we're going to be able to fix that. But, Rusty, team comps have been locked in. What looks good for these two teams? What are they going to try and do right off the bat?
So I am a big fan of the Swain, but I'm also a big fan of the counter pick of Trundle, which means I'm looking more towards a team fight potential option. If you were Vici gaming, to look at their team fighting, it's a little bit lacking in the way of engage. And so the best case scenario for Vici is actually to have LGD run at them. Remember, Kindred, Karma, Trundle, there's no stuns there. There's a pillar to kind of put you out of position, and they're more reliant on all-in burst, which to me, Vici now going to have to be vision heavy. They're going to have to play the map carefully and try and run LGD around the map. But if they find an advantage around an objective, Dragon, Baron, force LGD to walk towards it, that's where the team fight goes the best for Vici Gaming. Up until that point, they can just have the Trundle sit in the side lane and be a menace.
So what are we looking coming from LGD? Because obviously they wouldn't want to run head-on into Vici, especially with that lineup. What are their ways to start off this game?
So funnily enough, they do want to run head into Vici because that's what they're designed to do, right? Bard's got the Tempered Fate, Sivir's got the ultimate. They're actually just going to run at them but try and catch Vici off guard. So whilst I'm looking at this, I'm saying that LGD are tanky enough to almost compensate for Vici's damage. If Vici get a kill before it starts, perhaps it doesn't look too great. But if LGD can get into the fight and have a standard 5v5, they have a crowd control advantage by leaps and bounds. And you find that, once again, vision is actually the primary feature that sets them up the best here for success.
Well, we have loaded onto Summoner's Rift. The pause has been unpaused. Technical difficulties have been solved here, as Vici will be taking on LGD in game number 1 of this best of 3 series. We take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly. Nothing too surprising from these teams. Deathfire touch on the Victor instead of Thunderlords. And then we have a Fervor of Battle on the Echo up in the top lane.
Yeah, Fervor of Battle actually a standard at the moment, and there's been some discussions on why that is in comparison to perhaps Grasp of the Dying. Remember, Grasp uses your maximum health to deal a percentage of damage to them and restore some of your max health. Echo goes tank. Yep, they're going for Fervor. So the only real consensus that I've had so far is you're kind of a mid-game split pusher as a compensation for it. As LGD are pulling a Swifty here.
Wow, you taking Magical Journey very early into this match. Already going towards the Tri-Brush here, trying to see what they can do. They started a lane swap. It's not a lane swap. Yes, it is. Marin actually going to go in, flashes in, gets the stun. Looking to take it down low. He's got the Ignite ticking. First blood goes over to you. What a cheeky invade from LGD.
That was very cute stuff. LGD, I question where they're about to go now. That means LGD's bottom lane has to be in the top side. And that, of course, puts the lane swap into effect. What a clever but unusual strategy. I have only seen that once, and I believe that was in a wildcard game.
IWCA.
Yeah.
Well, LGD already off to a great start. Marin, the top laner, is going to be able to take 2 jungle camps away from himself. Yu is going to be assisting him as we do see a lane swap initiated by LGD, sending the AD carry and support up into the top lane.
And he's doing it solo as well with the Bard because they don't need Bard in the top side of the map. They've got Amy farming the jungle by himself, so it's a full experience clear. Marin will probably only take the 2 small ones, you would imagine.
He was eyeing it. It looked like he wanted it. He
it.
still is looking to eye it.
Oh, come on, Marin.
You got to hit that.
So the flip side to this, like yes, that actually slowed Marin down by a small amount. They're going to want to push top lane now as a trio. The question is how well has Imp set up the lanes? And how well have Vici done on the flip side? Because now the tower taking is the most important part.
Let me take a look at the map really quickly. Rek'Sai, he's already taken away his red buff, moving towards the Scuttle Crab and possibly blue buff.
Marin.
Oh, Marin, what have you done?
You need to calm down, buddy.
Possibly blue buff on the side of Vici jungle, which he's already working on. Another big thing, LG were able to send Kindred back to base, so a slow start for Kindred inside of her jungle, which means we only have the top laner AD carry and support working on the bottom turret for LGD. For Vici.
Yeah, so reasonably similar, I will say. Maybe not in terms of timing once we move past this, but that is such a big wave for Vici that ideally, like both of these teams should push through. I mean, the question to me is the difference between them both, and the first step is Amy placing that deep ward. Or if he doesn't, then they should push through.
Oh, Long trying to deny as much CS as possible while taking down this turret. It's going to live for one more wave, as we do see the top lane turret will fall down in favor of LGD and already going back to base, trying to make a quick swap over. They should be sending an AD carry and support down into the bottom lane now.
And one of the other important things that actually went a bit wrong for LGD is that you want your top laner to be healthy because you need him to stay, clear that wave, and then push out. Flip side being that Vici took a little bit too long to get the turret, and so Long doesn't control the wave. This one will probably push a bit larger and give more time to perhaps the Bard, if it came down to it, for a roam near the middle lane.
And we see now he's even heading back to base as we take a look at the mid lane. Easy Hoon up here against Punish. Punish so far is getting punished by Easy Hoon. He's down about 10 CS here very early on into this game. 2 isolated mid laners going back and forth against one another.
Yeah, Punish has religiously found himself falling behind. I don't know how he always manages to do this, but in every single lane that we see him, even in matchups that should go probably even, he is behind. LGD really struggling through their middle lane. This is why I think Amy is actually quite important, and that a lane swap is almost detrimental if he can't get a cheeky gank off.
We see LGD, they've swapped back down into the bottom lane, sending Imp and Yu down here. Whereas Vici, they're content with keeping Caveman and Endless in this bottom lane still, instead sending Lung up into the top lane once again.
Yeah, so they've gone towards the standard lanes as of their own decision. LGD being standard and being broken in that respect. And I think what we're about to see is junglers collide.
Amy and Dandy both up in this top lane right now. Parallel Convergence going down from Marin here, taking a little bit of damage from Lung. Doesn't get the Parallel Convergence stun here. The Trundle Pill has been put down. Lung is out of mana, and here comes Amy. Dandy actually heading back to base, decides to cancel that recall. Now going to jump out of the bush here. Marin looking to see if he can jump in somehow, but Dandy, he's being the aggressor here. Smite comes out from the Rek'Sai to slow him down. Just both junglers going to show their face and make them back off.
Yeah, so the major advantage is Amy having extra items so that he can Chilling Smite. Otherwise, things could have been different. Dandy not getting his recall in effectively just yet. And then once again, because Vici were being reactive in that respect. But really good jungle sense from Dandy to be there, looking for the aggressive maneuver, even though his top laner had the big stack of minions.
Well, we just took a look at the bottom lane just then, and taking a look at the items really quickly. Endless, he's picked up a tier for himself already on his first back. So we take a look at the side of him. He's only got a cull for himself, so sitting on a little bit of gold right now.
Yeah, look, tier, of course, not actually a big power spike. It was well done from Amy, Jesus.
Steals it with his sense.
Yeah, Prey Seeker, too strong.
Seeker.
Dandy still having not recalled is a big waste of time. Once again, what he should have done is after that trade in the top lane, gone back to base, but I think he got greedy for a mark.
And Amy's setting him even further behind, it seems, for now. He still hasn't left his jungle just yet. As Easyhoon almost gets ganked there by you, just casually sidesteps the Bard's Sun coming in.
Yeah, one of the few things a Bard can do, however, is Imp wanted to recall, wanted to get his next part of the item build. As such, gives time. Because rule of thumb for supports is usually don't just sit in that bottom lane and watch the minions die.
Imp has picked up those two long swords for himself. As we move back towards the top lane, Long up against Marin here. Long is currently sitting 20 CS behind this Echo. Should be able to close it up a little bit more with the CS underneath his turret, but not a great position in terms of CS for that top laner.
Yeah, but he'll absolutely start closing the difference between the two. Amy's now in the bottom lane with you.
They're looking for a gank here. Endless has to arcane shift forward. Flash already came out from the Karma. Now Endless is going to flash well. Teleports coming down to the bottom lane as well. Marinus here to just to secure that kill, but it's going to be Amy that picks up the kill.
Yeah, but very well timed from LGD if they look towards the dragon as a take. It is the Mountain Drake, so it takes an awful long time to kill if they want it. And a result, though, successfully done from the jungle support of LGD. And this is proactive stuff already.
Amy looking for another gank here. Dandy actually had to blow his flash rather early there. Marin gets a nice slow down. The stun does come out from Easyhood as well as the ultimate. Just going to get them down a little bit low and is able to save his jungler. That gives LGD even more control.
So much damage comes out of the Chaos Storm. For what it's worth, Punish now has a slight edge in the middle lane and will likely force Easyhoon's recall due to his mana pool. The Drake, though, they still don't want it.
LGD opting not to start on that. Punish, like you mentioned, was able to knock Easyhoon out of the lane, gives him a little bit more time to try and catch up in farm. He's about 10 CS behind still, so evens out the top side of the map, which is about 6 CS behind in favor of Marin at the moment.
And that is unfortunately all Punish is going to get also. A slight catch-up play where he'll want to recall towards his Rod of Ages sooner rather than later. Remember, Swain has some pretty decent item spikes and gets harder and harder to kill as the game progresses. The 1-3-1 always going to be the ideal scenario for LGD. If they can get more than one person to deal with Punished, he's pretty much going to be content with that because he's a Swain.
We've seen how difficult that can be for Swains to get dealt with. A lot of Swains up at the top lane able to heal out even in the event of a jungle gamp. You here trying to be a little bit cheeky, leashing out that blue buff. We saw Danny try to take this one earlier, but now it's going to be in control of LGD and they're going to be able to take this one down.
Yeah, and even giving it to Marin. Very smart reactive play once again from the LGD roster. Showing marked improvements at 9 minutes in the game from their first week. Of course, the response is always present from Vici. And Dandy, very strong jungler. Easyhoon, of course, having such control available to him in this middle lane, able to walk over there freely.
Danny's been falling behind a little bit in the jungle as well. He's about 10 CS behind Amy. Amy's definitely been the more proactive jungle. The level 1 gank did set the Kindred behind a little bit, but Amy, you know, stepping out of the jungle now. We criticize this a lot about him, and he's had a pretty big impact on this game so far.
Well, we gave him one job. So he didn't do the one job in week number 1. Coming into this first game of week 2, it was like, just gank, man. Like, just get yourself on the map.
Well, he's tied up with Dandy, I believe now, 100% gank rate.
We also told Marin to maybe do something. Because ideally, if Punished is losing lane, that's something they should have recognized after the first week and said, okay, how do we deal with this? We get Swiftness Boots on Echo as the first item. We make sure that he's never in lane fighting the Trundle, because it's not too fun. We just control through a lane swap. Move around the map and force Vici to respond.
And speaking of Punish losing lane here, it's happening once again in game 1 against Vici's now 30 CS behind Easyhood. So
he's not dying.
He's not dying, but did have a slight catch-up, but he's still falling very far behind in CS.
But he's not dying.
That's the main thing?
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't die, it's okay.
Absolutely is actually the main thing. Funnily enough, that's what they need right now. Remember, IMA against LGD. What we saw was Bamey kill him once or twice solo. All he needs to do is defuse that lane. Remember, he's always going to be a Swain. And as the game progresses and he finds CS, even if he's behind, it still makes him harder to kill. Easyhoon will do a lot of damage, still going to be a fragile character.
He's going to head back to baseball and possibly pick up some more items. LGD, they've had control over this Mountain Dragon pit for some time now, opting not to even look at it so far, just letting it sit there, you know, mellow for a bit.
Yeah, I think it's once again they're moving around the top side of the map. They haven't looked towards the Rift Herald either though, which is the curious thing. Being nearly 12 minutes into this one. I think LGD actually feeling quite content with just an extended laning phase, actually getting farm on their carries. They know, as we mentioned, that Punished will work out fine in the end. Myron's doing well. Imp is doing surprisingly well thus far. And gives a lot of time and movement and breathing room, essentially, for you to be Brad on the map.
We'll have to see if he can continue picking up his chimes and roaming out in the map a little bit more. Let's take a look at Danny. He's taking away his Raptor Cam. Has the Raptor sense. Going to be able to clear out some of the wards here. Move back down towards the bottom lane. Sivir yet to go back to base, still sitting on those 2 long swords, whereas Endless, he's already picked up a Sheen for himself.
So both teams actually know the other junglers there through vision. And this is actually going to be quite a confusing series of events if they choose to fight, which they don't.
Magical Journey just gets them out to safety.
There's proper don't. You can see the rubble actually revealed where Amy was seen.
Moving up into the top lane, once again, the deficit is evened out slightly between Marin and Long here. In fact, Long catching up nicely is now completely even up in this top lane.
Yeah, as we said, there was a big wave stacking towards him when he was about the 10 to 15 CS mark behind. He was naturally going to catch up. Things do definitely settle. Once again, we're looking at a Trundle, however, into that Echo, who is going towards the split push build. These two just really love using that wall.
This really feels like something Endless and Caveman would do. You know, push out the lane, run away. Push out the lane, run away.
That's what they're both doing, though, and that's the funny thing. Like, junglers don't need to look down there because AD carries and supports are sharing strategy. It's just like, clear a wave, get some farm onto your carry, look for a quick recall so that you're safe because you don't need to place vision then, you're just recalling. And then perhaps look towards ganking topside, mid lane. You never know when a swap's going to happen when this continues also. And that almost favors, to an extent, I'm going to say LGD, because if they just recall, appear on the top lane, and they trick Vici, there's no turret to take for them. It's already gone.
We'll move back into the mid lane one more time here. Still a huge advantage for Easy Hoon. He's about 40 CS now ahead of Punished here in the mid lane, slowly falling even further and further behind, but like you mentioned, not dying, which is the main thing. We can take a look at the items really quickly as well. Victor, he's picked up his Onion Boots of Lucidity, does have the needlessly large rod as well, to the Rod of Ages of Swain so far. Also, Cinderhawk being picked up by Amy in the jungle.
Yeah, remember, Boots of Lucidity reducing Summoner spell cooldown. If he's towards the Resolve tree in Masteries, he'll have a pretty much constant uptime on Flash and Ghost, which is very handy for team fighting. Movement, which still feels like that's the direction Vici are looking towards. And LGD very much content to just get there as well, as the Swain started scaling with his items.
Wow. Endless stunned up in the bottom lane. You landing a nice stun, as Amy has now started working on this Mountain Dragon. 14 minutes into the game. Punish is going to come down here as well, pop down the bird and get some decent damage down onto it as well. But Rek'Sai should be able to clear this one out. Unless something funky happens, it should be first dragon of the game going on over towards LGD.
Yeah, no Ezreal ultimate for a steal and nobody really nearby to do that themselves. They'll successfully secure this one. No troubles at all. We'll see how Vici react though, knowing that on the bottom side of the map is a Rek'Sai.
And in 6 minutes, at 21 minutes into this game, Cloud Dragon will spawn for these two teams. We'll have to see if LGD continuing pressuring these dragons and trying to pick up more objectives for themselves. We're about 15 minutes in, and LGD do have a slight lead at the moment, about 1,500 gold in their favor. One turret for each of these two teams, and the Dragon going on over towards LGD.
And it's already hit that point in the top lane where Trundle's starting to biff with Marin. Really give it to him and out-trade him.
He's got his Tiamat, also the Spectrus Cowl now, so picking up components of his core item builds. On the flip side, we see Marin, he's got his Balmy Cinder, and also the workings of an Iceborne Gauntlet for now.
Yeah, and Ravenous Hydra Spirit Visage, most importantly for the Trundle, is where he can fight either Echo or Swain. Like, he's actually very much available to do these things because of the magic damage heavy team composition that they're running for split pushes for solo lanes. And this could actually start to become an ever-present issue for the LGD side as we move forward into this game.
We'll have to see if that takes place, because take a look at Vici's lineup. Long is the only one with teleport here. LGD, both Marin and Punish have their teleports up and available. We've only seen one teleport come in so far in this game. That was down into the bottom lane. Easyhoon actually losing that trade against Punish in the mid lane.
Yeah, rule of thumb is just don't get hit by the never move from Swain, and you should be fine. But he got hit by it looking for a minion.
So he's not fine.
He got baited by a minion, basically. And
Outsmarted.
that's why he got out-traded.
Now Amy actually looking to try and create some havoc down in the bottom lane. Is spotted out by Ward. And another.
And another one. And another one.
Well, if he moves any more further, there is going to be another one.
Ward's everywhere. Of course, Vici have actually decided they want their top laner down here, Long. He's quite strong still.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this time Vici the ones that opt to go for the swap. We saw LGD, they initiated 2 swaps in this game. First, sending AD carry support up to the top lane.
They've already reacted though, LGD. The immediate recall out of Imp, you would imagine, goes top lane. They've got Myron already walking through the middle lane. But, oh, it's on.
Lands it. No follow-up just yet.
There'll be no follow-up.
There's a parallel convergence, not going to land there. So a little bit of miscommunication, but nice. Tempered Fate coming from Bard.
Yeah, absolutely. A communicational disconnect between both of the teams. Not entirely sure what he's going for there. The idea was decent. Myron was not even close.
Now we're going to see these two teams fight over the Rift Scuttle. It seems you actually taking a lot of damage from this Kindred. That's the flash out of there, but Easy Who, he got locked down, taking a lot of damage. Here's a teleport from the top lane, though. Long going to try and start this fight. Teleport being used in response coming from Marin, but so far, just both teams trying to back off from this fight. Actually, a cancelled teleport from the Echo.
Yeah, so Myron cancels his teleport, but Long follows through, which means numbers advantage is there. And if they choose, they can look towards pushing the top lane as a unit.
But Endless
yeah.
was being really aggressive there. Arcane Shift right on top of him.
They
now actually
dive.
going to dive the turret here. Dandy going to go aggressively forward. Endless flashes forward on top of him. Takes a lot of damage. There goes the ultimate coming in from Kindred, trying to keep himself alive. Amy dealing a lot of damage in this fight. Dandy's still alive. It's going to be taken down by Swain. And Punish actually picks up a double kill.
Yeah, Punish very quickly gets there. Remember, teleport of his own, gets 2 kills for himself. And that now puts him ahead in this middle lane. Already had a bit of control starting to come back towards him in the way of trading, as Swain does with his items. Thankfully, farm value is still in favor of Easy Hoon, but LGD, they're the ones to reactively find themselves kills. And Vici say, we can do this. They absolutely couldn't.
And LGD slowly growing a nice gold lead for themselves as well. They're now 2,500 gold ahead of Vici. About 20 minutes into this game. 2 more minutes until the next dragon will spawn to where LGD could possibly force another team fight.
Yeah, LGD. We'll see how confident they feel after that, however. It is only 2 kills. They do have a 1-0-2 Rek'Sai, however, when they have 4 on the board. So, all things considered, I think they'll be feeling confident. The momentum has definitely shifted towards them after that.
And you mentioned as well earlier, you know, Vici, they lack engage coming to these fights. LGD, the way that they want to win these fights is to just run straight at Vici.
Yeah, the engage from Vici is just like run at them with damage until they die. And there's always going to be opportunities for turnaround from LGD. So we're looking at these team compositions. That's absolutely just the way that it kind of works out, depending on how it starts.
Well, we're going to have to see if the gold lead that LGD has helps them out as we head further and further into this game. But for now, bottom turret has been taken down by LGD. Currently 2 turrets to 1. Vici, on the other hand, looking to see if they can take down the top lane turret, outer turret to return the favor. Endless and Caveman actually going to get knocked away from this turret by Marin. Pots down that parallel convergence. So for now, structural advantage going on over towards LGD.
Yeah, so they pick up the Iceborne Gauntlet on Marin. He's got enough wave clear to deal with them because LGD actually pushed quick enough. They get themselves a slight edge. The question is where they actually react to from here, because Vici can't afford to keep their marksman support duo in the top side. They'd lose the dragon.
And looking at those items really quickly, you see Rek'Sai picked up a Tiamat, has that Sight Stone for the extra vision as well. Swain has the Abyssal Scepter on top of that Rod of Ages. Sivir completing the Essence Reaver, looking for her first Zeal item, already has the Zeal picked up as well. LGD, you know, have some decent items for this next dragon if there's going to be a fight.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think it's safe to say they've spiked. They've also got Endless up here for no particular reason, and I still don't know why he is here.
Taking a lot of damage. Parallel Convergence goes down. Endless not going to stay on top of that one now. Actually trying to go and recall. Meanwhile, down on the bottom side of the map, Amy's going to be taking away the red buff. In fact, tunnels over the wall and starts working on this Cloud Dragon. Already taken down quite low here. No contention coming out from Vici. They're just going to concede another dragon.
And I will say slight edge to LGD simply because of the item build that the Rek'Sai's gone. Oh, nice dodge.
Good dodge coming from Easy Who. Pops the Ghost, just runs the complete opposite way there. Now just going to casually move on towards the Scuttle Crab.
When you're on the way, you know, halfway through a journey.
Drive by Scuttle Crab.
This still should not be happening. I know that Trundle doesn't have teleport, but the Drake's been taken. Recall now, put your Ezreal on the top side of the map. But they just really desperately want this turret. They want to open the map up for the Trundle to work it.
Now to see if they can do that, because they're still 3,000 gold behind LGD 21 minutes into this game. We also saw Ocean Dragons, the next dragon to spawn, so no concentrated dragons for LGD here. But Marin's still happy to take them on 2-on-1 at the moment, forcing their drill to constantly arcane shift, farming out this wave, keeping it away from his turret most importantly. LGD looking really strong so far.
Yeah, but LGD have also put their top side of the map now having Imp and Yu here. So they answer, and we'll see how they respond on the side of Vici. Feels like they just don't want to fight. They actually don't want the 2v2.
Taking a look back in towards this mid lane again, we see Punish. He's actually caught up a little bit in CS in this mid lane. Still about 30 behind, but with those 2 kills, looking promising here against Izihun.
Yeah, definitely. Punished. Kind of stepping up to the plate this time around. They've reassessed. I've always thought Punish was a decent player. He just kind of didn't show up in the first week, so it's always good to see. See how he actually continues when it comes to team fighting. Hello.
Deep teleport actually coming in for the side of Vici. You already taken down by Danny in this early team fight. Teleport actually going to get cancelled by Maru, so Vici find a way to put themselves back onto the scoreboard.
They want Imp desperately.
They're going to try and chase him down. Long already putting down a pillar. Unfortunately not going to knock him backwards, but still slowing him down. Flashes forward, gets the chomp up. Teleport's actually coming in for Punish up in the top lane. Amy's here as well. Long taking up the turret. Gets stopped by the Never Move. Punish is now taking a heap of damage as the Chaos Tour has been put down onto the Swain as well, but he will successfully defend the tower and defend his life.
Yeah, he is a Swain after all, so he presses that R key and everybody walks away happy, if maybe not healthy. Vici Gaming, however, still pursuing this fleeting illusion of a top lane turret. They just desperately want, but LGD constantly getting the better end of this. And that to me just says Respondent with no real strategy. His Caveman's probably dead.
He is dead. Imp's going to be able to take you down with ease there. That was a little bit of misplay as Temper Fade's going to come out, not going to be able to connect with Endless, who casually arcane shifts out of there.
Yeah, 4 members of LGD on the top side, and Marin without teleport still gets the bot lane turret. And again, a lot of resources used, a lot of resources effectively wasted by our blue team.
And that puts LGD approximately 4,000 gold ahead of Vici at the moment, 24 minutes into this game.
They want the... Oh, wow.
Here's another
Amy,
game going on to the Endless, but Amy's going to take a lot of damage in return as Dandy's now going to jump forward and try and find some damage in return. Taking some damage as well, takes the magical journey. One auto attack's going to be enough. The laser from Easyhoon going to snipe him away, and he's been picked off quite a few times here.
Yeah, Easyhoon puts in work to get that kill. Max range laser. And that is strike 1 for LGD because the Hoon's on the board. Marin has decided that he's going to pursue a career as a stonecutter. I was going to say lumberjack, but they're not made out of wood.
Might want to swap over to Master Yi for that job, Marin. He's been hunting down these turrets left, right, and center as Dandy. He's actually going to find Marin inside of this jungle. Power Convergence does go down, doesn't stun him up, but gives himself a shield. Instead, though, Dandy will be able to take the red buff away from Amy.
Yeah, and Vici's starting to turn up that tempo. You can feel it through their carries as well. Dandy now doing a lot of damage with his 2 big items. Remember the epic monster shred that comes with every single Kindred at the moment getting Blood Razor.
And you know, this Vici lineup doesn't look like a team that's currently 3,000 gold behind LGD. They're still playing towards their gameplay and trying to stay in this match at the moment. They're doing a pretty good job at that. Finally, this top lane turret will fall down, which, you know, gets one more structure back for Vici. Now 2 to 3 in terms of turrets.
Yeah, kind of fitting towards their strengths at the moment, thinking that they are further ahead and even forcing their hand. I do want to quickly touch on Amy's item build because I do believe that that is the most efficient Rek'Sai build at the moment. Stack that health, still have damage to kind of compensate for your tankiness that is forced. And plenty of wave clear from that Cinderhulk that now does more damage. And by having Sightstone, bringing it back to a vision-heavy early game, something that was sorely missed for a lot of junglers as we kind of hit past that Worlds patch into preseason.
So what's next for Amy? Stack up a lot of resistance going into the late game?
Yeah, you could go resistance, absolutely. Nice work, Caveman.
Takes it away.
Good job, mate. Fantastic. You had one job, man.
Oh, Marin's still doing what Marin's done this entire game. Look to try and take down as many structures as possible. Finds another turret up in the top lane this time round.
And cheeky devils everywhere that he knows that Vici isn't. Basically what Myron's executing on at the moment, but sets up Vision, you know, in advance, everything kind of still playing to the LGD strategy. They've got Imp who can teamfight, who can wave clear with the rest of them.
Imp's got his Phantom Dance as well as a BF Sword, looking for his next major AD carry item. Take a look at the rest of his team. We can see Swain looking to try and pick up his Zhonya's Hourglass. Myron up in the top lane on Echo has his Sunfire Cape. Probably going to pick up a Spirit Visage next as he has that Spectre's Cowl. Aegis of the Legion also being picked up by Yu, so assisting with the extra magic resistance for the rest of his team, as Dandy going to be able to hop away from the Never Move from Swain, keep himself alive.
Yeah, he does hop away, if not barely, but it's only going to be a bit of damage placed as we finally see a Drake contested by Vici.
Vici look to try and take this one down. Yu try and see if he can find anything inside of this pit, but Dandy and Endless going to be able to shift out of there, as we see the next dragon to spawn will be another Mountain Dragon.
It'll be very important that Vici look towards that one, as we're now at the 27-minute mark. They want it for the Baron control, but LGD wanted to have more Baron control as well as that turret taking for Myron. You would imagine that that's exactly where the next fight will break out if nothing were to happen prior.
LGD have been doing a really good job of splitting up their resources.
Punished.
He's now in this bottom lane. Oh, we're just going to farm out these minions.
Yeah.
He
should be.
We've seen him, you know, separated from the other teleporter map. Myron's been roaming around trying to cause some havoc to the rest of the structures in Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, which means they're now looking towards that 1-3-1 strategy. Naturally, as we said, you know, Siva's got the wave clear. Bard can keep him alive, and Amy is still a pretty big tank. So as far as the 3-man roster goes, not too bad of a strategy to execute on, and we are starting to see it put into effect. So we're hitting the go button for the LGD team comp.
A big spike for Endless at the moment. He's picked up his Mirror Manus, and that's fully stacked with the Iceborne Gauntlet. He also has a Hex Drinker with the Iron Boots of Lucidity, and the Executioner's calling to try and deal with Punished, it seems.
Yeah, not a lot of damage coming out of Endless at the moment. He'll do his fair share, but it's not hyper carry amounts, and that's kind of the cool thing about Vici's team composition, is they all do their share of damage. At the end of the day, as long as they're all alive, they're all going to be relevant.
Yeah, on top of that, Easy Hoon, he's upgraded his items towards a Rylai's Crystal Scepter as well as a Void Staff, so lots of damage coming out of that Victor. Dandy, he also mentioned, doing his share of damage with his Hurricane as well as the Blood Razor picked up for his team. On the flip side, Zhonya's has finally been completed by Punish, so if you thought Swain was annoying before, he's just going to get even more obnoxious now.
Yeah, close to impossible to kill now, this Swain. And you did kind of read my mind by saying the Rylai's. What we've seen from the Ezreal by having like a middle ground between damage and sustain or tankiness is being matched by every single member of Vici Gaming. They're effectively a 5 bruiser composition. They'll try and all do their part. But if a piece of that puzzle is a bit disconnected, which is going to be forced if LGD can run the 1-3-1, then they might be left respondent.
Staying on items for a little while as well, we can see Imp just went back to base. He's picked up his Infinity Edge, so a major power spike for the Boomerang Lady.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I think the Baron's now going to be a contested point. You can see the Vision starting to be set up also. All of the means are now there for this Baron with the items that have secured.
Punish looking to try and find a Never Move on towards Caveman. That's
Myron
Myron looking for a flank. He's trying to go underneath this turret. Easy to actually flashes away immediately. Myron getting a lockdown, but the turret gets fallen. Pops his ultimate, goes back in towards the team, but Dandy, he's been caught trying to stay on top of his ultimate. Not going to be enough as Amy picks up that core. Endless going to take a lot of damage as the Temper Fate not going to find anyone. The birds are still hunting him down as Myron going to get taken down the back lines. Long, he's in here trying to take them down as Punish is in stasis. Will eventually go down so long as he chases him down. Amy is able to find Endless in the back lines, but Vici looking strong in this fight so far. Long wanted to continue. He still is chomping down on both the Rek'Sai and the Silver. Here's you though. Doesn't get the stun onto Easy Hoon. Has to use the magical jetty. Here comes him. Goes forward. Finds Easy Hoon, but Long is able to get the chomp down. And Easy Hoon picks up that kill. Magical jetty though, not good, as Yu's going to be able to stun him against the wall. And it's a 3-for-3 so far in this extended team fight.
And we've seen the shades of what both of these teams actually want to execute upon. Phase 1, LGD need to engage. They're the ones with the engage and the crowd control. They look for that turret. Of course, it does fall, so that slight edge always going to be there. But Vici wants them to walk at them. And that's exactly what happens. And you can see how that backfires. Trundle is never going to die. Endless put in work as well. And Easy Hoon just worked around those choke points fantastically.
We saw a massive Chaos Storm as well from Easy Hoon, dropping down to 4 members. That shows with the damage dealt in that team fight, he doubles anyone else in his team. So did him, to be fair. Played that team fight pretty well until flashing into 3 people at the end.
I mean, Dandy as well, like starting the fight off by himself, getting caught out a little bit, still worked out because he did 2,500 damage. Just pop the Lamb's Respite, you hit people with more health than you, you're going to shred them. And that played a big part as well, in at least starting off that successful team fight.
So as Easy Hoon takes his blue here, gives us time to tank stock at where this game is at. A minute till Dragon spawns. That will be the second Mountain Dragon of the game. Currently, Vici have 1 Dragon. LGD have 2 at the moment. That's 54,000 to 57,000 gold in favor of LGD, with 3 turrets to 5 also being taken in favor of LGD. Since that last team fight, lots of items have come in here for both teams. Looks like Easy Hoon, he's picked up a Nadocatron Cloak, looking towards a Lich Bane as his next item. I know Spawn really likes this pickup on Victor, so we'll have to see if Easy Hoon can, you know, do some work with the Lich Bane pickup.
I think most importantly, he has his Void Staff already, so in terms of item order, the Lich Bane's going to make him a magnificent carry for the side of Vici.
We already saw how much damage he dealt in that last fight. It's just going to get even more and more, and Easy Hoon, he's known to be the late game king, the late game monster. So Vici more than happy it feels to take this later and later into the match.
Yeah, and thankfully Endless as well, because we were looking at a Swain saying, where's your Ignites? Caveman, of course, needing one. They've got the Last Whisper upgrade. I forget if it's the Lord Dominic's or the Mortal Reminder. Yeah, that's the one. The reduction of healing one.
So now Dragon has spawned, and it does look like Vici want to try and take control of this pit. Rift Scuttle, though, did fall for LGD, so they have complete vision control. As Endless trying to start this initiation onto Punish, actually shifting forward. As Punish now going to try and turn things around. There comes the Temper Fate, but Punish can't heal off the members in stasis. Has to pop the Zonias off his own. Marin trying to dive in towards the backlines as Dandy. He's getting taken out low. Amy trying to zone him out. Long trying to move into the front of the team fight, taking some damage in return. Chaos Storm going to be able to take down Marin as Endless goes forward. Now they're looking for Amy. Should be able to take him down. Guardian Angel and the ultimate pop by Marin here, but doesn't heal at all from that one, and then just slowly chasing LG down. They pick up 3 kills in that fight, and they turn their eyes towards Baron.
And a team without crowd control just makes their own. They have Endless with the Iceborne Gauntlet, the Rylai's on Easy Hoon, and just like that, the damage starts to become unreasonable. They get themselves 3 big kills, and if they want to stop this Punish and Imp, they have to pull the rabbit out of a hat.
Well, let's see what they can do, because this Baron's falling incredibly low already. Punish looked like he wanted to move in towards the pit. Smartly, Imp and him will be able to back off, but that's a major objective going on towards Vici, and they take the lead in this game for the first time, 34 minutes into it.
Yeah, absolutely right. They've got themselves that lead. We are going to see this one again. Pretty impressive, to say the least, from Easy Hoon with the Chaos Storm placement. The awareness to actually hit people the entire time that he's using that Chaos Storm. As you can see the player reactions down the bottom whilst they're winning this fight. Very impressive stuff. Oh, Dragon as well, just taken.
Yeah, it falls to Amy, so Amy's able to pick off that one for his team. So 2 Mountain Dragons for LGD so far. As we take a look at the damage dealt in that last team fight. Victor, you mentioned already, big Chaos Storm from him one more time. Easy Hoon's been playing so well in this match.
Yeah, gets a kill and pops a GA at the exact same time with the residual pulses that are left at the end of a Chaos Storm. Talk about dropping the base. That was dubstep.
Wop, wop, wop. There's Dandy trying to be a nuisance up against Marin in the top lane. He's going to be able to take away some of his jungle. Easy Hoon, he's just taking down him with the help of Long, just casually diving past the inhibitor turret.
It is what it is at this stage. Remember, Lich Bane is absolutely completed, so his combo with even a laser and a Q is enough to get you low. Just drop the ult one more time, and goodbye, Imp. Potentially good night, LGD, if this continues like it is.
Yep, Vici now grouping up to the top lane, looking to try and push down that turret. They swung the gold in their favor. Endless, Arcade shifting forward on top of Marin, putting down a lot of damage onto the top laner. Parallel Converge is going to be put down in front of the turret, trying to zone the rest of the members of LGD. They're still pushing forward. There's no Imp, so not much wave clear for LGD's lineup. Punish has to put his face into it if he wants to get these minions away from the turret. slowly poking it down even further. Baron up minions, doing a lot of work as Vici find the turret, now looking towards a fight. Punish is going to get slowed down here, but Vici, eyes set on towards the objectives, looking for the inhibitors. Dandy takes a little bit of poke in return, but they should be able to take this one down. Imp though, gonna pop on the hunt. Here comes Amy, jumps into the back lines. Lung though, on top of the AD carry. Marin now jumping into the back lines. Danny has to put down his ultimate. Gonna be a heal him in Endless backer. Looking to try and restart this fight as Marin taking a bit of damage. True Shot Barrage clips Imp there. There goes the Tempered Fate from you, but he's gonna get taken down as soon as he comes back up here as Caveman takes that kill for himself, and Vici find another good team fight.
And it's not going to be the game for Vici, but LGD are the ones with a defiant turnaround play that absolutely backfires once again. They've got crowd control, they've got execution, but Yu uses his ultimate to try and keep Imp alive and maybe preserve himself for an extra 2 seconds. Only succeeds in exactly that because he goes down afterwards. And LGD really struggling when it comes to these team fights.
Let's just take a look at the gold graph that we see on your screen here. This was LGD's game, you know, from the very start, from first blood. They looked like the strong team here. They looked like the team with the strategy. They initiated a lane swap. They did a 1-3-1 for so long with Marin taking down all these objectives, but once Vici's team kiting comp came on online, they just took it to them, it feels.
I still feel like this just comes down to execution. Right now, we're looking at an item build from Imp that can't kill tanks. He's set himself up poorly for this as they've just found punished.
Endless flashing forward to get a Blade of the Ruin King proc off. We'll be able to take down that Swain. Vici find another pick for themselves in the bottom lane.
No idea what he's doing that far out, and Punish does get caught for it. Once again, though, we're seeing Imp in team fights where he can only hit Lung. Lung's never going to die due to that no armor penetration, and Yu's not helping him.
Endless standing in front of the towers as if he's a frontline member, trying to get the slows down, possibly help Vici start a fight due to their lack of crowd control as Marin already taking half his health and Dandy, in terms of damage as Dandy jumps over the wall, jumps back out through the base gate, gonna get knocked up by Amy, gets taken out quite low here by Vici. They have Long in the backside, just casually chopping down Imp. There goes Dandy over the wall one more time, pops down his lane respite after the AD carry gets taken down. Marin now gonna pop his ultimate, try and get away here. Will be able to successfully run, but Vici, they've gone into the base of LGD, looking to try and take down more objectives, and Yu has to flash out of the Chaos Storm.
Yeah, and the Chaos Storm used as an afterthought here for Vici Gaming. Lung is just unstoppable. Dandy skirting around these fights very effectively. This does look like it could be game over.
Well, they're looking for it as Marin desperately trying to defend Punish. He's running back out with full health, trying to knock them away, but he's taking so much damage, can't heal up as much with the Mortal Reminder chipping it down. Easy Hood finds a kill for himself. Amy trying to get towards his fountain as Marin is going to get taken down. His Guardian Angel going to allow him to revive one last time, but Easy Hood has something to say to this Echo. Going to auto attack him a couple more times. Takes him down as they are able to take down the Nexus turrets, and now working on towards the Nexus. Vici are able to turn around game one and pick up the win.
A massive game one victory for Vici Gaming. Easy Hoon did have one thing to say, and that was good night to Marin. Very impressive performance once it came to the late game. And executing on a team composition with lacking crowd control, but building smart, playing smart, and waiting until they were strong enough to just end that game through brute force and better team play. And once again, LGD, they just look like they are struggling.
Certainly do, and you know, big game from Easy Hoon, great game from Vici as well, but I want to start off where the game started as well. LGD looked so strong to start that game off. They had a great strategy. They were taking turrets left, right, and center. They were ahead by 3,000 to 4,000 gold and controlling major objectives. What went wrong for them? Because Vici just suddenly turned the game around.
Yeah, they had a really good start, to be perfectly honest with you. And even this here was like one point where Vici thought they were further ahead than they were. The Swain was getting kills. They were getting these items. But once again, it just hit a point where LGD's strategy almost revolved around a 1-3-1 where they just couldn't get the perfect lane assignments. And there was no base left for them to get. There was no more free gold available. They had to team fight. LGD try and tower dive. This is a perfect laser, by the way. That tower dive is the one thing that went poorly, and this is the exact fight we're referencing.
This is the later parts of the fight where Vici were able to trade 3 for 3 and chase down the other members of LGD as well. The dive initiated by Marin was onto a turret that was almost dead, but still enough for Vici to fight them.
Yeah, but rotating that fight from the turret to this choke point against the Victor is asking to lose that game, or to lose that particular fight, which became the game. Imp went ham, wanted the target, pays for it, and realistically, like LGD's dive started off well. It's all of that follow-up afterwards that really did backfire for them. This is another big catch. Again, we questioned their crowd control. It's available for Vici, but they just used what little they had impeccably.
And this felt like the nail in the coffin for me. Once this fight started for Vici, this felt like game over. And you know, you mentioned this at the start of the game. Vici, they are a team fighting team that lack engage, and they want LGD to run at them. That team fight that they dived under the turret was exactly what happened. LGD ran towards a 5-man Vici, and once that happened, they came online. They started that team fight that you just saw on your screens and were able to just take the game from there, it felt.
Yeah, absolutely. From there, that was pretty much going to be the game. Momentum swung. The game was basically just a team fight away for them, and Vici execute on that. Chaos Storm, Victor, and Easy Hoon, all three things put together, probably should never be seen on Summoner's Rift again after that performance, because he just did so much work.
So that's one of the things I want to touch on as well. Easy Hoon in the mid lane, because he played fantastically in that match. Not only from the start, able to deny, punish a lot of CS, but also late game on that Victor. He's known for his control mages. He's an absolute monster in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. Punished has notoriously been underperforming at the moment, but from what we saw of Easy Hoon, definitely felt like he was a confidence player that had all of that confidence behind him.
Well, let's see if we can continue doing that one as we head into game number 2 shortly. But first, we're going to go into a quick break, but we will be right back with more League of Legends. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, as we are going to take a look at the MVP for game number 1 between Vici and LGD. It's going to go on over towards Easy Hoon on his Victor. 31% damage share for his team, 75% kill participation. He was an absolute monster in that game.
Easy Hoon was a beast, and we said at the end of the game, you probably don't want this guy and Victor being in the same role at the same time, unless the Victor's on the other team. Plain and simple, he was unreal.
And you know, he got his signature champion banned out. The Azir was taken away by LGD during the draft, and we mentioned it during the draft as well. The second S-tier control mage was left up, locked in for Easy Hoon, and I agree with you, you don't want to see that again. And this was fantastic. That was a flash snipe coming out from Easy Hoon. It was beautiful.
One of the harder things to do, of course, being a Victor laser, is this is one of the few things we did miss. But look at his damage, man. That was,
even baits along the flash.
Absurd, right? And good thing you mentioned Lung, because he was pretty impressive.
He certainly was. He was fantastic on the Trundle, was doing a lot of work. You mentioned the final team fight during the break as well. He was dealing work into the backlines, and he had a phenomenal game. This time on a more meta pick of the Trundle, not something like the Kha'Zix, and he played really well.
I think we're all happy that he's not Kha'Zix. It's pretty safe to say Kha'Zix is a bit different, and he probably should never be that again. But the end result, yes, absolutely. He plays the Trundle. He plays a carry sort of role still. He absolutely played his part and then some, because the last team fights, we've seen Easy Hoon do like 6,000 damage in a fight. That's a lot, but he's hitting tanks, getting rid of them first, usually when a team fight happens, whereas Lung's doing the same thing to the opposite team. He's actually killing the carries. Imp did nothing.
It certainly did, and we even saw him start a couple of the team fights himself with the Trundle pillar, so made use of what little engage Vici had to start team fights on his team. But we're going to head to Game 2 very shortly between these two teams. Moving on to this game, what do we need to see LGD change? Because they had a very good start, but a disappointing finish in Game 1.
The first thing I will say is, while Sivir is good, Imp needs to probably readjust his item build to have some kind of armor penetration, because plain and simple, he had tanks running at him everywhere that he couldn't touch, and what Vici did was actually quite elegant in the way that they all built a bit of a bruiser style, still not taking any damage, right, because nobody had penetration to get through to them. Realistically, what they had was fine. I think Swain's still probably better off in that top lane, but at the end of the day, they just need to play the game better in the way of team fighting.
Well, on the flip side of the riff, we saw Vici that a very strange start. Still were holding on nicely. Easy Hoon was doing well in the mid lane. We saw Lung catch up in the top lane, but they were just always 2,000 to 3,000 gold behind LGD throughout the entire game and not able to control objectives the same way they were. What did I need to change coming into this game, if anything, or did I just have to keep everything the same?
So what they did was kind of play a team composition that doesn't necessarily do that great in the early game, but once they get rolling, they can move around the map, and all it took was that one team fight, that one moment to kind of set them up. I think what Vici should do is prioritize that Karma again, because that was impeccable in the way that it set them up.
And we saw, Caveman stealing a couple of red buffs, a couple of kills here and there, but we're going to head into game number 2 between LGD and Vici to see if they can do the exact same thing they did in game number 1. As we take a look at the bans right away, Vladimir, Azir, and Victor are going to be banned out against Vici, whereas Vici still deciding on that final ban. Fizz and Lucian are going to be their 2 bans for now.
So Ryze was banned away in game number 1 from Vici. You would imagine if Vici didn't ban it, LGD would have picked it, and here we are.
They ban it once again, and we see this very common in the LPL right now. If Kindred is left open, Blue side is going to pick it up as their first pick most of the time, and LGD do just that, locking in Kindred right away. Looks like they want Amy to play the champion this time around.
Yeah, big damage dealer Kindred. Of course, makes a lot of sense that they want the champion, but we didn't really see successful ganks out of LGD's jungler when he was playing it. Needs to step up this time. Showed improvements in game number 1. And we'll see if he can do it again on the Kindred opposed to a Rek'Sai.
Well, this time, Vici, they want to show LGD how to run the red side picks. Going to try and follow the exact same thing LGD did in the previous champion select screen. They were hovering over Echo and Bard for now, swapping over to Swain. Have to see what they do, lock in just a second. But a lot of very strong picks left open. We see Rek'Sai left open in jungle as well. Graves, all these other fantastic champions. Vici, so some time to decide what they want to pick up, and it does look like they're going to go with Echo and Bard for now.
Yeah, hovering with Swain, and rightly so, of course, knowing how strong Swain can be.
Yep.
But they still opt towards that Echo and Bard. Kind of, as you mentioned, giving that shout out to the opposition team that they beat when they were using these champions.
And we're going to see LGD lock in Thresh and Swain as their next 2 picks. So LG We have to see if they run Swain unpunished one more time here, or if this time it's going to be Marin picking up in the top lane. But Yu's going to be playing Thresh down in the bottom lane, so looking to try and create some more playmaking abilities.
Yeah, and it's worth noting as well that we've actually got Xuan P in the roster for Vici, so they have still put that sub into effect. Something that we often see from these teams is they always use that 6th man in the second game. And there's our first lock-in.
Yep, Lissandra's going to be locked in for Easy Hoon, a favorite of his during the spring split, bringing it back out here in summer split. And we're just waiting for Xuan P to pick up his champion. And so that's something we could touch on a little bit here because, you know, Vici been experimenting with it. It feels, you know, putting him in game number 2, but we haven't seen the major differences just yet. There's been a little bit of contrast between the two AD carries. Hopefully we'll be able to see more as this split progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope to explore further what they are both capable of, as differing champion pools may well be it.
Yep, possibly with the Twitch pickup coming for Xuan P in this match. That's only with the Lucian being banned out, Ezreal still left on the table, Caitlyn's still up on the table as well. So heavily prioritizing that Twitch pickup.
Yeah.
Taking away from Imp almost.
I mean, you would imagine that they go towards the Ezreal now, given that Twitch has been locked in, perhaps not the Caitlyn. Still, an amazing amount of options left for LGD. I don't think Imp would do that. If he does, tell you what, he's decided that this game is his, and his alone, to win.
Well, he's going to take down his signature champion somehow. But we are still waiting for LGD.
Oh my god, if he uses the Imp skin.
Ooh, if he picks up some white skin on Twitch, you know, add salt to the wounds a little bit. He's actually going to lock in the vein here. So Imp is out for blood. You saw the coach actually walk on over towards him. It looked like he was asking, are you sure? Are you sure? Imp, are you sure of this? And Gangplank is going to be a lock-in coming in for LGD as well. So we still have a toss-up between where Gangplank and Swain are going to go in this match.
Yeah, very confusing thus far to see what's going to happen with these comps. LGD running something sort of similar to what Vici had. They're lacking that tank, but Swain will have to make up for it. So you'd imagine punishes the Gangplank and Marin has to be the Swain now to compensate. Go like the Rod of Ages Spirit Visage style of build and be absolutely unkillable. On the flip side though, GP is still entirely capable of top laning.
Take a look at Vici waiting to pick up their final pick. They are hovering over Nidalee for now, but it should be a jungle pickup. Lots of options still open. No junglers were banned out, only Kindred taking away. Nidalee considered one of the S-tier junglers. Just below that we have Graves, Rek'Sai very commonly picked up in competitive play. And a couple of Gragas picks here and there as well, but it will be the Nidalee lock-in for Dandy here. So two of the strongest junglers in the current meta will be facing off in the Rift in this game.
Yeah, Nidalee making a lot of sense being with the Twitch as well, so you can heal the hyper carry when it comes to the teamfight stages. It also makes sense because they've got Lissandra and Echo in each respective side lane, being that they can set you up for a gank with crowd control. If Lissandra hits a W after the claw, the spear's always going to hit on the follow-up, and that's where the burst starts to get pretty ridiculous. In saying that, Gangplank, pretty nice niche pick in response to the Lissandra.
Certainly is. We're actually going to see that Gangplank being run in the mid lane here by LGD. So Punish going to be playing that champion this time round, and he's going to donate the Swain pick up towards Marin, who's facing off against Long, trying to show him how to play Echo in this match.
Yeah, so the Echo's on the other foot right now. Long kind of going to have to show a lot of respect, to be honest with you, to Marin. He's such a strong laner. Swain, very strong laner in saying that as well. This is where perhaps Dandy actually has to come into play. And Amy will have to respond. So we're potentially looking at the 2v2 with the top lanes as an option. But given the tendencies for LGD to lane swap and given that they have a Vayne, would not shock me to hear that they don't want standard.
Very interesting picks and bans coming out from these two teams. But we're going to head on to Summoner's Rift in just a bit for Game 2 between Vici and LGD. Thank you, Marin, for helping us load onto the Rift for game number 2 between Vici and LGD. Currently, Vici are in the lead 1-0 after an impressive comeback in game number 1. LGD, they had a fantastic start, were not able to close out the game. Have to see if they're able to continue that great start they had in game number 2, but hopefully this time try and close things out for themselves.
Closing's the most important part, Fish. Absolutely need to work on that.
So we take a look at the the Keystone Masteries very quickly. Nothing too surprising. We do see the Fervor battle one more time onto the Echo in the top lane.
GP, though, he's gone for Thunderlords. That is something I wouldn't consider standout, but definitely different.
Not
Usually
Grasp.
Grasp of the Undying, yeah. Is seen for sustain in lane, for a bit of trading potential as well. Usually couple that with the Bandit. What I'm seeing at the moment from Punished is that it's something that's not easy to actually proc. To actually get that Thunderlords working, he now needs to be very particular with his trades. Also running the very cute, efficient GP build, as it were, labeled. Starting with a Mana Crystal, so that he can get his early buy on a Sheen and have more lane pressure.
We'll have to see how Punish can use that. He does have teleports, so it's possible to farm it up as soon as possible and then get back into the lane ASAP. You see 4 teleports on Summoner's Rift in this game. Already starting off, Easy here trying to zone away the ghostly gangplank. Punish looking to see where he can start farming or poking out on his own. But we are going to see standard lanes, and most importantly, coming into this game.
No,
Well, actually, no, we're not. We're going to see
absolutely
a swap. That is actually a Bard, not an Echo. I
Yeah,
can't reach
so
a
what we've
Champion
seen
Fortress.
is it's a Twitch Bard against a Thresh Vayne. Now, both of the AD carries are average laners at best.
Yep.
But both of the supports are very strong laners. So the question comes down to personal preference for these teams. Perhaps Vici thought that they were going to be matching a lane swap. They thought that the Vayne would always lane swap, which they do. But LGD could have mind-gamed it. Perhaps they wanted standard, however, as they know Thresh is good into Bard. Again, it's very much personal preference this time around.
Long actually going to find you inside of his own jungle. He's making his way towards Dandy to try and help him out with his clear times. You just trying to be an absolute pest. Try and stop them from getting further and further into this jungle. But they're able to clear out the camps fast enough. Meanwhile, Marin and Amy, going to be able to do the same thing now on the bottom side of the map.
You would imagine it's a pretty sucky position for a Swain to be in when it comes to a lane swap. Definitely wants that farm, wants the early Rod of Ages, whereas Lung can afford to do this and farm with his jungle partner in Dandy this time around. So perhaps a small mistake or unfortunate outcome for LGD, which is once again perhaps why they wanted standard lanes, so that Myron could win his, but not to be.
Now we're going to check back in towards the mid lane. Punished here. He's keeping up in CS quite nicely against Easy Hoon so far. In fact, actually trading quite nicely there. Gets the barrel down.
Yeah, the problem with that trade is you're using all 3 of your kegs. It takes you like 10 seconds to set up as well. It does show, however, that Easy Hoon is respecting the gangplank at least to some extent in this middle lane early.
Now we can see the progression of the lane swap here as Vici already working on taking down the top lane out
Whoa,
to Toad.
LGD, that's a deep lane swap.
Yeah, the LGD looking to actually try and match this one back up. Dandy going to head back to base here. Imp, he's heading up towards the top lane now, so LG trying to stop the lane swap.
Yeah, one of the few teams that often want this LGD. Once again, we question if they want standard lanes or not. Obviously they do. And what they've also done is put Marin down by himself in that bottom lane early, or probably force the teleport out of Lung to match. And whilst Lung might have a slight advantage, perhaps in the way of items or a pink ward to boot, it does also mean that he's going to be quite behind in experience. And it's actually a very clever move here from LGD across the board.
We'll have to see if that's able to get LGD the advantage they need on Marin to get into this game. For now, though, things are relatively even. We'll have to wait a couple more minutes to take track of the score at the moment. Punish, though, running out of mana in this mid lane. Would have to go back to base as soon as possible. Mana Crystal proving it's worth keeping him there for a little bit of time. Easy Hoon has not been able to poke him out just yet. It's dead even in CS in this mid lane.
Yeah, thankfully kegs don't cost mana, so he's going to be okay in the way of, like, you can't dive him. But naturally, not having the mana pool there means inefficient stacking of his Q, so the gold that he gets, or the silver serpents, whichever you prefer, will be very rarely seen. And he wants that Sheen. He can definitely afford it.
Vici, meanwhile, they've actually swapped back into a lane swap kind of lane. So you see Imp and Yu, they're actually taking on Lung up in the top lane, so Echo's going to be sent up there trying to farm it out wherever possible. Meanwhile, they do have Shen Shen P and Caveman in the bottom lane, trying to put some pressure on towards Marin, who froze the lane quite close towards his turret, actually picked up quite a bit of CS for himself. He's 27-9 at the moment, but here's a teleport from Long. Looking to try and dive them down in the bottom lane. Marin taking a lot of damage. Here comes another teleport. Easy, flashes forward, gets the double stun down, and they're going to be able to find first blood onto Marin.
Yeah, 2 teleports used and Easy Hoon flashes, but that's absolutely the right move. Marin, way too deep, and yes, Amy was aware that it was happening. He'd taken the Krugs, he'd set himself up as close as possible to where he needed to be, but Punish hadn't recalled. Still, with no mana pool to speak of, couldn't even drop his ultimate now that he's level 6. It's just disaster, honestly, for LGD this early, because that big lead that Marin has is kind of going to waste.
Have to see how much that's able to affect him. He was able to hold on to his summoner spells, and now for the next 5 minutes or so, we will see that LGD have their teleports available. It's the none that Vici have at the moment, so possibly could try and return the favor and make a play of their own. For now, though, you looking to be aggressive here, trying to shoo Lung out of his bottom lane.
Yeah, just pushing him off. Absolutely. The minions are all imps, and none of them are Lungs. The question is where they react from here, to be honest, because you can see the Twitch and Bard still committing to that lane.
Yep.
All it really says is that we've got the weirdest mismatch start to this laning phase that could ever possibly happen to Vici.
I think some saving grace as well. The kill did go on over towards Caveman, so don't really want that gold onto support for now. Does even up the lane quite nicely, but Marin, though, he's getting jumped on by Caveman one more time. Doesn't get the slow or the stun down there. But they were looking to be aggressive, trying to zone him away one more time.
Yeah, the idea is zone him at the very least. With Boots of Swiftness kind of make it hard to catch Marin. Of course, being a Twitch Bard, they need the Bard stun to hit as well. The follow-up's a little bit lacking from a Twitch. As the flip side still being that Lung is doing nothing at the moment. In fact, he's now double jungling again.
He's level 3 to level 5 on Marin at the moment. So a big experience disadvantage for Lung. Going to see what he can do to get back into this game. For now, he's moving back towards the top lane, trying to help his AD carry support out.
Still a disastrous start for Lung. He was a big carry in that first game on the Trundle, and it was important that he was still doing well.
Dandy going to take a cake to the face there. Punish going to pop that one, chunk down the jungler. But Vici now looking towards the top lane outer turret as LGD looking to try and take down the Infernal Drake with you and Amy.
It's going to hurt them, but it'll definitely go down. As again, one of the strengths of Gangplank, now very much prevalent, as you can see.
Just pops his ultimate up in the top lane, able to clear out that entire wave and stop Vici from following up, as the next dragon to spawn will be a Mountain Dragon. That's a 8-minute dragon for LGD, showing they still want to prioritize this objective in Game 2.
Yeah, quite an early Drake taken, so once again, not too bad here for LGD, as they've started on the right foot to an extent once more. Whoa, you
looking for it there. Casual sidestep from Easy. It's going to be able to keep himself alive.
Keyword casual, because he didn't sidestep, but you expected it. When you make a flash obvious, it becomes a 50-50. So, curious stuff from you. He outplays himself.
For now, though, Vici and LGD, they're going to be able to trade outer turrets. As we see Long, he took down the top lane outer turret. The bottom lane outer turret for the side of Vici is incredibly low. We'll have to see if LGD can make one final push to take it down. Bard trying to run down the lane as fast as possible and stop that from happening, whereas Amy looking to try and take away the red buff on LGD's side of the map.
Yeah, still proving that he's got what it takes to play Kindred as a jungler, but with a 0-0-0 scoreline. Does feel quite similar, eerily similar to what has happened in the past, as this is absolute disaster. He's almost dead.
Long had to flash away there. Marin level 6 to level 4 Echo. He's 20 CS behind this Swain at the moment. Things are just not going well as Punish just gets both his cakes blown up by the Alex switch.
He just misplayed massively.
Speak about outplaying yourself.
Yep, it's not ideal.
Teleport being used here by Long up into the top lane, try and pick up whatever remains of this CS. Desperately trying to find some experience and some farm for himself. He's sitting on a Spectre's Cowl and his Dark Seal with the Corrupting Potion.
Punish is having a very bad time.
Now he's starting to slowly fall behind Easyhoon in this lane.
One of the cool things about Lissandra, I will say, is the Rod of Ages / Catalyst changes kind of complement her laning phase. Remember, every time you trade with someone, you get health back when you expend mana. It's pretty gnarly.
This could be disastrous for long here as Marin and Amy sitting up towards the top side of the map. Dandy is here trying to protect his top laner. Long going to take a lot of damage from Marin here. Here comes the bird. Teleport actually being used here. Easy here looking for something. The spear is not going to connect. There goes the claw. Looking for Amy. They lock him down. He can't use his ultimate. Yes, he can. Gets out of the crowd control just in time. Incredibly low. It's Long. Going to be able to heal up. Dives forward. Is able to take down Amy. He gets taken down by the parlay coming out from Punish. And they're still looking for more. It's Easy here now. He has to run away. There's the cake. The slow comes down from the sway. Not going to be enough. And Punish misses that cake. Easy here is going to get out of there alive.
And quite frankly, not good enough from Punish, but the end result still being members alive from Vici. Dandy, with what little mana he had, is enough to zone away. The turret, too scary of a prospect once more. LGD still showing some positives. The end result always just seems to backfire on them.
And Easy Hoon was almost able to lock down Amy before the Lens Respite came out. That was almost a saving grace, so to speak, for LGD. If not, that would have been an easy pickup for the lineup. But for now, it is in Vici's favor. They're about 1,000 gold ahead at the moment, with Big Wave crashing the bottom side of the map for Vici.
Him still kicking at OG as well. Maxing the Q first on the Vayne. Deciding that it's his best option. You do get more tumbles in naturally, but the W seems to be the preference with current item builds rushing attack speed. We'll see what he goes, because it looks like just Blade first.
I did not know that. I thought all Veins were still maxing that Q. So thank you, Rusty.
Oh, you're welcome.
He is looking towards picking up the Blade of the Ruined King, it seems. Does have the recurve bow, as well as the Vamp Scepter. So the component's being picked up. Meanwhile, Shen Shenpi looking to try and pick up a Yomu's Ghost Blade. It seems pretty standard item on Twitch at the moment.
Standard, but also a little bit different to what every Twitch does. Some actually prefer going for a slightly different build with a Hurricane involved, because Dandy's just giving it to him.
Amy taking a lot of damage, flashes forward, or pounces forward, I should say. Absolutely executes Amy inside of his own jungle.
The longest pounce in history was just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. As Kindred dashed at the exact same time, and he went the whole way and just destroys him. Dandy is big.
Well, we talked a lot about how Amy has to do something for LGD, and that something is probably not going to be dying inside of your own jungle.
Yeah, that's why I liked when he was playing Rek'Sai's. This is an interesting situation.
Dandy and Easy here trying to siege up that mid lane outer turret. It's down incredibly low. Not going to be able to get it on that way, but should be able to get it shortly. You looking for a death sentence here. Casually, Shen Shenpi is going to be able to pick up all the hot cocoa, heal himself back up.
Yeah. Not enough keg play as well in the middle lane from Vici. If they actually killed the kegs, perhaps there was the tower going down or punished even in a diveable position. But he kind of just walks it out. What is he doing? It will die.
Scuttle Crab taken down by Shen Shenpi as a turret is finally taken down in the mid lane for Vici. So now they lead in terms of turrets killed 2-1. Dandy going to get locked down by the Nevermoon, but Easy Hoon's here to try and secure this blue buff. Marin wants it. The birds are going to come out. Not going to be enough to take it down. Dandy, although, is forced to smite that away.
Yeah, it was about to reset, so he had to smite it. Otherwise, they would have been there for far too long.
Flip side of the map, Amy looking to try and take down Vici side of the blue buff here. We'll be able to smite it away. Did it go over to it? Yes, it did. So Amy able to pick that one up.
He's not done. Kind of just meandering around.
This is a change. Long now, a level behind Marin. Is going to try and take it to him. Marin incredibly low on mana, so Echo does have the upper hand in that sense.
Big investment of gold towards Boots of Swiftness as well. So when you stack that magic resistance, you're always feeling okay on Echo. A slight edge, but that will backfire quite quickly. The closer that we get to a Rod of Ages on Marin, as Amy's just chilling on a ward.
Finally is able to sweep that away. But for now, Vici, they're looking to try and take a dragon of their own. We saw this in the last game. Now looking towards that mountain dragon. Wards have been put down. They're able to spot that one out. Danny looking to try and take it down as fast as possible. You, though, he's in position to try and pull a miracle off. Danny does have his smite and will be able to smite it away. And the next dragon to come up will be another Infernal Dragon.
Yeah, so something that LGD definitely have to look towards. And as such, I would imagine a lot of emphasis will be there for Vici in the same respect. You can't give over 2 Infernals for nothing.
Move back towards the mid lane as we take a look at the items as well. Punished, already a big spike. Got his Trinity Force up and available. Easy Hoon at the same time does have his Rod of Ages complete. Unlike Marin, still sitting on the components for now on his Swain.
And both teams this time around kind of running similar strategies in comparison to Game 1. This is the big alteration in it that Marin should be doing well against Lung, given how the game had started. But if Lung keeps starting to, manhandle him to an extent, then Vici are actually quite content with what's going on. The only major flip side is that Xuen wants to team fight, whereas Imp's pretty content with just getting the 2v2 or the 1v1, being Vayne naturally. So we'll see what breaks out. I think if a 1-3-1 breaks out, Vici have the upper hand simply because Vayne sitting in a mid lane, not too great.
Well, let's see if they can do that, because Shen are looking to try and get the jump onto these carries. The pink ward should be able to spot them out. Here comes a very deep ward on the side of Vici there. Caveman getting it locked down, takes a lot of damage, is able to flash in a nice direction. Easy Hoon locks down Imp, but there's a 4-man stack from LGD. Good Temper Fate locks down 3 members. Here comes Lung. They take down you, but Marin dealing so much damage along with Amy, trying to pounce left and right. LGD should be able to pick up this team fight as Lung desperately trying to run away from Imp. He's going to be able to take him down. That's a 4-for-1 trade in favor of LGD.
And walking towards the Vayne is never ideal. LGD actually teleporting with quite nice timing. They push away the Twitch, as this is an interesting walkthrough of the mid lane.
MV Pink is the pink ward up in that top lane, able to spot out that Twitch submarine coming in. Amy, though, able to casually, jump away from that spear. LGD looking towards trying to get some damage down onto this outer turret. Gold still dead even between these teams after that fight, but we take a look at the replay, Rusty.
Yeah, once again, Xuan was noticed and Caveman comes in. So they just destroy Caveman's health bar before he can really react. Easyun has to flash on it, but look at the double teleport from Punished and Marin, and how Xuen, the Twitch, had nothing to do but die. Easyun had flashed earlier, so no health bar to speak of, and a surprisingly convenient condemn, as Imp finishes this fight with essentially full health, except for the afterburst of Lung.
So big team fight for LGD there. You can take a look at the damage dealt. Punished put on some work. We mentioned he was, not being peeled away from Shen in that team fight, was absolutely able to slaughter him.
Yeah, I think the major difference as well when we're looking at that is, whilst Easyhoon did a lot of damage, he's committal CC now. Like, he has to be in the middle of the fight to do that damage. And yes, it was a lot. But really, the Twitch did nothing. And so they started this fight in an awkward spot where Vici were kind of getting a flank, and then the teleports from LGD flanked them. They need that Twitch to be relevant, as Lung is just dead. That's
the Popper's ultimate trying to run away, but Imp is just going to be able to chase him down slowly and steadily. He does have his Blade of the Ruin King as well as that Zeal. That's just looked too easy from him.
No, it's the same thing as everything that's happened so far. That's deep Punished.
Jumped on. He was looking for a punish. Definitely trying to take down Dandy, but not quite able to do so.
A lot of damage, however. All the crits connecting from just the Trinity Force and the crit cloakers. Hello, Twitch.
Twitch is going to pop out, puts down the Spraying Prayer, the rat-a-tat-tat. And he's able to take him down. Good summary play for Vici, able to get a pick for themselves and pull back the kill that was taken down by Imp in the bottom lane.
And this is exactly what we expected from LGD as the response, though. Imp doesn't want to group up. If he does, then you would call it almost a mistake. The ideal scenario for LGD is they fight where Imp is, because both members of the team teleport in to assist him. But the Twitch, he has higher capabilities.
They're looking for a fight. Temper Fate going to force a flash from you here. Amy going to be able to just casually dodge out of it.
Yeah, proactive stuff though. Once again from Vici.
Dead even in this game though. Vici, they were far behind the previous match and were able to take the game to LGD during the late game. This time around, you look at LGD's team comp, a Vayne, a Gangplank, and a Kindred as well. These are very scary late game champions.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think both teams actually have quite strong late games. I'm
Twitch
still looking at Lung though, because he is a non-factor.
It's 80 CS to 116 on the side of Marin. Doesn't have a single kill yet. It's died 3 times, only barely being able to pick up 3 assists. Hasn't even completed a single major item. His counterpart Marin already got his Rod of Ages stacking here. Vici though looking to try and take down this bot lane outer turret. Should be able to take it down. Shoshi will get the final auto attacks off and take the magical journey to safety. As the Dragon's going to be spawning about 40 seconds here, and that is the second Infernal Drake.
Yeah, so the second Infernal Drake. You would imagine both teams now with about 30 seconds want to recall, actually bolster their strength, and what that always indicates is that they want to fight They absolutely do. If Easyhoon gets the Zonias, it could be fight changing as well. Means that initiation that you're committing towards is a bit safer for you. They've got 2 big items on the Twitch. And whilst Vici lost that last team fight, the gold's still close enough that they're absolutely ready to go. They just need to kill people before Lung's lack of tankiness becomes an issue.
And it feels like a lot of big spikes on Vici right now. Dandy also got that rise. You mentioned 2 big items on Twitch. Zonya's on Easyhoon as well. This team fight could be really good for Vici if they could force LGD to fight now.
So to contrast that though, remember there is a lack of items actually there completed for LGD. They've gone mid sort of tier items. They've got a Hex Drinker. That's nice, but it's not enough. Spirit Visage isn't fully there. Infinity Edge isn't there. He's actually gone for a longsword in between it, perhaps for a Hex Drinker of his own. There is a QSS though for Imp. That man is going to be very difficult to kill.
Hopefully going to be able to keep himself alive against Easyhoon. Flash from Marin, respecting the claw. But meanwhile, LGD, they're able to take down the second Infernal Dragon of the game, Vici. Not going to be able to contest that at all.
And that's unfortunate because Vici definitely should have. You can see how aggressive they're looking.
Temper Fate not going to be able to connect on anyone. Dandy now going to get absolutely obliterated as Imp picks up that kill. Now Caveman is stuck inside the Gangplank ultimate. Shen P comes out of stealth just to find an Imp running in towards his face. No flash available in the vein, but he's fast enough to run away. The claw's going to come up easy, but that's probably going to be his death. He has to flash over the wall. There goes Amy over the wall. The ultimate's going to come out from the Hood trying to stop him. The kegs aren't going to be enough, but still LGD find the dragon and 2 kills for themselves.
And such a poor decision from Vici. This 1v1 is basically non-existent, so we can ignore that it's happening unless Lung wants to die. The team fight that just broke out was on the back end of a dragon already being taken. Why on earth did LGD just get that for free when Vici's best case scenario is fighting for the objective? Myron wasn't even there.
Myron blew his flash
Exactly.
on top of that as well. Just from the claw coming out from Easy here, and then suddenly things are really looking good for LGD. They do have a nice gold lead. They're about 1,500 gold ahead, but importantly for me anyway, it's going to be 2 Infernal Drakes for their lineup.
Yeah, it's like 720 gold, maybe even more. This is just... Ugh.
Shen just going to get dived here by Imp. He's probably going to pay for it with his life, but Imp probably happy with that.
You know what? Lung got a shutdown. Lung got red buff as well, so all things considered, it's not that bad. What they are saying, however, is Imp being very talkative on camera is, why are you guys not doing anything? And I'll tell you why, because they're in base, Imp. They're in base.
Talk to your team, Imp. You know, communication before you die, not after.
Nah, communicate after. Just make sure you die at the right time. That's like a 1-for-1 as a Vayne against the Twitch is technically still worth it, right? But here's a 5-0 Vayne against the, what was a 1-2 Twitch beforehand. Guy's just a man.
Imp, though, he's been able to pick up his Phantom Dancer, so another major item pickup for the Vayne.
Yeah, Vayne is big. Vayne's huge. In comparison, I think Twitch will still do a lot of damage if he can get to the right place at the right time. See how non-impactful that red buff is now that Spirit Visage is completed.
Marin just going to be able to pop his ultimate, heal up all the damage, or really whatever damage he put down.
So Marin turned off his ult, and that's why Lung had a slight edge in this trade. Now
just
that it's back
on.
Yeah, now that it's back, you just run away. Rinse and repeat, lose lane. That's the way that Lung's playing at the moment.
He's still quite far behind in terms of CS at the moment. Lung's still looking to be that aggressor against Marin here, but it's just not doing anything for him right now. As Imp, he's moving up towards top lane.
I will say it's because there's no teleport for Lung that he's being aggressive. Because if Marin ever finds an opportunity to go somewhere else on the map, then it'll actually be disastrous for Vici. So Lung has 2 choices. Sit there and fight him, or not be there at all.
Easyhoon, they're going to get jumped on here. Marin looking to try and put down the Never Move. He's going to get locked down. Easyhoon has to pop the ultimate onto himself, but there's so many members of LGD here. Zonya's will be put down, but that should be a pick going to Easyhoon. He's going to be able to take the claw out.
Nice.
And the nice ultimate coming out from the Bard. It's going to be able to keep the Lissandra alive. Vici somehow saved their mid laner.
Caveman comes up so clutch in that fight. Easyhoon does have teleport, but remember, no ultimate, no flash to be seen. He was definitely at a threat of dying. Tell you what, that was awesome from Caveman.
That was beautiful. Good coordination between mid laner and support there. Able to save his life. Costing him a lot of spells though. Zonya's used, Lissandra ultimate used as well. Temper Fate being used there too. So LG do have a window of opportunity to capitalize on it. We'll see if they are able to do so.
Problem is there isn't a whole lot to capitalize on available to them on the map. Once again, the next Drake's going to be a mountain. which means you would still think that both teams want it. We'll see if Vici can actually set up better for it this time, as the window has arrived. Being a window of opportunity, not just a window. Like, there's no window here.
No windows in Summoner's Roof?
Don't
Is Magical
think so.
Journey a window into another dimension?
It's a journey.
Ah, okay.
It's not called Magical Window.
It should be.
Maybe if it was a window, it should be. Okay, I'm not going to argue with that.
But now, though, Teleport actually going to get used in the mid lane and cancelled as the mid lane out turret gets taken down by LGD. They even up the towers taken by both teams and also pick up a 2,000 gold lead for themselves.
And the fourth Easy Hoon's teleport, so he can't afford to split push. Lung, even without that teleport, can barely afford to do it himself. It should be there by the time the Drake is up, though. So
taking a look at Long, he's picked up 2 big items for himself. Does have the Spirit Visage and the Iceborne Gauntlet right now, as well as the Ruby Crystal. So trying to get more tanky as this game progresses, but he's still 40 CS behind Myron at the moment, who has his own Spirit Visage and the Rod of Ages, and also looking towards his Zhonya's Hourglass next.
yeah, so top lane's kind of just a lost cause at the moment. Looking between Lung and Myron, they're both just going to be teleport options for the team. I will say it's going to be near impossible to kill Myron. Lung always going to be at threat of dying, and this is just what Vayne does to you. It means anyone on your team can die very easily. I just think that Vici are probably going to struggle to teamfight, which is something they want to be doing. That GP is huge.
Something is a lot of people on the side of LGD are huge. Remember, you see the Infinity Edge picked up on Gangplank already. Slated probably looking towards Yoma's Ghostblade or Essence Reaver coming in for him.
Who, sorry?
Okay, GP.
I'd probably go more, yeah.
More also picked up.
Yeah, it needs the Hex Drinker.
You can see Imp as well. He's already got 2 major items right now, as well as that QSS, but he's 5-1 and 3. He's known as the carry for the side of LGD, and he's definitely trying to put on his carry pants with his Vayne in this match. Mountain Dragon, has spawned here. Vici already picked up 1 Mountain Dragon in his aim. Definitely would want to pick up another.
Got him.
Spear's going to land onto you. Actually slows down Amy slightly too with the Ludus proc.
Finally on the ball, though, with timing here, Vici. They were given their 2 minutes notice, and they actually reacted.
Myron does have his teleport and is split pushing up in the top lane. So
The
longer this takes, the more time Myron has to push it out. But now Vici going to work on trying to take down this dragon. Gangplank actually caught between mid lane and bottom lane. There is the teleport as a flank. There's you. Going to flash forward. Finds Caveman with the hook. He flashes out. Takes the magical journey as well. Imp though, he's getting blown up. Luke trying to take him down. He's going to get jumped up by P. They take down Imp. And now he's here going back into the fight. Punish. Try to do whatever he can. It's not going to land the kegs. Luke will jump back in with his ultimate and find a great team fight for Vici. They only lose the Twitch and they find 3 kills in that fight.
Nidalee somehow near the blue buff gets them the dragon. I have no idea how that happened, but absolutely impeccable team fighting out of Vici. Easy Hoon gets on the right target, and even though Imp's QSS was near pixel perfect, and I do hope we see a replay of that because that was unreasonably quick, he still dies. They have the damage. You can't QSS that damage. Vici get on the priority target, and they make sure that he dies. And that's how they win their team fight.
They're able to pull back the gold lead as well with the 2 Mountain Dragons. It's definitely looking good for them. But look at this. So much damage coming out from Punish and Imp in that team fight. It's just not enough.
No, it's not enough. Punish did his job, but it was kind of an afterthought at the end of the fight. As that's, that's nailed it. There it is. No, there it's gone. There it is. So, we didn't see the QSS. That's unfortunate. But did flash over the wall to take out Imp. You can see the damage Punish is doing. I'm still confused as to how Nidalee got that.
Did he walk into a trap?
Was it a trap? It must have been a trap.
Must have been a trap.
Runic Echoes proc got it?
Actually, yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Just got the mountain Drake.
I'm going to go home and watch that replay later because that was amazing. So far, though, Dandy going to get actually locked down by a hook. Then Italy going to heal herself up, trying to run away. P, spray and pray, rat-a-tat-tat onto so many members. Gets a double kill. Long trying to keep Imp occupied, but Myron and Imp going to be able to do a lot of work here as the Tempered Fate's going to be able to lock down that Swain. They trade 1 for 2.
And Imp and Myron against the world. They do push them back. That Twitch damage was starting to get ridiculous, and he hasn't got his 3rd item yet. Once that Infinity Edge is there, that's the potential lights-out choke point that you don't want LGD to fight in. Remember, we're looking at a Vayne against the Twitch. Fighting in that particular area could spell disaster. We still have a game on our hands because Vici has shown that resilience. The stars have even aligned with Dragon Takes. That's now 2 mountains against 2 fires.
We weren't able to see what the next one will be here. Hopefully be able to see when that spawns. But for now, I want to really take a look at the items here because we talked about Twitch having a big item pickup or waiting for his next big item pickup. Merkel's Scimitar being picked up by Imp here, so extra movement speed when he uses that QSS. As well as a little bit more damage. Easy Hoon though, he's got his Void Staff picked up and a Negatron Cloak, so probably going towards the Abyssal Scepter next. As well as Dandy, he's got his Rylai's picked up, looking towards another needlessly large rod item here. We'll have to see what he decides to pick up. But so far, Vici, picking up some good items here and there. LGD still look like they're in between builds. As Moore was completed by Punish earlier, now only has a Zeal here, so probably a Rapid Fire Cannon.
For Punished?
For Punish or an Essence Reaver?
Could be, I'd say, look, it's not an Essence Reaver item.
Sell it, get the Essence Reaver instead.
Unless he's getting a second Trinity Force with that Health Crystal, I think it's just going to stay at a Zeal for now. Ideally, it'd be like a Static Shield perhaps, or a Rapid Fire Cannon. Phantom Dancer if you really feel like trading. Really, he just has it for crit.
Aegis of the Legion being picked up by Yu. And we see Bard being played by Caveman. He's got the Locket of the Iron Solari, as the Infinity Edge has already been picked up by Shen Shenpi.
Yeah, that's a very important pickup. Definitely noteworthy. And if the Twitch gets a team fight off where he's hitting more than one member, that team's pretty much dead.
And this game is the definition of dead even. 2 dragons each, 3 towers each, 11-11 by Caveman. He might get taken down. Punish going to take a lot of damage there. Lock of the Iron Solari going to help him out, but Punish Ultimate is going to be able to take down Caveman in the back lines. Kegs are going to be put down. Shenchepi trying to get Rat-a-tat-tat onto members. Yu, though, is going to get taken down. They trade supports here.
Imp's
but
in.
Imp, he's going to jump on the Shenchepi. They take down the ADK. Vici suddenly on the back foot, trying to retreat away. Easy puts the claw down, trying to get out of there. Imp desperately tries to kite away from the spears, and LGD look towards pushing down the mid lane.
Yeah, forced recalls. If Myron can stop their backs, which he only stopped one of, I'm not sure if Vici can respond here at all. They have to walk the long way. That is a turret. Absolutely well done once again from LGD. Punished, playing surprisingly well and showing us what he's actually capable of.
Made a couple of mistakes early in the game with his keg play, but
he does it every game. That's what we're seeing from him at the moment.
Teamfight's been able to pull it off so far. Easy Hoon trying to be a little bit cheeky here, waiting inside the bush. Scuttle Crab. Okay, takes the Luna's prop. Might actually bait them out. Here comes a claw coming in from Easy Hoon. Decides to run away.
I'm not sure what that was.
He's going to try and chase him. That's to actually flash away.
Don't use your claw to go for a Scuttle Crab. Imp has a QSS. He'll just run at you. Oh well.
That's exactly what it is. The 6-2 and 4 Vayne looking really strong so far. That was a crucial pick onto Shen Shenpi while he was trying to chase down Punished.
Yeah, it was. Amy's still having a pretty bad time. And once again, the deciding factor of a lot of these games has been Amy's presence. 0-3-4, behind 30 CS. Hasn't got many marks either. You can see one's available at the Wolves. He's just the weak link of this team in game number 2.
In about 20 seconds, Dragon number 5 will spawn here. And it's going to be a Cloud Dragon coming up. So no more stacking of the major buffs here, but would still give them a huge advantage if either of these teams able to take down Elder Dragon when that spawns. And that Dragon is going to be live. So far, neither team making their way towards it. LGD do look like they have the positional advantage at the moment. No flash on Easy Hoon if a fight breaks out as well, which might be crucial. One
of the few not impactful Drakes you would imagine at this stage in the game. Yes, moving around the map's important. But we'll see how much priority they place on this, because it's a really good excuse just to team fight.
Amy's gone in here. Lots of damage out of the Dandy. Punish, trying to take down the Nidalee. Look now, has to try and get out of there. Kindred will be able to pick up the Dragon as Yu was looking for the hook, not able to find it. Temper Fate's going to come out and lock down the remaining members of LGD. Somehow, they abort their mission and able to get it out of there alive.
They barely make it out with their health bars blinking low, but that also signals the go towards the Baron. Dandy not being there. That's their smite missing. And Vici, they do have to be careful about this. LGD with 2 Infernals and a Cloud now. They have so much team fighting potential.
Definitely looking towards it. Huge going to try and throw out a hook here. Vici Easy is actually going to get locked down, gets condemned backwards. Kim has to use his QSS. He's at half health. Easy in the back line, trying to do what he can. Spray and pray comes out. Im takes so much damage, but the Kindred Ultra keeps himself alive. P finds one. He's looking for more. There's the claw to punish. Locks him down. Has to eat an orange. He's okay for a while, but it might not be for long. As Marin taking a lot of damage in the back line. So Spear will connect on the gangplank. Danny looking for the pounce. Not going to be able to find it.
Marin.
He's going to get taken down. One more Spear comes out. They take him down. They get the shutdown as well. And Nidalee finds another kill.
Took an awful long time to take out Marin, but small mechanical differences. Actually, the difference between a full ace and what they got right now. But Vici with 4 members strong, a Twitch with a Nidalee heal to back it. Could be a Baron. Look how quick they get this.
Punish though, looking to try and stop them, puts down the keg actually onto the Baron. Empty pit, no wards to stop them. Vici decide they want to get out of there, and that's so much damage from the Twitch there. P put on a show in that fight.
Yeah, so once again, the most important thing was the use of the QSS from Imp. He used it so early, and the only reason he had to use it was to get out of a small stun. And with the lurking side member of Easyhoon with his ultimate still available, Imp had to run away. Unfortunately though, Punished picks up Easyhoon because he didn't self-cast his ultimate. He ulted Punished, and Punished has oranges. So it wasn't okay for the Hoon.
We check in on Punish really quickly as well. He did upgrade that Zeal item, picks up the Phantom Dancer instead. He's going to be able to reduce some of the damage once he gets in close towards the back line of Vici.
Absolutely an army. Finally as well, Execution is calling for Twitch to me is actually a very redeeming feature of the team fighting that Vici have available to them. We're at 36 minutes in this game, and we're basically at even.
Definitely is. We saw how dead even it was earlier. Now it's about 1,000 gold at most in LG's favor. They do have a dragon advantage, but that's only the Cloud Dragon. It's PNHMP looking for Punish. The Rat-a-tat-tat's going absolutely everywhere.
Oh
actually gets taken down. Punish going to be able to take it down. It almost felt like a misplay as they trade 1-for-1.
You've got to be Punished is just a god. That should not have ever happened. Schwen has flash and heal and still dies. Disrespect was given to Punish just there. He walked too close. He didn't use a summoner spell. An absolutely best case scenario for that gangplank is found.
Still a Rat-a-tat-tat there, not being controlled nicely by Schwen. It went everywhere. It was stacking minions and he was all over the place.
That's kind of what Hurricane does with it as well. Like, he was still hitting Punish to an extent, but that was messy. And that was potentially a Baron winning play. And Vici had their Twitch alive still.
Still, trade 1-for-1 allows him to go back to base and pick up his Mortal Reminder. Punish, on the other hand, still sitting on the Drone. I can't pronounce that item to save my life. On the fist, on the gauntlet.
Jarums,
Yep, Jarum's fist. Wait to see what he decides to upgrade that into.
The Jarum's fist, that's the making of Asterix, right? That's yeah, it's Asterix. We don't have to see. We know.
Another one being picked up by Kindred as well, so Amy looking to find some survivability.
Yeah, and it's teamfight time for LGD. And they've got their elixirs now for Imp ready to go.
More of Malmortis been picked up and the elixir of iron on Imp here, so looking for more tenacity and possibly to stay alive longer in these fights.
Yeah, which is quite important given all the crowd control available. He wants to use that QSS for the perfect moment. This is going to be a very hard team for Vici to crack.
They've done it time and time again, though, even after losing multiple members in team fights. LGD been able to... They were cracked, essentially, as you mentioned. But every single time after those fights, LGD, they're the ones that find the objectives. They find another pick before a fight starts. And they still look like the leaders in this game, despite the even score.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say that we look at League of Legends at a momentum standpoint. Remember, these are 5 emotional players now working together. LGD have the Baron area, they have the vision, they also have a gangplank. But if kegs connect, which they don't, you just cops the spear, people will die. Longdo
actually going to try and face off against Marin here. Marin just pops on his ultimate and heals up as much as possible. You actually taking a couple of spears to the face. Tempered Fate going to land on towards the Thresh. Spear not going to come out, but forces the flash from the Thresh.
So Bard ult for a flash. Bard ult will be up far sooner than that of the Summoner spell burned.
Amy taking a spear to the face in the back lines.
Yeah, it's just control now being gained as...
You got to be careful. He's going to jump in. Great Grain Cake ultimate is going to separate the team. Punish. He's in the back lines on top of you. You's actually going to take a lot of it. Who pops his Zonya's mid-hook there. He's going to get locked down though, as there's the ultimate coming in from Kindred, trying to keep the support alive. Marin desperately trying to do whatever he can. Thresh going to fall down. P, he's taking so much damage, but but the rat-a-tat-tat gets into the backlines.
Oh my God,
More
that
importantly,
is ridiculous.
there is him. He's into the backlines, pops to QSS, trying to stay alive there, but LGD, they still lose 3 members in that fight, and
Lung
only
is
Twitch
so
gone
dead.
down.
Oh my God, Easy has to teleport to save him.
Easy is going to try and do what he can here. He's got the home guards here, trying to look for him. There goes the claw, not going to be able to lock him down, and then still scared of this Vayne.
Yo,
He's going to try and turn around. He's going to go onto him. There goes the Parallel Convergence coming in on top of Imp, but he's still alive here. They're so scared of this AD carry.
They're massively afraid of Imp.
They're going to jump on him.
Yeah, what? I'm a bit confused.
Well, there we go. There's the ultimate. Easier locking down Imp. He's still alive. He's still breathing, but the final Ice Claw comes
punished.
out. Punish gets a fantastic barrel out there and is able to pull one back, taking down the Bard in return. Messy team fight from LGD and Vici, but LGD come out ahead.
Extended team fights with lots of teleports and a lot of damage from every single member. Both AD carries holding off on their key spells for far too long in that fight. And once again, we're looking at Vici fighting in the choke point between Baron and Blue Buff, and then like fighting their way down where it's actually perfect for them. But because the Twitch couldn't get it going, they couldn't just outright win it.
Amy also put down his ultimate so early in that fight, just to save you.
Yes, and Punished is just outright winning. Like, you basically flayed 3 of them inside the GP ultimate, and from that point, it was like, the fight's actually kind of even. Amy does blow the ultimate to keep him alive, but that's also for the greater good of the team fight. There was also a bit of a disconnect between Punished and the rest of the team, but once he arrived, you have to respect that gangplank.
He's been playing well. He has 6 items right now. Starrick's Gauge picked up as well. Look at this gold graph. It's just... it's all over the shop right now, and it's been dead even for quite some time.
This is actually the scary part of the game. Remember, the Elder Dragon is up at the same time as the Baron. The question of priority now comes into mind. 3 Drakes for LGD and 2 Infernals. So they want that Elder Dragon. There is no questioning which one they want. Remember, Vici can still take them both quickly if they decide to sneak or rush one, given that they have 2 mountains. They also don't want LGD getting the Infernal Drake, so I would imagine it's something that they will still prioritize. But all of the vision, all of the control is still around the Baron, and that's why I said sneak. Because if they can just get onto it before LGD can react, and perhaps they can take it and then make their way over to the Elder anyway.
Well, let's see how these objectives are prioritized in the next few minutes. If you take a look at the items one more time here, Shen P has another Vampiric Scepter, so we're going to pick up his first lifesteal item of the game.
Well, that'll be very handy for him. He's needed that for quite some time.
Yep, he's 8 and 8 right now. Nobody else on his team is above 3 deaths, so this Twitch has been the main focus. As him takes a spear to the face, doesn't even do that much damage right now.
No, Dandy doesn't have a Void Staff. That's something that's sorely lacking on him in the way of killing Imp. Even Punished to an extent. Yeah, Dandy's just kind of just missing damage.
Shen P popping his ghost. Oh, not ghost, sorry, the invisibility.
He's being sneaky.
Looking to try and see if he can find anyone as
Starting
LGD. They're looking towards Baron here, and let's see if they can take it down fast enough. Down at half health. There goes the Temper Fate coming out just to lock down the objective. Teleport actually cancelled by Lung.
That was actually insanely clever. They cancelled his teleport with Marin, and now he's here.
They're looking for a fight. LGD trying to start one out. Easy able to slow them down and back off away. They're able to poke out LGD, but they could just turn around for another Baron attempt.
They want
Parallel
the fight.
Convergence. It's here. Here comes Louis. Top of Imp. Imp gets locked down. He's got an ultimate coming out for Easier, but he's inside of the Lissandra ultimate. He's going to get locked down. Easier going to deal so much damage. LGD get obliterated by the rat-a-tat-tat. As Shen P, he takes down 2. Killing speed for Dandy and Vici. They get the ace. They find the team fight they were looking for, and they're looking towards the Nexus.
The team fight from Vici once more gets them exactly what they're after. Easy Hoon goes back for the teleport so that he's got health to help end this game. And at 44 minutes, with none of the major objectives taken, they both stand and Vici get the fight.
Vici have 2 Mountain Dragons. The objectives are crumbling like a hot knife through butter at the moment, and Vici look to close out a fantastic game 2 against LGD once again from behind to pick up the series 2-0. What a phenomenal game of League of Legends.
A seriously impressive second game from Vici just because they brought it back. We can throw shade all we want at LGD, but when it came down to it, they played comfort, they executed on that comfort, and they just got outplayed in one team fight. That's all it takes.
LGD, they, both games in a row, start off really strong. Had the upper hand, had the gold advantage. Game 2 had the objective advantage as well, but both times Vici just wait till the final minutes of the game, and it's off the back of Easy Hoon one more time. Lockdown Imp in game number 2. Closed out the game for his team, and Punished, he played so much better in game 2, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, look, Punished was actually very impressive as a performance in that game. I think the Gangplank was a standout redeeming feature for LGD. If there's anything that we can take away from this game, it's not just that Imp is a good Vayne. That's pretty obvious. We know that he's a good mechanical player. It's that Punish did more than what was expected of him in the second time we've seen him play now.
Well, let's take a look at what we talked about before this game started. You know, both these teams came into it. They were 0-1, both dropping games in week 1 here. This is the match for themselves to put themselves on the scoreboard. And honestly, in my opinion, Vici, they won this game, but LGD actually looked promising this time round.
Yeah, and again, that's the big thing we had to say, right, is where are these teams going to lie in the standings? Yes, that's important for both of them because we need to make it to the playoffs. But what we have seen is a near meteoric rise of LGD's performance, strictly in one extra series, yes, and against the team Vici that are not that great early. They do like to play the map slow. They give a lot of opportunities to LGD and the occasional team fighter go to them. Yes, that is a thing. LGD are still above and beyond better than what we saw in week 1.
And you know, we talked a lot about how Amy and Danny, they're going to be key factors coming into this game as well. The junglers are going to have a big impact on this matchup. And frankly, it felt like Amy was non-existent throughout most of that game. The final team fights is Kindred Ultimate, you know, trying to save Thresh, not able to keep Imp alive as well, used really early, and he just wasn't dealing damage in those team fights either.
Yeah, again, junglers kind of just counter-jungled each other and then looked for the occasional gank, looked for the occasional team fight, but Amy was a walking Lamb's Respite. It's the best way to describe him right now is all he did was press R and try and keep Imp alive, try and keep the rest of his team going, Punished as well. It was an important role. Yes, that's always a reason Kindred's going to see play, simply because the Lamb's Respite is an amazing spell to extend a team fight and do extra damage to the opposition. The end result is he was 0-3-4 at like 25 minutes in that game. He did not do his job, and I don't know if that's what LGD need. They still need that Game 1 Rek'Sai.
On top of that, Lung, he really showed up in both the games, I feel. You know, Game 1 was phenomenal on the Trundle. He felt like, you know, he could have possibly stolen the MVP away from Easy Hoon as well, and game number 2 fell behind so far on the Echo, but still was useful in those final team fights.
Yeah, and even laning phase started to hit a point where he was definitely still relevant. And that's the thing with Swain, is he builds ability power so that he can kill carries with his teleports. Very much a viable strategy, but Echo is going to build tank. He's going to be able to split push or at least hold his own. And eventually he hit the item spikes and he hit the point of power where he was able to team fight. And at that point is where Vici started to turn it all around.
So, speaking of Vici, I want to take a look at the big 3 that we were talking about before. We were talking a lot about their top lane, their jungler, their mid laner there. But frankly, in both those games, a lot of the impact came from the bottom lane as well. We saw game 1, you know, Endless on the Ezreal starting a couple of fights. Didn't look fantastic, but still had his presence felt in that game. Game 2, they bring in Shen P. He was fantastic on that Twitch. You know, got caught out a lot of times, got taken down a lot of times. He was the most deaths on his team as well, but during all the team fights, he was the one spraying and praying, doing so much damage to the backline.
He was a little bit sporadic, the old Shen P. He is a bit all over the shop, but you're right, when it actually came to the team fights, he was playing the hyper carry. That was our first question as well, between Endless or Shen. Is he going to be like the facilitator or role player that we saw Endless be with the Ezreal? He still carried, he still did his job, but we were looking at the big 3 from the top side of the map onwards of Vici. But on the flip side, we had Schwen in game 2, gets the Twitch, hyper carries. And really, whilst he did his job and he did carry, he made a lot of mistakes. It is something that I would say he felt like a young player, watching him actually play League of Legends on this map. And the experienced roster, Lung Dandy Easy Hoon, they actually set him up for those engages. They put the fight in a choke point, and they let him just spray and actually pray that he did what it was required.
And he did it fantastically. We saw the final team fight dealing so much damage to everybody in the back lines. But for now, let's take a look at the MVP for that game. It's going to go over towards Dandy on his nearly 4-1-14. Hopefully, we get to see a highlight of his amazing Dragon Steel, so to speak, as well.
Yeah, look, can do no wrong, Dandy. If a Runic Echoes proc, which we believe it was, stole that dragon away, like, holy moly. When I say can do no wrong, So the stars aligned for this guy. And yes, he performed well in this game. We can absolutely compare that to Amy on the flip side and say that Amy underperformed. You have to give credit where it's due to the Nidalee. He still is a strong player on Summoner's Rift.
And we had some questions about his damage later in the game, but let's take a look at a few of his highlights as well. This was, you said it was the longest pounce you ever see in your life.
That was a pretty long pounce. This is also the team fight, I believe, where we saw the Runic Echoes steal it. A massive team fight breaks out, you can see on the top side.
There's the trap.
But just keep your eyes, if he goes towards it, on how it actually breaks down.
There's the trap.
Because, like, impressive fight, right? Dandy's just chilling over there. And they come down, they're like,
Ping!
oh, perfect time. Just kidding, yeah. Get that Runic Echoes proc and steal the dragon away. Very well executed.
Good performance coming up from Dandy there, you know.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about Shen P, how he was very spectacular. Easy Hoon was spectacular in the fights as well. But Dandy, we had questions about him. You know, no Void Staff on this in Italy. Wasn't, you know, didn't think he'd be able to deal the damage that we thought he could. But to be honest, his positioning in his team fights and way he prioritized targets was fantastic. He was dealing lots of damage.
Like, this actually comes back to the original point that we made before we even saw the MVP. It's that Shen P was doing his job. He was dealing damage, and essentially by going for a death cap over a Void Staff, what Dandy wanted to do was keep him alive. You just give him a 500 health heal. I'm pretty sure the Twitch is going to value that attack speed and the sustain that he's going to get from it. So yes, Dandy's damage was a little bit lacking, but he knew what his game plan was going to be. That is to actually keep the Twitch alive so they can win a team fight.
So Rusty, before we wrap things up, just want to, you know, jump into this game one more time in an overall perspective. We saw two very close games between Vici and LGD. Both teams looking strong. Both teams looking like they could pick it up at any given time. What went wrong from LGD? Because we thought Vici would storm out of the gates in this game. We thought they would be the victors coming into this one. It would be a very good game for them because LGD being on a pretty big slump. But, you know, they put up a great fight, just not able to close out the game. What went wrong for them? What did they have to change into the next few matches?
I feel like they've got growing pains still, LGD, and it's something that we've always touched on, right? They're a young side in terms of the roster changes that they always make. Yes, Marin is a superstar top laner to back them up. He does have experience. Punished, definitely a rookie. Amy definitely still considered a rookie, and Imp's the only other experience, but they've also lost their shot caller. So what do LGD need to do? I don't know if Yu is shot calling. I don't know if someone else has stepped up, but that's what they need to fix.
And on top of that, we took a look at Vici before this game started. You know, their first loss in this split of the LPL was against RNG, arguably one of the best teams, if not the best team in China right now. We said, you know, that's not a reason to say why they're not looking good so far. But this game against LGD, a little bit too close for comfort, it almost felt. And where were they going wrong? Because they were the victors, and they looked great in some of their fights, but what was going wrong for them? Because it didn't look clean coming in from Vici.
I'm not sure if it's a drafting thing, but the end result for Vici is always going to be there. It's just that they, you know what, I think the best example is probably the Dragon fight that they just didn't actually want. And the one fight that they lost that could have put LGD in the driver's seat to close out the rest of the game, it's a fight that they didn't feel like they wanted to do, but they still went there. And so whilst I looked at LGD and said shot calling might be lacking in the late game team fights, but they got there well, which means perhaps Amy's showing a lack of confidence in late game shot calling. What I look at from Vici is the opposite. It's like they get to late game, and these guys know exactly what they're doing. Easy Hoon is the engage option, which seems to be what he always is, does his job very effectively. But that early game from Dandy, perhaps it's his shot calling or decision making that's lacking.
Well, that was the best of 3 series between LGD and Vici. Vici able to pick up a very close 2-0 victory in that matchup, and that was the first match that we had tonight. We do have another match coming up shortly, and before we go to break, we have some time to touch on that very quickly. Team WE will be taking on IMA in the next matchup. Rusty, what are your thoughts on this game? Is there anything in particular that stands out right off the bat?
Well, I mean, there's one thing that we have to address when we look at our next series, and it's plain and simple. IMA are undefeated, but we just don't know if they're good. Like, we're looking at a team formerly of EDG's sister team that could be a great team in the LPL. We came into week 1 with like a power ranking stack saying, you know what, they're probably like bottom to mid of the pack. They could be somewhere between like third and 5th perhaps. But we just don't know because their 2 wins that they have whilst they're undefeated were against middle of the pack teams.
And we can take a look at their run into the next match coming up very quickly, which is they're able to take 2-0 victories off both OMG and LGD as well. Whereas on the flip side, Team WE, they picked up a win, 2-0 victory against OMG as well, but it will drop 2 games in the best of 3 series against RNG and were only able to pick up 1. So, you know, Team WE, they are 1-1 right now, but arguably looking good in their first game against RNG. Is it weighted towards Team W's side here, or are we going to see a very heated battle?
I don't think there's such thing as a weighted game in this particular series that's about to follow it up. Naturally, World Elite versus IMA, a reasonably experienced team against a reasonably new team. I think the difference is actually just how the game starts, quite simply because World Elite get an advantage, they can usually hold that for the rest of the game. IMA, if they get an advantage, very aggressive in their control of the map and should be able to get it through from there.
So let's touch on that playstyle very quickly because we talk about it a lot when we looked at this game. You know, one team's very slow. Team W like to take things very slow. You know, the long 50-minute drawn-out games when they have a 10,000 gold advantage for 20 minutes. IMA, very fast and very quick to the gun. Is that what we're going to see coming to this game? The contrast of styles, the fast against the slow?
That's exactly what it should be, yeah. There was a conversation I had with Kelsey on Twitter, one of the LPL experts, saying that World Elite have actually shown signs of aggressiveness, and it's something that we may well see moving into this game, because they can keep pace quite exceptional. So whilst we look at this on paper, and it's absolutely true, it's going to be slow versus fast. It's going to be World Elite against IMA in that respect. It's also consistency and flashiness. So they can still get early ganks off World Elite. They can back behind Condi, who can get it done. They can utilize him to bridge them towards the team fight that they always want, because they're the Elder Dragon team, as it were. Someone that wants 35-minute team fights to then just out-execute their opponent.
So you mentioned consistency and flashiness, but where do we see these two aspects coming from these two teams? Because, you know, slow, fast, consistent, flashy, kind of a trend coming into this match.
Yeah, so consistency is the bottom lane of World Elite. We've got Mystic and Zero, the Korean duo in that bottom lane. They're absolutely consistent. If there's one thing that they are, they could fall behind. They're always going to be relevant. On the flip side, Amazing J is all of the flashiness, all of the aggressiveness.
Well, we'll be able to touch on that one very shortly, but for now we're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with the second and last game of the night, which will be Team WE taking on IMA. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
switch on the sky and the stars glow for you. It's just a matter of time before we learn how to fly. Welcome to the rhythm of the night. There's something in the air you can't deny. When can I see you again? Yeah, it's been fun, but now I've got to go. Before I go and hit the road, tell me when can I see you again? This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on, no luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking, no sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the beggars. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Vici. Joining me for tonight's broadcast is Zach Rusty Pie, and we just saw the best of 3 match between LGD and Vici. I almost lost that one very quickly, but we are going to go into the second match tonight. It's going to be Team WE taking on IMA, and both these teams, looking for another win here.
Yeah, IMA actually starting completely undefeated right now. 4-0 in their respective matches. Definitely not against the top tier teams, and I think our last set definitely proved that fact. But World Elite, 1-1, only losing to RNG, absolutely have everything to prove themselves.
So we'll touch on that a little bit more as we head into this. But for now, one thing I want to bring back is what we talked about before we went into that break. The difference in the play style between these two teams. On one hand, we have, the slow against the fast, and we also have the consistent against the flashy team. So, Rusty, break this down for us one more time.
No worries. So, consistency is actually World Elite. They are a slow-paced team. The reason they're a slow-paced team is because they have a reliable late-game team fight, and their consistency lies, generally speaking, through that bottom lane. CA's never been known to lose his lane either, and then 957 and Condi are potentially the wild cards thrown into that mix. I know 957 started the Rammus trend as an example in the top lane in the LPL. He can either be massive or it can be nothing for the team. Condi's the catalyst generally to that success as well. So their consistency definitely lies through majority of the members of the team. The flashiness, however, is definitely IMA. They are a sporadic team. I think most of that lies with the top laner of Amazing J, and that's probably where the big contrast point lies between these teams.
Yep, and we also have the fact that, we see our Team WE, they hold like a 10,000 gold lead for 20 minutes and, take the game as slow and as steady as they possibly can. The last two matches they played, even though they picked up a 2-0 victory, was the longest games we had that night as well, just because of how slow they are. IMA, on the other hand, they like to take things really quick, really fast, and that's another big contrast point between these two teams, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is slow against fast. World Elite, we call them the Elder Dragon team. We mentioned this before the break because they want 35 minutes. They want a team fight as 5. And funnily enough, Elder Dragon now spawns at 35. So that's why we're calling them that. It just happens to be a coincidence. I think the other side, IMA, they're definitely a team with high potential. And we need to see if that can really shine against their first test.
Well, we'll break it down even more in just a bit. But for now, let's take a look at the lineups for these two teams. First up, it's Team WE. Their lineup from top to bottom is going to be 957 with Condi, Sia in the mid lane, Mystic and Zero in the bottom lane. It's AD carry and support, and Aluka will be their substitute.
Hopefully a man that we don't necessarily have to see play in the main roster simply because he wasn't a standout feature for World Elite. But we are able to run through, have a look at a couple of stats for him now. And makes a lot of sense that World Elite, pretty high kill participation.
That's right, that's something I want to bring up there. They're a team, Team WE here. They are the definition of the word team. That's how they play. That's how they've played this entire year. And they're looking really good. That's exactly how they pick up all the victories. Play the very late, very long games and make sure they work together at every single given opportunity.
Yeah, WE definitely a team. They love their late game team fights. I think it makes a lot of sense now that we see high kill participation for WE. But we're now going to move across to the other side of the board. And the perhaps more impressive statistical team. I think it's safe to say we saw the KDAs at the start of the night. There'll be no surprises when you see them again. But they are high numbers.
And that's going to be Team IMA here. You know, they previously sister team to EDG, moved out of the LSPL, automatically qualified for the LPL from the #1 seed. And the LSPL team, we've seen a lot of teams come from the LSPL and do fantastically. We're going to dive straight into their lineup. It's going to be Amazing J up in the top lane. This time round, they're going to be running Vici in the jungle with Athena in the mid lane. Jin Zhao, the Golden Horn, will be their AD carry. And on the road will be Road backing him up.
Yeah, Road, the super aggressive and maneuverable support for the team. Jin Zhao as well, actually a standout performer. Athena has to be noted that he's playing instead of Baimi. Both of these guys are very impressive. We still don't know why they're picking one over the other. They're even sharing champions.
Well,
Very weird.
Let's take a look at their lineup really quickly because, you know, this team, very fast, very flashy players, and they've been playing pretty well this 7-man roster. Still looks like they're experimenting with things and trying to see what fits right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Midi and a Voidless as well. Midi, of course, being known as Fire Lolly prior to this, was on EDG, I believe, and had a couple of lackluster performances. Now being on what was the sister side in IMA. Actually stepping up and doing quite well, actually holding an 8.3 KDA, whereas on EDG, Clearlove had the highest KDA, Midi had the lowest. So now he's kind of stepped up to the plate.
All right, so let's take a look at this matchup one more time. Let's break it down a little bit more before we go into the first game. First up, one thing I really want to talk about, 957 up against Amazing J in the top lane. We broke it down a little bit earlier, but haven't dived deep into it. What is so exciting about this matchup?
So we call 957 the wild card for a region. It's because for a reason, not for a region. I definitely have those two words together in my head for no reason at all. Yeah, he's a wild card. He could go off. He could do nothing for the team. Whereas on the flip side, Amazing J usually goes off. But the flip side to that is that he goes off too often. And sometimes he goes off in different directions to his team and gets himself killed occasionally. He's too aggressive, is the way to describe him.
So if there's one lane to watch out, it's definitely going to be that top lane. Another thing that we could watch to impact this game will be the two junglers coming into this match. Something that's very reoccurring here in the LPL. The junglers are so important to all of these teams. It's going to be another important matchup here as we head into Champion Select.
Yeah, of course, both junglers also sharing Rek'Sai now that we're selecting champions, something that we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for.
So let's see if that's going to be a major impact here in game number one, between Team WE and IMA as we are into Champion Select. We can already see the bans are underway. Echo and Trundle are going to be banned out by Team WE. So far, IMA have only taken Rise off the table. He has still been 100% picked and banned in the LPL.
Yeah, he absolutely has seen a lot of presence. Most banned from most teams, naturally. I think the bans that we're going to see should be quite standard. There's no real standout champions any of them look towards. Perhaps Victor, looking at Athena in this middle lane.
And let's see, Kindred is actually going to be taken away by IMA. Azir is actually going to be banned out by Team WE here. So IMA do have the potential to ban out Victor, take away the two S-tier control mages that we see in the current meta, but instead they opt to take another jungler out of the equation. That's going to be Nidalee banned out as their final ban.
Yeah, which means Lucian's absolutely available and first pickable for World Elite, for WE. And I would be shocked to see them go for anything other than it, as that's a hover.
That's going to be the lock-in. Sivir is going to be the pick of choice for Team WE.
Now, I understand the reasoning behind this for WE to lock in. The reason being that Jin Zhao has a 13 KDA and only plays Sivir. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Take it away from him. But Lucian's still standing, and you've bottlenecked yourself into your AD carry as your first option, with champions like Rek'Sai that we mentioned always going to be on the board. And this other one that just seems to elude every single ban phase.
So unfortunately, Jin Zhao will not be picking up his golden champion for the Golden Horn, but we'll have to see what IMA decide to pick up with their next two picks in their rotation. Hovering over the Swain and Rek'Sai, two very power picks, given that the two S-tier junglers have been banned out. Echo banned out as well. One of the stronger top lanes. One of the few that can go toe-to-toe with Swain at some times and some points in the game.
And if there's one thing that I may generally have, it's pretty good drafting, so this is also something else that's quite important to them.
Bard is actually going to be a pickup coming in here. That should be given on over towards Road in the bottom lane, something we see very common in Rek'Sai in the summer split of the... It's very common in this split of the summer split of the LPL. Red side will always pick up the Bard most of the time during the second rotation of picks.
I'd say Bard's actually just a highly prioritized champion, full stop. He is so strong at the moment. Red side, blue side, there's priorities, yeah, but when it comes to like the first pick support, you would usually look at that. I'd say Karma's getting close to the second most important though, as we're getting further and further into the LPL.
You know, we saw the entire spring split of the LPL. It was lots of tanks being picked up as the supports. We saw a lot of Braum, a lot of Alistar being picked up. MSI happened, and now we have all these range supports coming into the play. Bard coming back in a lot more than he was before. Karma being picked up a lot as well. See Soraka and Nami here and there as well. But on the side of Team WE, they look for the Karma pickup as well as the Maokai up in the top lane. Interesting to run the Maokai into the Swain matchup.
Yeah, the Maokai into the Swain, it still does its job. And remember, we discussed that you can stack magic resistance early, and you're up against a Rod of Aegis, so sort of a point of power. It's at least a point of defusal. Echo has maneuverability and escape, however, Maokai needs to be slightly more careful in that lane.
Ime looking to pick up their next two picks. They already have a top or a mid laner, and a support picked up, and just then they're going to lock in their jungler as well as their AD carry. So Ime still flexing their mid lane / top lane pick for the final pick of the game, but Lucian all the way down to the 4th pick in the draft phase here.
Yeah, because once again, Team WE go for the Sivir in their first pick. You don't need to early pick that one on the side of Ime as a response. They do look towards priority champions, but they also picked Graves over Rek'Sai, which is something that we've only really seen from Ime is the Rek'Sai.
And the team comp that Team W have so far is something that Spawn's very vocal about. You know, you've got the Sivir, you've got the Karma, and you've got the Maokai. You've got a pretty good, I'm going to run at you team comp at the moment.
Yeah, and the best thing about the Maokai is that it's the Nautilus ult on his W, and it's guaranteed to hit you. So they run at you very fast. They're guaranteed to get onto you. And it means that as a low range carry like Lucian, it's not always ideal.
Team W looking to lock in their final two picks. Should be a mid laner and a jungler. Rek'Sai is going to be the jungler of choice. We saw a hover of the Vladimir, which has been curiously banned out against a few teams, but not going to be picked up this time now. Victor is going to be locked in. The other S-tier control mage that was left open during the pick and ban phase, which means IMA do have a chance to counter pick either for their mid lane or top laner with their final pick.
Scrims definitely would tell a story when it comes to the the Vladimir being banned in both games against Vici. For the most part, all we've really seen is the possibility of it. Champion's okay. I don't know how valued it would be over a Victor, especially with the Zir ban, probably the best mid lane option there. The last remaining question, of course, which roles the Swain in?
Well, even if they lock in this pick, the hovering Nautilus, we still wouldn't know because we've seen quite a bit of mid lane Nautilus coming in the LPL during the spring split. And
I think we'd know.
Yeah, you'd think that, but potentially, seeing all the sport bar goes in the mid lane and we're all screwed.
Yeah, definitely possible.
I mean, we'll have to see what IMA decide to pick up here. They lock it in, so Nautilus will be the final picker. Potentially going up into the top lane. They are running double teleport form now. Once again, we see the Victor picking up the Ghost in the mid lane as well, not going for the teleport summoner spell.
Yeah, not even going for Ignite for Athena or teleport to match Athena's teleport of his own. Not that they can see it. You do still make that assumption, however. There's finished team composition for WE. Very much press your Sivir R key and run at them. Look for team fights, look for teleport flanks, get into the fray, and just press all of your buttons as soon as possible, whereas IMA have got a somewhat similar composition, but it's a little bit more delicate. Of course, Graves in the jungle role and a low-range carry in Lucian means execution's quite difficult.
Feels like IMA got a lot of damage in the lineup as well. Graves, Swain, and Lucian forming their mid/back line here with the Nautilus and Bard being the protectors of their carry. So very nicely drafted team comps from both these two teams, it feels.
Yeah, definitely. I just think that the Maokai in this particular position is a superior version of Nautilus, so Team WE doing well to have that in their back pocket. Condi also getting that Rek'Sai. I don't know if it's ideal for IMA.
Well, let's see if IMA can make use of it as we head into Game 1 between Team WE and IMA.
One is for the bad guys.
unfortunately, it seems like we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty at the moment between these two teams, but we should be able to get that pause resolved as soon as we possibly can. But we touched on this very briefly there. You mentioned, the Maokai pickup into the top lane here coming in for 957 especially. It's pretty good team comps from these two teams. Well drafted, and they look like they want to do the same thing, just in different ways.
Yeah, essentially, right? So Team WE have got a more run towards you composition. They've definitely got the utility of walking backwards, right? Karma can move speed. Sivir's ultimate as well can do a very similar thing. As far as I'm concerned, their engage tools are a little bit better. But it is quite similar across the board. Remember, Nautilus able to actually lock someone down. Swain can follow that one up. Bard's got initiation. It's very... you're absolutely correct in that they are similar.
Mm-hmm.
I just look at Team IME and I look at their draft and I say that is so much riskier than that of World WE.
So it seems like Road is the one that is having a little bit of technical difficulties at the moment. Hopefully that will be resolved shortly. But yeah, Team IME drafted interestingly. They have had a very impressive run so far, but I think the teams they've beaten are really important to take into context here. They've beaten OMG and LGD, arguably two of the weaker teams in this group as well. So this is probably one of the true tests that they have in their first split of the LPL. This is Team WE, a team that we know as being a very consistent, very solid team. We saw that in Spring Split. We see that now in Summer Split. Still, this is a huge test for IMA.
Yeah, the biggest thing is that, to give context on who they beat, both teams are struggling. LGD, we just saw them in the last set. They're definitely inconsistent at best. They've shown positive signs, but they just can't get over the line. The opposite as well. OMG, the other team that they beat, have even when they played against IMA, had a big gold lead, which just could not end that game either. Mm-hmm. So, yes, they have not beaten the best teams at present in the LPL. They've still beaten those teams quite handily. They haven't dropped a game themselves. So there's positives. They have momentum moving into this set, whereas Team WE only lost to RNG. So for what it's worth, I don't think they'd be too worried either.
So let's break down these teams a little bit more as we wait for the pause to be solved on China's side here. But one thing I want to look at is Team WE first. We talked about this a little bit before as well, how they picked, I think it was Twisted Fate recently. They're able to speed up the gameplay a little bit, what is known to be a very, very long, very slow, drawn-out team. Do you think we're going to see this in any way against IMA here?
So they've they haven't gone the Twisted Fate firstly, so we're not going to see something to that extent in this game, but by having the Sivir, having the Karma, and having engage options available to you simply by running fast, you don't know when the trigger is going to be pulled with Team WE, and that's the beautiful thing about their team composition, is when they actually pull the trigger, someone's going to die. Whoever that Maokai Twisted advances on is going to die. Mm-hmm. They've got Victor to burst them out, they've got Rek'Sai to follow it up, and they've got Sivir to actually hit everybody whilst hitting that one person. I think probably looking at about a 20 to 25 minute spike perhaps in their power, get their first maybe 1.5 items completed by that stage, and they'd be sitting pretty as long as they're even at that point. And that's the real question to me, is are they going to be even?
One player I really want to look at as well from Team WE is Condi, because we talked about him a lot during Spring Split. We talked about him a lot during Summer Split as well. He's been a fantastic jungler for Team WE. In fact, he's been so good that the substitute for Condi last split was Wu Shuang, who has been a phenomenal jungler the first week of the LPL so far. He's been playing out of his mind. That just proves how good Condi's been playing.
It speaks a lot to Condi, right? And it speaks to how important he is for this team. As far as I'm concerned, WE without Condi is definitely a struggling roster. He's proactive enough, but he's also reactive enough to ensure that everything gets done. And Rek'Sai kind of feels like the perfect champion for that. She's very good at getting around the map effectively. It's also going to be quite good at diffusing midi in this game number one. And yeah, look, I think that to have Wushong, and based off his current performance in the LPL as your substitute, speaks a lot for you. I think the same was said about ZZR as well, who had a very impressive jungler backing him up, but still managed to stay at the front of the roster. Just comes down to, yes, he is impressive, but it's as long as you perform, you won't be replaced.
Another thing I want to touch on very quickly is something we talked about during the team profiles, was the fact that Team WE, they play like a team. That's exactly how they've meshed together. We didn't touch on it too much, but briefly, we saw how this team just gelled together so nicely to just cover each other's mistakes, make up for where they're lacking, and capitalize on each other's strengths as well.
Yeah, so they're all above 70% kill participation. It's also a very impressive stat to uphold if they can actually maintain that throughout. And it plays to something that they were doing all of last split in the LPL. And Team WE just do everything as a team fight. Like, it doesn't matter what time of the game it is. If they commit to something, generally it's a team fight. Whether it's the top laner teleporting, mid laner teleporting, they will try and make an active attempt to have numbers there. And that is kind of what separates them from a lot of others, because when it comes to a late game team fight, you can tell they're comfortable doing it. It's more of a... See, I look at Newbie as a team and say they are actually the team fighting team. Like, that is one thing that they can do well. And that's simply because even with a 10k gold deficit, they can team fight. I think that's the difference between Team WE and Newbie, is that they want to be ahead in gold, if not even, at every single time they team fight.
So unfortunately, it does look like we're still in a technical difficulty. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that solved shortly. In fact, I've just been told
the mouse movements.
Going to get back in there. The mouse moves are going place. Look, fantastic detective skills, Rusty.
Oh, yeah, well, look at him. He's pressing
Now,
buttons,
have you ever thought of a career change?
What,
You could be Detective Rusty.
But I'd rather cast League of Legends, man.
Oh, okay. No, Detective Rusty is a really good ring to it.
Oh, Detective says we're in game, Mr. Fish.
We are in game here. It is Team W taking on IMA in the first match of this best of 3 series, and already IMA actually grouping up towards the top lane, not deciding to fan out. Could possibly see a little bit of an invade that we saw with Bard used earlier by LGD.
No, we might actually get that. I think we're looking at it. We won't.
It's possible.
And 5 men. No, I wanted a sapling.
Magical Journey should have gone in there. Just, jump on top of the Maokai.
Like, it could have, yes, it could have happened. I think what that says to me, though, is when we watched LGD do it, they had the lane swap by doing it. IMA definitely not saying, we're going to get the lane swap when we're invading at 1 minute. You don't know what you're going to get. And you need that Q for laning phase, or you're essentially an irrelevant support because you can't magical journey people to death.
Well, IMA able to get some deep vision down. Clear out 2 of the wards from Team W as well, but look at this. Team W actually stacking towards the river. Trying to see if they can catch anyone out, it feels.
They know. IMA definitely know. Those pings indicate every... Look at the reactions. Someone reveals themselves on a ward, they're like, go back, go back, go back.
Get in there, stop them. Get into the jungle, Mithy. You can do it. There's the sapling coming out from the Maokai. The little kitty's going to be able to slow them down, but they get the job done. They force Team WE out of the jungle, most importantly.
Yeah, so they get the lane swap that they were sort of looking for, and now they get to execute on that strategy. IMA actually still quite good when it comes to the lane swaps. They do it efficiently enough. Team WE, on the other hand, they were very much prepared because Mystic was here on time.
Certainly were. So Mystic will be down in the bottom lane with Zero. Up in the top lane for IMA will be Jin Jiao and Road. They'll be able to push that one out very shortly and wait for the junglers and top laners to join them in that extended push. Condi's going to be starting on his Raptor camp after taking the red buff away. We actually took a look at the Keystone Masteries earlier. Nothing too surprising coming out from these 2 teams.
Yeah, no standouts. Thunderlord's Bard makes sense because it's Road as well. Very aggressive player. And that's something that I like about when I am lane swap. Is because Road can be anywhere.
He's packing Ignite onto Summoner's Rift as well, so looking to try and create some kill pressure on this map. As we are going to see this matchup for the second time today. It's going to be Victor taking on a Swain in the mid lane. Previously we saw Easy Hoon on the Victor coming out substantially ahead in that mid lane. Have to see if we can see Sia do the same here against Athena.
Yeah, and that was punished looking definitely out of sorts, to be fair. So Athena definitely has to step up to the plate and do his job well. He wants to go even based off what we have seen at the very least. You know, at a theory level, I think that Athena should actually be fine simply because he has a teleport advantage.
Meanwhile, we can see IMA and Team W already working on taking down the outer turrets in both the top and bottom lane. IMA actually going to have to wait for this next wave to crash here while we actually take a look at Condi taking away the blue buff after he got chased out of his own blue buff start at the beginning of the game.
And once again, a little bit inefficient here from IMA. About a 10-second tempo advantage is going to be given to the WE team, mostly to 957. I think that's just coming down to how the game actually started out. They got the perfect freeze and push available for Mystic.
And they donate all the gold on over towards Amazing J as well. So he picks that one up, actually pulling the creep wave a little bit too, puts a ward down in that tri-brush to try and spot out any movements coming in from Team WE. Mithy going to do his best to take away this Grom camp inside of Team WZ's jungle. Now we get to see where the teams decide to go after the initial lane swap. For now, Mithy though going to find Zero here. There's the Q coming out from Karma, shields herself up.
That's big.
He's a little bit of a pest, stops him from going back to base.
No, that's actually really big. If Zero stops this recall, think of the time lost now when they flip to the other side of the map that Civ is already setting the wave up for, that Rek'Sai can now rotate towards.
It's the second back stopped.
Yeah, that's a lot of time wasted. Not to mention Nautilus wasn't there.
He's a third. Not having a good day, Mithy. Zero being an absolute pest at the moment.
Definitely is. Still, we called it smart play, and it's absolutely what it is.
Stops his back 3 times there, so another slight advantage in tempo in relation to time here for Team WE. Have to see if they can make use of it in any way. We go back towards the mid lane for now. Things are dead even at the moment. Athena's being pushed towards his turret. Sia actually running a little bit low on mana, but not that bad at the moment. We see the starts from these two mid laners. Zoran's ring for the Victor. We have the Corrupting Potion for the Swain. Meanwhile, up at the top and bottom lanes, Team W already working on taking down the top lane outer turret. They've got 3 members up there, and IMA doing the exact same thing on the flip side of the map, down at the bottom lane, taking on the bottom lane outer turret.
Yeah, the contrasting cool thing about Zero wasting all that time stopping Midi from recalling was how aggressively he was stanced, as unfortunately we're in sepia tone.
Yep, unfortunately, still have a couple of technical difficulties, so we have to see if we can get those fixed as soon as possible there. But so far, start of this game, very standard swaps coming up from the two teams. Team WE, they want to go for standard lanes at the start. It seemed like a chase out of their own jungle. And right after that, they were able to get a little bit of an advantage back by taking the towers down first, also stopping Mithy's back, I think, 3 times from Zero, but nothing too much has happened so far.
No, and again, it's just that typical lane swap scenario where IM are actually the ones to put it into effect first. And I think that's actually the most important thing. They were looking for the lane swap, and they're running a Bard Lucian lane, which says they're not actually too confident in running into the Sivakama. But as far as I'm concerned, that just comes down to the way that Road plays the game, right? The less that he's actively there in the lane, the better it is for Aime, because they want him roaming. He's playing Bard. It's his signature roaming champion, essentially. And for a proactive support, it's ideal scenario.
So do you feel this is the main reason why IMA's gone lane swap? Just for Road to get around the map a little bit more?
I can't think of any better reason, to be perfectly honest with you. I think, yes, that's probably why, but of course they wanted to avoid that lane, maybe get Lucian towards a power spike. Nautilus, it would be fine into Maokai, so that's not a real big factor either. And Graves does get more time to hard farm in a lane swap scenario, but it's also matched by Rek'Sai. So there are very few actual reasons that could actively be there besides I may feel more confident lane swapping simply because Road has creative license to do as he would please.
So the lane swap's gone through here. You know, we've seen them both swap back. Now they're taking down the other outer turrets that they didn't take down during an initial lane swap. Where do the teams go from here? Because, you know, very early in the game, going for the very early lane swap, both of them have a very even drafted type of team comps here. What happens after this?
Well, so from this point, the question arises of which team would like to go where. I don't actually know if the Nautilus is going to get that. Mystic overstayed to help.
Come on, swing your anchor.
So this is change number 1. Like, he will get it, but he had to tank it. Where the Dragon is actually the immediate look towards Condi.
Naime might actually be able to
Condi
take this one down.
knows.
Mithy does have his smite, so able to smite the dragon away. And that's going to be the Cloud Dragon going on over towards Aime, which means, which doesn't mean, but coincidentally, the next dragon to spawn will be an Ocean Dragon.
So one thing I think should have potentially happened from Team WE is that they just 4-man hard push top lane, because they were never going to be there on time.
Hello.
And look, as far as ult poppings go, did a lot of damage.
Well, he dropped the base. Didn't
But
really
it's a
feel like
Swain.
it. He's just going to heal it up. Easy for Athena there. Can we just take stock of that mid lane? It's dead even. 56 to 52 CS. A couple of CS dropped here for the stain, but not a huge contrast as we saw in the previous series.
I can tell you where that extra 4 CS is, and that was the Raptors. So really, Athena is doing well, and yes, we can contrast this to the last time we saw this matchup where the Swain was definitely struggling. And it goes to show Athena and even Baimi for this Aime side, very strong mid laners, very competent in their own rights.
In the other parts of the map so far, you can see, you know, slight advantage for the Maokai, but very slight. Slight advantage for the Rek'Sai as well. And also relatively even in the bottom lane. But so far, small advantages here for Team WE in the laning phase.
Yeah. Well, small. We'll see how the reactions come out, because Lucian sitting on that top side of the map kind of makes sense, given that the Rift Herald's standing and the Drake is not. So they could look to at least pressure that one, and if not, take it. Whereas Team WE on the other side of the map definitely overpushed and out of position. So they do have to respect and back away. And not only that, Rhodes found his opportunity. He found his way in. So moving around the map. Just goes from bottom, probably look mid, go from mid back to top lane and help him if need be, and then just disappear once again.
He's still level 5 here though, so no Tempered Fate available for the Bard just yet to get any long-range initiations, but he's going to be happy picking up his chimes, you know, powering up a little bit.
Look at him. He knows what's up.
Yeah, he's looking for this blue buff. He wants to try and piss off Condi as much as possible.
Swain's on the way, so I think there might be like a small kill threat. I wouldn't advise them going for it, but just giving it to Condi.
Condi's going to be able to smite it away, which does mean Sia's not going to be able to pick up the blue buff in the mid lane.
Yeah, so that's the important detail. There's Victor with little to no mana in his back pocket. Can't get the blue buff to try and push Athena out of this middle lane. Swain's now sitting very happily in his middle lane nest.
He's right in front of the melee minions on the red side here, so making sure that Sia has to either take a trade or expend a lot of mana to get all of these minions.
And now he's going to have to recall.
He's
If he doesn't recall, he's got one more wave in him of mana.
He's gone back to base already, upgraded his Hex Core a little bit and upgraded his laser. So he's able to wave clear a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, but it's all about bridging the gap for Swain at this stage. So yeah, maybe he can wave clear, but Swain's happy keeping him under the turret. And because Athena can either hard push or he can freeze, it's up to him what he would like to do. So very clever stuff here, because wait for that Rod of Ages, consider it a power spike and a lane sort of one for the Swain.
Oh, doing well so far. Now he's actually going to find Zero roaming around the map here. You know, feels like Zero's trying to match what the Bard can do for now, but the Karma not as an effective roamer as we see Bard.
Not as effective as Bard, but still quite good. Remember, can move very fast and get around from A to B in a reasonably efficient manner.
And now we actually see Sia completely out of mana, so that Victor's going to head back to base. Meanwhile, Athena, he's going to be able to pick up his blue buff. So we've touched on mid lane a lot already in the past few minutes, but that's going to be massive. Now, the Swain's just going to have free reign in this mid lane, constantly push Victor into tower fields.
Yeah, single wave advantage. He will hard push with this, and I would imagine recall depends on his gold. With the catalyst there, he's getting close to that Rod of Ages. And there's no teleport available for the Victor, who recalls just for a mana crystal. And again, very inefficient. So whilst we're questioning efficiency, I think it's actually going quite well for IMA, all things considered.
Yep, they've been doing pretty well so
that's
far.
his Rod.
Yeah,
Bam,
so
efficiency.
Rod of Ages, 10 minutes being picked up there by the Victor. So that's going to, by the Swain, sorry. That's going to stack up really quickly.
I mean, both mid laners are farming superbly, all things considered. 10 CS, 100 CS rather, at 10 minutes.
In fact, no major deficits in terms of CS throughout the map. I mean, a wave in favor of Maokai at the moment. A couple of CS here and there for the Rek'Sai, for the Grave, sorry. Rek'Sai, actually.
Yeah.
So, very even between these two teams so far. Team W have a very slight goal lead. I think the biggest thing that separates the teams right now is IMA do have a single dragon to their name, but it is the Cloud Dragon. And the next minute, the Ocean Dragon will spawn. We have to see if a fight's going to take place between these two teams when that does spawn.
I feel like, dependent on the next Drake and his element, we shouldn't see a fight break out, simply because I think Swain's having a far too great a time in this middle lane with blue buff in comparison to that of the Victor. So unless it's proactivity out of the IM roster, we probably won't see it.
You can actually see Amazing J up in the top lane. Was looking to try and find a hook on towards Zero there. 957 actually moving away from this large amount of CS that's coming in shortly. Going to be able to farm it underneath his tower though.
Yeah, very nice farming under the turret actually. Now I'm looking at it. Hello.
Sia almost gets locked up by the Never Move coming in from Swain there. You can still see Athena doing a pretty good job of shoving him towards that turret. Throws out the bird whenever he possibly can, trying to knock him backwards. Make sure that Sia is stuck underneath that turret.
The Raven has amazing wave clear now. If you can use the Never Move and then just put the Raven down, it'll execute them quite efficiently. And it also prioritizes the A, as you have noted, I would hope.
Still very even in mid lane. For now, both teams just farming it up. Dragon is spawning in 3 seconds, and the Ocean Dragon will come up in a line. Crucially, Sia actually being chunked out in this mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like this has been a minute in advance for IMA in the way of the progress they've made in the middle lane. Remember, they have Nautilus now on the top side of the map instead of Lucian, so lane assignments are there. They just kind of need to execute on it, and that's exactly why Mystic's now in the middle lane. It's going to be a predictable recall from Sia, however, and that's the flip side. If they want to start the Dragon, they have a window.
Sia's got no teleport as well. He took Ghost to summon his Rift here, so it's going to be difficult for him to try and contest for this if IMA do end up setting up for it. But for now, Mythi's just roaming around the map. Condi's actually going to be able to take away his red buff. Neither team have their eyes set towards Dragon. And right as I say that, Mythi's going to start that one up. So using the back timing of the Victor quite nicely. See if there's any cheeky steals coming over. Rek'Sai actually going over the wall. Karma going to be able to pick that one up. A steal coming in for Team WE as Cloud Dragon will be the next dragon to spawn.
Yeah, so Condi smites at the same time as Zero's burst. And the Mantrid Q is enough to secure it for themselves. Again, the right idea from IM. But it's not enough to get it when it comes to the crunch of that actual smite button that goes missing. Well done from World Elite to secure it at all.
Team WE doing pretty well there. Let's see if they can continue doing just that. As still, their blue buff is being controlled quite nicely by Mythic. Since level 1, I may have made sure that that buff is theirs. They're making sure Sia can't get any mana regeneration.
And it kind of feels like the game plan as well. Just keep WE's mid laner down. Sia, very impressive farm so far, matching that of Athena. But it's going to be harder and harder to kill that Swain. And whenever he decides it's a good time to go side lane and split push, we'll probably do that. 1-3-1 always a possibility once again for the IM roster. No teleport available for CA, so Team WE need to be a little bit more cautious with how they throw themselves around the map.
Well, let's check in with the items really quickly because only a couple of things really stand out so far. Spirit Visage being picked up by 957 nice and early onto the Maokai, so making his passive incredibly useful and beefing up his tankiness a bit more as well. Rek'Sai, he's picked up a Sightstone for himself, getting lots of health, getting as tanky as possible as early as he can. Victor just upgrading his Hex Core for now. Essence Reaver already complete on the Sivir as well, so lots of nice items picked up from the side TWE. On the other hand, they've got the Yomu's Ghostblade picked up on the Lucian, so Yomu's Ghostblade Black Cleaver coming out from this Lucian, sorry.
Yeah, so they're going towards the early pressure build.
And we already
To
see...
the scaling crit.
Here comes the Temper Fate actually locking down 3 members. Never Move's going to come out as well. Locks down 2 members of TWE. Aimee going to pick up first blood. That goes on over towards Mithy. They're still chasing down the few remaining members. Mystic pops on the hunt. He's trying to get away from Jin Jiao and Road. He's going to be able to flash over the wall. Jin Jiao not going to be able to get over just quite yet. Still looking to pick him up. Not going to be able to take it now, but in the back lines, we did see Condi eventually picked up by Aimee.
Yeah, so Condi goes down. They actually pick up CA as well, and a very impressive fight from Aimee. And guess who starts it? By no surprises, we see a very zoomed in Bardock connect, follows it with the stun. And this burst, like, CA barely had time to think before he goes down. Zero's lucky to live, and Condi just has to go down because he was the target of the Nautilus combo next to Athena and Midi. They just hit the closest person they could. The rest had run away. That was close to 4 people dead. They're lucky it was only 2. But still, I mean, when it comes to pressing their buttons at the right time, Road knows exactly when and how.
And we're starting to see already the contrast in styles between these two teams. Aimee, they want to win now. This is Aimee's time to pick up a lead here against Team WE. WE, though, you know, even though they dropped 2 kills, they're okay. They want to go to 35 minutes in the game. They want to wait as long as they possibly can. And that's already showing from that first attempt of a pick coming in from Road.
I will say one major change at the moment from Team WE is the mid lane item build. And I don't want to dwell on it too much because it makes sense. Like, it does make sense. He's going Morello's to do less, so that Athena has less healing. But the end result is that he's not getting a Rylai's so that he can control people, keep them in his Chaos Storm. He's not going for an Abyssal Scepter so that he doesn't die to the burst. He's in a weird predicament where if he's not positioned perfectly, he will just outright die.
It feels surprising to me just because Mortal Reminder feels like a really decent pickup in this matchup for Sivir.
It
in fact,
is.
we did the same thing. The Boomerang Blade bouncing over the place. We were able to help that out, but...
But you have to remember that Athena's also going towards the sustain build with the Spirit Visage, something we didn't see from the Swains in our last series. So once again, he's adapting to that. Means that Athena will do less damage, and then Sia will then reduce his healing. So it's still like a somewhat efficient item by all things considered, and I am still a fan of it. I'm just curious as to his creative license towards that and why he chooses it.
Well, let's see if it's going to impact this game and how. It's a nice twisted advance comes out for 957, but amazing Jace here as well. Zero and Condi want to try and back up the Maokai, but not going to be able to get over the wall just as well as he can.
Yeah, 957 getting a little bit deep there with the twisted advance.
Team WE getting a bit cheeky here, looking to try and take down the Rift Herald. I may know this is happening.
But has ulti.
He's looking for it. Aimee just grouping up, but
Oh,
here's
wow.
957. Flash initiate onto Road. He gets taken down really quickly, but Temper Fate going to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. He goes down eventually to Seer. Big fight taking place for TWE now as Vici trying to get over the back, but 957 taking off so much damage. Amazing J now
Jinjiao's
getting
in.
taken down. Here comes Jinjiao. He's looking for one. Fights 957, puts the culling down onto the back of the Victor, and slowly Team WE have to back away from the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Team WE walk away with no health to their name. It gives a lot of time for Athena and Jinjiao to potentially work this mid turret. Don't think they will actually put any damage.
Mystic's able to get the shield up from the Karma and able to wave clear quite efficiently there in the mid lane. Rek'Sai threatening with the ultimate to get back towards the center of the map as well.
And I'll tell you what, damage control that comes out of Team WE when it means retreat. Very, very impressive. A hint of luck always going to be there. Jinjiao was not in the fight. He joins it, but still only the tanks fall. So
We could already see the massive impact that Jinjiao had as soon as he jumped into that fight. The Yomu's popped, takes down one, just looks for the rest of the team. That Lucian's proving to be a really big pick here for Aimee.
yeah, he absolutely is. And even farming well on the flip side, Mystic, yet the Lucian plays his part. It's because that early pressure build that he has. Always going to do a lot of damage. The culling is a scary feature that Lucian's got.
But for now, Dragon has officially respawned. Was not able to catch what this is. It looks like it's going to be another Cloud Dragon. WE and Aimee both have a dragon each. Aimee's the one with the previous Cloud Dragon, so looking to try and boost up their out-of-combat movement speed more with this pickup. They're positioned nicely to try and take it down, but Athena actually is going to run into Fog of War, gets locked down for a short amount of time on the hunt pump, but, you know, a little bit too quick for Team WE.
But he's a Swain. Look, they caught him, but did they really catch him? He is still Swain.
He
Hasn't
is
got
the
his Spirit
burn, man.
Visage at least, so we'll be doing a little bit less healing than you'd otherwise like. Remember
Well-
that Team W stole this last one. It feels like that's what they want again.
Moranomacon's not picked up either by the Victor just yet. Dragon Slow, this one definitely going on over towards Victor, but there
Ooh,
is the
CA.
Temper Fate coming out. It's going to lock down Sia, not Mystic though. He gets locked in as well by the Nevermoon, actually stunned up too. Pops down the ultimate, the Chaos Stone doing a little bit of damage to the front line. Amazing J actually taking lots of damage in the back line. Boomerang Blade going to connect, take it down. Team W looking to try and turn around this team fight. Magical Journey to get the rest of Aimee out of there. Team W going toe-to-toe against Aimee this early in the game.
Yeah, 19 minutes in, they start to bite back, and it was with CA caught, but positioning favors Team WE once more. And we look at these team compositions as we did at the start of the game, and we can say that they are quite similar. They both have engaged, they both have disengaged. They both still love fighting each other.
957 definitely looking for his deep into enemy territory. Here's another teleport coming to the back lines. Road incredibly low with no mana. Gonna get jumped on by Connie. Magical Journey gets him to safety though. It's Amazing J locking down and taking so
Mystic
much damage.
is low.
He is very low. As we see
Whoa,
Jinjiao jump back in
Jinjiao.
there. Gets jumped on by the double tank front line from TWE. They find another pick for themselves.
A battle on two fronts still sees Team WE come out ahead. Mystic, he's doing a lot of work. Jinjiao, once again, we mentioned his low-range carry, as is Graves, and two of their big damage sources were missing because they were the ones on the side of the fight. Not too bad, once again, from WE.
They're looking good early in this game. And you know, those two team fights just, for me, sum up how Team W like to play. You know, Victor gets caught out. What does the team do? Position fantastically to save him. They really work as a team here.
Yeah, they do. Even CA is built to get caught out. Not tanky, all damage, as we said. But because the team backs him up, he's got that trust fall. He gets hit by a Tempered Fate, and everyone stands in front of him afterwards. Do not worry.
We can take stock at where things are at right now. 2 turrets for both these teams. Biggest difference we can see right now is the double dragon, the double cloud dragon over towards Aimee, whereas Team W only have the single ocean dragon at the moment. Gold relatively even, about 100 more in favor of Aimee at the moment, so dead even between these two teams. You'd have to think that, considering their two playstyles, Team WE are very happy where this game is at the moment.
We can call it even, but we can also look at the Sivir farm compared to Jinjiao's farm on Lucian. We can definitely say that I would be happier being Team WE right now. Yes, the Swain has a bit of extra CS. Yes, the Graves does as well. But that is a big, big Sivir.
Even the items tell the story at the moment. Mystic, he has the Essence Reaver and the Phantom Dancer, whereas Jinjiao, he's only got the Omus Ghostblade, yet to complete his Black Cleaver, so big spike for Lucian, not there yet.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we'll have to see if he can get towards that for another fight happens.
Hello.
So I guess we will see the item bought before another fight happens now. So it's a battle.
Temper Fake being used by Ro there, looking for another pick on towards the Victor, not able to find it this time.
Still, proactive attempts from Rhodes, something that is very much commendable.
He's
Yeah, this is Athena saying, I can fight you now.
just going to run towards the Maokai, but, you know, that's a Swain and that's a Maokai. You're not really going to see them duke it out and make any flashy plays here.
No, we won't see them duke it out and make flashy plays, but what we will see is 957 pushed away simply because, you know...
He's a Swain.
Yeah, he's a Swain, and he has damage as well as a Spirit Visage, whereas 957 itemizes towards Wave Clear with a Spirit Visage to back him up. So tanky, but tank against damage and what is a Death by a Touch
Not again.
does start to hurt you in the end. Remember that Athena being Swain, his E also amplifies damage that you deal. So he's a tank shredder, and this is a cool thing that I can put into effect, a 1-3-1, utilizing that Lucian in the mid lane. They've got Road to keep him alive, and Midi for extra damage sources. The wave clear is somewhat there.
And the other piece to that 1-3-1 is also the Nautilus up in the top lane, clearing it out quite nicely.
It is.
But here's a Sivir down into the bottom lane. Mystic and Zero looking for something here.
Yeah, so what they know is that as a tendency, Athena is now fighting the Maokai every time he sees him, even getting flanks on him to hit him. What they can do is Mystic and Zero are very fast. So they have enough damage in physical ways to take him out very quickly if he uses his ultimate. And the second he turns the ult off, I would just go. Press both of your speed ups and just poop on him.
I'm being very patient there, but Swain will eventually go back to base, so no pick coming up from Team W. As we take a look towards the mid lane one more time, Jin Jiao and Road are already pushing towards this mid lane outer turret, taking quite a beating from the side of Team W. As Sia going to be able to pick up his first blue buff of the game this time round, not stolen away by Mythy.
Yeah, gets himself the blue buff and also has wave clear for this middle lane. So Jin Jiao and Road are going to have a hard time actually taking the turret, unless once again they get an engage on him with perhaps Road's ultimate on Bard. But from the looks of it, they really just want to wave clear mid and then look towards side lanes.
IMA still looking very impressive though for a team that's known to be a very fast, very aggressive team, you know, holding their own against Team W. Of course, more of Team W's comfort zone, but looking good so far.
Yeah, and we've still seen late game team fighting from IMA. This is, again, the big challenge, the first big challenge that they're going to have. A great team fighting team. It is going to go to late game from here on out. You can tell that already. Dragons are the only real point of contention between either of these teams.
And this is one big thing I like about the LPL in particular, is the fact that so many of the teams that come out of the LSPL, we've seen Chaogu did it. Now we're seeing IMA doing it quite nicely as well. You know, they're very strong. Snake as well. All these LSPL tiers proving that they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I guess that's our first real question, right? Snake, they showed up and they performed in their first split. QG did the same, of course, now newbie. IMA, can they actually maintain this consistency that we're seeing from what is potentially one of the best LSPL teams?
They've got to fill the shoes of their big brothers here in the summer split of the LPL. Difficult for them,
yeah.
But this is going to be their first test. We talked about so much and already looking good as we take stock of the game one more time here. Dead even, completely even, as Dragon has respawned.
That would have been a third Cloud Drake.
Yeah, we would have seen the really fast and really cool blue Dead Man's played on everyone. If I'm able to pick it up, we might still see that. Mythy looking to try and find something, but Rek'Sai's able to smite away. T5's taking place. Mythy actually going to get taken down. No, Road. He's going to be the first one to go down. Zero still alive with 10 health in the backlines. It's Mystic. He's getting locked down by Jin Jiao, putting a lot of damage now. Flashes over the wall to get away from there, but more importantly, Sivir is dead. 957 gets over the wall. They eventually trade 1-for-1, but Dragon goes over to Team WE.
Yeah, so they take away the Cloud Drake to ensure that IMA does not have that, because 3 Cloud Drakes is actually where it starts to hit a point of, you know what, that's actually quite important and arguably very unreasonable to give them. They will still lose the turret for their troubles, almost engaged on by the Nautilus. And this is Athena with a tanky Swain walking at CA saying, good luck. Like, drop your Chaos Storm, control it all you'd like, but the further away you get from it, the slower it is, and I am walking towards you. And that's why Mystic goes down, caught inside the pit because they secured that dragon. Very well played from IMA with target selection, unfortunately. And once again, that's all they get. They only get 1 or 2 kills. Every time it feels like it could be an ace. They just cannot get that last one.
And this feels very similar to Team We's game against OMG last week, where, you know, OMG looked really good first 50 minutes of the game, always coming out ahead in these fights, find 1 kill here, 1 kill there, maybe an objective somewhere in between, but never more. And Team W just like, sure, we'll take you to 50 minutes and we'll fight you. And it looks like that's what they want to do against Aime here. Question is, Aime's already shown they can pull off late game team fights. They've also taken down OMG in a very decisive 2-0 victory. So looking very even between these two teams once again.
And it's by no means a bad decision from Team WE as well to look towards that late game, find some strength there, and hit that team fight. We've actually discussed somewhat at length the efficiency of Illusion build when you go Black Cleaver Ghostblade, as it hits late. So when you get to the 3-item mark, you actually just have no crit, unless you itemize towards a single crit item, which puts you at 30% compared to the 70 you would normally have. So if Team WE can take this late, their Civil will do far more than that of the Lucian.
Civa's already looking for what is considered to be one of the biggest spikes for the champion, the Infinity Edge third pickup on the champion. Already has the Essence Reaver, the Phantom Dancer picked up as well. Once that Infinity Edge is done, the Beyblade Arena is going to crit so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Beyblade Arena is meant to be a Kindred.
There's no Kindred. What am I doing?
There's no arena.
I mean,
there is Beyblades. There's no arena.
Rek'Sai's blue, Kindred's blue. Same thing. Works.
What? That's what? What? They could both be blue. It doesn't make him Kindred.
I define
This doesn't make a Beyblade Arena either. That's missing the point entirely.
No, it doesn't, but we still have Beyblades coming out from Mystic here. And like we mentioned earlier, once that Infinity Edge comes out, gonna hurt quite a bit. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the rift, Jin Jiao does have the Yomi's Ghostblade and the Black Cleaver picked up. And a big spike as well for Athena in the mid lane on the Swain. Has the Zhonya's Hourglass picked up. So a very tanky Swain, lots of resistances from the Spirit Visage and the Zhonya's Hourglass, lots of health as well from Rod of Ages, but also lots of ability power.
Yeah, and again, positive signs to be seen so far from this Swain in the middle lane. I feel like he is showing what the champion is much more capable of doing when it comes to team fights, and that's skirting near their enemy backline, being a reasonable threat, but also backing away where appropriate. As we are starting to see a little bit more emphasis away from the Dragon Pit, more towards the top side.
So now we're just grouping up around the middle river for now, not getting anything out of it. And one big item I want to talk about as well is the Meronome Con has been picked up by CS, so the Chaos Storm coming out from him, every single tick's going to put down the Grievous Wound, stop Swain from healing, possibly stop Jin Jiao from getting any heals off as well. But that's going to delay that Rod of the Rhylights. He's already got the needlessly large rod. Still waiting on more gold to pick up that item. Have to see if that's going to affect him in this next team fight.
Yeah, so dependent on when the next team fight takes place, of course, we know the Drake is up soon. He has actually just finished it, as you pointed out. So will it affect him by not having it? Probably not. He's definitely. So what I will say is that's something that I think Team W were looking towards having. So now being able to have a bit of extra crowd control, some control of the rest of the enemy team.
Especially if the SPAC for Mystic comes in with the Infinity Edge pickup. Yep, he's going to pick that up. So that's big spikes for Team W right now. This might be their time to fight. I mean, it's 4 minutes, 30 seconds, a bit too early for them, but still, you know, reasonable.
There's actually a really interesting dynamic right now between Team WE having damage and Aime actually having resistances. There's another Negatron now picked up by Athena. Ideal scenario for him is that Maokai maybe looks at him. That's not a big deal. It's more so that he fights CA. If he's not fighting the Victor, then he's not really itemized to survive too much through the Sivers. There's one teleport.
Hello, Amazing J. Welcome to the mid lane, where Temper Fates are currently missing and Zero's burning his flash.
Yeah. Amazing J. He's still at the right place at the right time. I think Athena can make up for that with his own teleport, and it is probably going to be a turret sooner or later.
You can do it, CS. Stop him.
I mean, he stopped, but he is able to pester it. Look at the vision as well that IM have across the bottom side jungle. He knows he's reasonably comfortable being there. We'll see what he actually does.
Amazing J looking to try and find a hook on towards Condi there. Instead, just grabs the jungle, pulls himself a little bit closer towards Rapid Mystic. Lots of damage coming out from the culling there by Macy J. He's going to get caught out. Gets the hook on towards the wall to get away. Mystic now incredibly low. Ultimate comes out to Mythy, trying to deal even more damage, but lots of shields coming out from Team WE's lineup.
Yeah, what was important is Amazing J hooked the wall and got himself out as he was getting knocked around. Hook greater than all is the rule of thumb. Now, I am going to predictably look towards this dragon. It is an Infernal too, so something they definitely want for themselves. I thought the Team WE might even consider the Baron as a more important thing to look towards. And they've always had vision kind of there to ensure that It can't just be snuck. But that's very important now, with the next dragon being the Elder. And there's an Infernal and 2 Clouds to back him up, so they move quick.
I'm going to run fast and hit hard. IM would definitely want to pick up the Elder Dragon, maybe just because they have 3 dragons to be
So
buffed up as well.
Rule of thumb as well is 2 Clouds with Boots of Swiftness makes it out of combat, basically mobility boots as well. So that's actually quite cool. Most people on IM basically have Boots of Mobility when they're not in combat now. All of them, but Jin Zhao.
Poor Jin Zhao decided to go for his Zerka Greaves instead.
Which means he probably has Boots of Swiftness out of combat.
Pretty good.
Yeah. They move fast.
Let's see if they can move fast enough. Unfortunately, not going to see the pretty cool blue Dead Man's Plate buff onto them when they move around the map. But still, 2 Cloud Dragons better than none, as we've seen this story before. Swain being a little bit of a pest against Maokai.
Okay. Yeah, so 2 things. I just had a quick look at items once again. There's a GA about to be built for Athena, and it's going to be a Bloodthirster for Jin Zhao, who I quite like that item build. He's going to leave it at that last Whisper and go towards the Bloodthirster. And he needs to have sustain because they've got a lot of frontline threat for him. And Sivir even with residual damage. Based off the champion's range, I'm actually a big fan.
And that's that Guardian Angel already being completed. So Athena, that's a near impossible to kill Swain at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the flip side, you can see Victor already upgraded the Hex Core, has the Rylai's and the Morello. It's been sitting on that for a while. So possibly has some gold to pick up another item.
Needs a Void Staff.
He's looking for it, has the Blasting one, so that's going to be his next item.
Doesn't have it though. And that's a window where a lot of the champions of IM are not going to really feel his presence. It means they could actually get things done.
WE, though, very content with waiting. You know them as the late, very drawn-out team.
Whenever that Elder Dragon spawns, that's when they maybe want a team fight.
So they've got till then. On top of that, they have Sivir with the last Whisper, so lots of penetration coming out from her. We could possibly see... I don't think we will. We could see another Mortal Reminder coming out, but probably better to go for the other items then. Lord Dominic's regards, now that they have the Moranonomicon on the Victor. Have to see what they pick up later, though.
Probably still go for it. May as well. It adds up, right? There's Bard heals, Graves has sustain, Spirit Visage is everywhere. You just kind of want to get rid of the healing entirely, so I don't think it's too bad of a thing to stack it, especially when CA's having a hard time kiting, and you're going to hit everybody anyway with your Ricochet.
Speaking of stacking items, we can see 2 Aegis of the Legion being picked up on the side of Team WE. Condi already upgraded his into a Locket of the Iron Solari, so we talked about that during the previous team fight. Lots of shields coming out from these champions. So Karma going to buff up the whole team, double lockets.
Well,
Banner now.
I mean, that's the best thing about Team WE's team composition, is whenever they decide they can fight, tell you what, they're going to run at you, lightning fast.
Grease Lightning going to have some fun.
Athena's just perpetually frosted. That's amazing. He should always... Wow, that's so cool. You should always walk like that.
Should always walk with a ring of frost around you?
Yeah. Why not?
I don't know. Don't like the cold weather. Cool. Well, we can see if the frost is going to come out from this gank. I mean, Condi actually gets locked down by the Bard before taking the magical journey. So, 957's flanking gank, not going to work there.
Yeah, complete disengage. Sivir used the ultimate as well. So it's a short cooldown. As you can see, it's almost like halfway to back available again anyway. But that's the capabilities of what Team WE can definitely do. We've got a lot of threat. There's Bard's on.
It's going to be able to only find 0 though. Sia able to use his movement speed to get out of there. 957 soaking up so much damage. Athena running straight towards the backlines. That's a massive Swain. It's just not taking any damage. Zonya's being popped. 957 should be the first to go down. Has to flash out of there. Gets a shield from Karma to try to run away. Look at this Swain. That is obnoxious coming out from Athena.
Oh my God.
He just runs over everybody on the side of Team WE.
Can't kill the Swain. I may just win another team fight. Bard ultimate kicks it all off. Just makes too much sense on how they execute at this stage. I think we've learned a lot about this team, and that is at 36 minutes, they can still match the team fighting prowess over Team WE.
And they only dropped Mitty in that team fight. 2 members of Team WE went down, and most importantly, that's the 2 damage members of their lineup. So sieging this turret is going to be difficult. Amazing J does get locked down by the Karma in the Rex side. They will be able to successfully defend their inhibitor turret. IMA would have to go back to base here.
Yeah, they were looking towards getting turrets. They could have absolutely looked at the Baron as an option, but it would have been far too risky knowing that the tanks are still there and it shreds resistances. Could have been a big risk. Condi, Prince of Thieves, don't take that risk.
Jin Jiao is actually going to have to pop his USB away. Look at the damage dealt in that previous team fight. Sivir on top of there, but only picking up 1 kill. Swain running at people, not as impressive as Sivir, but still leading the pack in that damage.
What stands out to me the most is that Graves outdamaged Lucian. And we've seen how much mid he does. We know his item build as well is actually quite offensive. That's very, very good signs if you're an IMA fan.
But for now, Team W still holding on. They're 2,000 gold behind IMA at the moment. They should be a comfortable point for them. They're used to being a little bit behind this lane of the game, and Elder Dragon has spawned. So this is where TWE normally come online. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, everyone wins fights up until this point, you're right?
It's just an assumption, but
hey, I said at 36 minutes, I may want to fight. Usually at 35, nah, because Elder Dragon's up, right? They get that buff.
Yep, the Elder Dragon buff's ready.
Next team fights World Elite, Team WEs. I can't even say their team name.
You can already see the Void Staff has been picked up by the Victor. Meanwhile, I may have plans of their own right on top of the wall. They're looking to try and take down this Baron. Jin Jiao, Mithy, and Road are putting some decent damage down on towards it, but well, Team WE looking towards getting a flank on towards them. Oh, there's the ultimate actually coming in. We'll lock down Sia. Flank coming in the back from Amazing J, looking to try and wrap around. Actually, it's Athena. The Sway's going to be roaming into the backline. Sia now getting locked down by the Birdman himself.
Sia,
but they're able to find Road. They're still occupied with the Sway for now. Sia still trying to run away. This is just ridiculous. Athena's taking them on 1-on-5. He absolutely doesn't care at the moment.
He has
will.
zone use. He's about to use it and watch his health regeneration.
Oh, goodness. He will eventually go down here, but that just took way too long from Team W. Guardian's Angel will be popped as well. Big win for them to be able to take down that massive item. He's still trying to duke it out with Mystic there, but Team W able to pick up a team fight right when Elder Dragon spawns and right next to the Baron pitch, which they're going to set their eyes towards.
Yeah, they're definitely looking at this Baron as an option. Remember, 4 members strong. 5 members strong, CA is still here, but IMA, they definitely are looking respondent. I think they want this fight.
Oh, Amazing J wanted to go for it. Mithy now gets locked out. Team WE turn around. They find Mithy first. Jin Jiao trying to run away wherever he can. Twisted advance from the Meowkai. Gonna lock him down. Condi's gonna get taken down in return, but Team WE, they find an ace off the back of that fight.
And almost as if to no surprises whatsoever, Team WE just decide that they want to win a team fight. They do it at 40 minutes, and it's as simple as capitalizing on a mistake from Team IMA because they wanted that Baron desperately, and they absolutely paid for it. Road's going to have to be a miracle worker.
Let's see if he can do it here. Temper Fate available for him inside. He's not going to be able to use it. Tries to get the Cosmic Binding down, but Team WE able to pick up the Baron buff for themselves. 40 minutes into this game. Gold still relatively even between these two teams. Athena still an obnoxious Swain, but Team WE has come online.
Yeah, they absolutely have. GA as well for the Rek'Sai. He's not looking like dying anytime soon himself. I feel like that tells a story of this game in general. Look at the damage that Lucian and Graves did, and then look at Athena. Like, that is a one-man wrecking ball, if ever I have seen one, against Team WE. Keyword, Team WE.
Oh, there's the Temper Fate here to try and stop their Elder Dragon attempt. Zero trying to lock down Amazing J. That Dragon's getting taken down. 2,000 health. Mithy looking for it, but it does fall to Team WE. That is their buff. This is what they're famous for. And suddenly they're turning the battle towards IM.
Baron, Elder Dragon, a lot of power and a lot of time on the clock to work with this. Most importantly, even with a banner of command minion, they're near unstoppable.
957 actually jumping straight on top of Athena here. Gets him down towards 3/4 of his health. Team W find the turret. Athena getting locked down again. Pops to Zonius, trying to stay alive a little bit longer. Now the Swain getting obliterated here, but still the Swain, still able to survive. Has to flash out though.
Yeah, but look at the cannons and how much work they're starting to do. There are still hyper tanks available for Team WE.
Condi just ignoring tower damage at the moment. Doesn't care. This tower's going to go down.
Would have been more efficient if he actually hit the turret.
Yeah, but
Just saying.
He's just dancing. It's a little Rek'Sai.
Yeah, but still, they get that turret. They don't get the game for it, naturally, but they are very powerful, and there is no response available for IMA.
We can take stock at what power this has given Team WE so far. Look at the spikes in terms of
that
gold.
is amazing to watch.
That was so cool.
Look at the ricochets, they're all
clearing it
clearing.
all.
There are a few things more satisfying than watching a single Ricochet kill 10 minions. It's like Danikyu is probably the only thing more satisfying.
I think the NALCS had a great replay of Lulu just clearing out a wave. I think that was the most satisfying wave I've ever seen.
That was up there. I'll have to show you the Dana one.
I would like to see that.
It was S tier.
Well, let's take a look at what this has given Team WE so far. Because we said, you know, Rek'Sai has his GA now. Maokai is just a massive tank. Even Frozen Fist being picked up. The Iceborne Gauntlet going to do some work to the backlines. He's got the components for his final item. Mystic has the Merkle Scimitar picked up as well, so able to get out of some crowd control and also full items already. On top of that, Zero has got the Mikhail's Crucible as well, the Banner of Command, so going to be able to assist a lot as that support at the moment.
Yeah, but we're at the point in the game, as long as they maintain the Elder Dragon buff, even Zero is doing damage.
Yep.
Now, they are just so powerful. I think it has just ended, from what I can see.
Well, no more Flaming Dragons around the rest of their team, so that's gone down. But Team WE able to come back towards the mid lane and pick up that inhibitor that they left standing for some time.
And Operation Brute Force, everything is a go.
They're 3,000 gold up ahead of IMA at the moment, so they're able to turn
6, mate.
6. Oh, I can't do math. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm here for.
Thank you, Rusty. Right, 6,000 gold up and looking towards more objectives. The Baron buff still up and running for a couple more seconds, so TW might be able to get some damage down to this tower. 957 actually threatening with his ultimates. They're able to chip the turret down towards half itself. Condi will get locked down by the Swain, takes the tunnel back to safety as Mystic gets caught out for a little bit as the Baron buff will finally expire, but this turret's at half health. TW not letting up just yet. Shields coming out from the Karma going to allow them to get some more damage down towards it.
Yeah, a couple of pokes in between waves, acknowledging the fact that I am recalled. As he's setting himself up a pool system? Tunnel system?
Tunnels.
Yeah.
But for now, they're still sieging it up. Never moves, not going to connect coming in from the Swain. Their Team WE, you know, don't have the longest of range on their champions. So not going to be able to just poke it from a distance without the Baron buff.
No, they're committing to this. And this is the thing, right? The top lane is massive. Like, it is unreasonably a large wave. So if they just stay bottom, they will probably get a top turret for free.
I'll have to see if that
Just hang out.
hits it. In fact, it's actually pinged out by Team WE, so that seems to be their plan for now. They're still sieging here. Never move, being put down one more time by Athena. He's just standing in front of everyone. His Guardian Angel is back up and online, so he's still a big threat to Team WE. Despite all the leads they have, that is a big Swain.
It is a big Swain. There's also a big Nautilus backing him, but their damage is starting to feel a little bit iffy. Just don't know if it's going to be there. Remember, the magic damage that's actually available for Team WE makes up for it. Victor's burst is pretty crazy.
Taking a look at Illusion as well, he does have his Mortal Reminder and the Bloodthirster picked up, so going to be able to sustain well in these fights, also cut down the healing of people like 957, Mystic, and Zero.
That top lane turret's gone.
It's going to fall down very shortly. Ping's actually coming out there. They know that that's falling down shortly. Condi actually tanking up this inhibitor turret, allowing Misty to get a couple more shots off. It's 957 actually getting hooked backwards, takes a lot of damage. There comes the ultimates from the side of Team W, just trying to keep the Maokai alive a little bit longer. And with that, they're just going to decide that's all they want. You know, get a little bit of damage down, try and take down the top lane inner turret. Which we're going to have a look shortly, see how healthy it is. Not at all. Amazing J, though, going to be able to save it.
Oh, we might be able to save it. Yeah, the wave was in the way from those minions, so they don't actually focus the turret, as they do like hitting other minions before they hit objectives, except the Nexus ones, because they're just a little bit rude, really, the minions over there.
So, good tower defense coming out from IMA so far.
Yeah,
Rude
they're
or not,
holding.
still able to hold it. And Baron will be spawning in the next minute, so could be a point of contention between these two teams. IMA might try to clash there.
They have to. If they give up that Baron, they're probably throwing away the entire game. So right now is the perfect time to recall, try and get your items, be as strong as you possibly can be. Speaking of big items, that's actually quite large. That was a full death cap. Or a needlessly large rod for Athena.
Whew.
So that guy's doing some deeps.
He will be. He's at 6 items already as well. So take a look at the distribution of gold at the moment. Most of it being put on towards Mystic and Seer. Obviously, since they're already at 6 items already. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Maokai is just shortly behind it. And the rest is actually pretty evenly distributed on the side of IMA. Everyone's even in gold, whereas the Baron power play now on your screens. Team W able to pick up 6,000 gold in the lead there. Amazing J was looking for initiation with Athena, but not able to lock down the AD carry.
The idea was actually really cute from Team IMA there, but they were too slow to get in to the bush. And we're spotted out as the giant purple worm is ready for action. And both teams are as well. I think as long as I may control the middle lane, they should be perfectly fine through this. Sideways are controlled. Stage is set.
Oh,
and
started. Team WE looking to try and take it down. That's actually pretty quick. It is at half health already, and Aimee not in the best condition to contest this. Road is nowhere near this fight, so 957 is going to start it off by initiating onto Amazing J. That's the takiest member though. They're into the backlines. Athena and Mithy knocked up by Condi. Athena going to have to pop the ultimate. Zero actually take it down here. It's now 4-5. Tip and fake going to land on the Sia. Amazing J trying to turn it around. Siva, she's kiting as much as possible. Pops the G.
Athena's full health there.
He is an absolute monster of a Swain as Mithy will go down to the twisted advance with 957. He's still alive. Forces a flash coming up with a Lucian. They trade 2 for 1 there in favor of Aimee. Great team fight from the team.
Yeah, positive trade, but nothing actually gained from this. They need to reset. They need to look towards the Baron once more. Numbers advantage, actually not that impactful because remember, there's still carries and jungle with Smite alive on the side of Team WE. Athena is just unreasonably large. Like, he does the most damage in every fight, and he just presses all of his buttons and walks at them. That's his purpose right now. Just like mash keyboard. Like hit it with your head.
I think big thing for me in that fight was the fact that Karma got caught out by Amazing J. Wasn't able to use Mikhail's at all. Wasn't able to shield up the team. Kite back away from the Swain then. That just turned it around completely.
Well, even the Bard ultimate hitting CA, he just had to peace out straight afterwards. At this stage, I'm pretty sure Athena's just like playing his keyboard like a guitar. He's holding it like that. He's just like mashing buttons through the fire and flames on keyboard. That's what he's doing right now.
Playing some tunes, trying to drop the bass in return for Sia.
Get some Dragon Force in you.
Oh, Baron is still up and online. Neither team.
Dragon Force. That's one of them up soon.
Oh.
Sorry.
Baron's up and online. The Dragon will be coming up in a minute and 30 here, Rusty.
Segue for me, I'm dying.
As that will be the second Elder Dragon of the game. Once that's up on the roof, Team WE should have another buff for themselves. As we've seen them do time and time again.
Should, except that there is a notable resilience from this Aimee side. And as if by no surprises, we've managed to make it to the 50-minute mark because we're in a WE game.
6 items on everybody except for the supports at the moment, so this is as good as it gets at the moment.
Yeah, only minor buffs to be seen. Remember, you hit that 70k gold mark roughly, and everyone hits close to max power. At least the carries do. I question the Jin Zhao item build at this stage of a game, though. Siva should be doing a lot more work. He needs to start changing things out for more crit.
See what Miss
Actually, he already did. Never mind. He sold his Ghost Blade already for a rapid fire cannon.
Oh.
Hitman's got crit.
Rapid fire cannon can be able to help Jin Zhao up. The Golden Horn should be able to deal a little bit more damage in these fights. Still has that black cleaver.
Actually, quite like that he went for the rapid fire as well. Low range is potentially the downfall of the entirety of Team IM. And I may need to kind of work around him now having a bit of extra range. He might be able to put some damage onto a carry. Mystic needs to die.
WE looking to try and start a fight. That's a very fast Team WE lineup. They're looking for it. Mithy gets caught out, gets chunked down. 957 looking for an engage. Zero actually had to flash out. He's been caught out. Athena being obnoxious one more time. Running towards the backlines. Takes a lot of damage here, but he's still a sway. Nice lockdown from Groan. Able to stun up key members of the side of TWS. Road now trying to get into the backline. Zero will get taken down by Jin Zhao. Mystic still being chased down by Amazing J and the Bard. He's trying to kite. The Siva's doing whatever she can. The spell shield, it's not going to be enough. Goes down. Aimee are able to fight Team WE 50 minutes into the game.
And only 2 people are left standing. It's Condi and 957. They just immediately double teleport towards the base. This will be very close to game, if not the game taken.
Well, Condi, he's getting taken down incredibly low here. There goes the inhibitor. That's a massive creep wave for the side of Aimee. They were able to fight Team WE 50 minutes into this game, and they're already working on taking down this Nexus. What a fantastic performance from the LPL lineup.
Came down to the wire. We've seen a 50-minute performance from a team that actually out-team fought WE, essentially bested them at one of their strengths. And for an LSPL team, as you mentioned, to come in and be able to do that, speaks only praise for this IM side.
Let's go back to IM's story here. They're a team that's known to be fast, quick, efficient, clinical in the way they play. They want to get it over and done with, go home, have some dinner as quick as possible. But they were able to prove just then against Team W, not only were they able to stand up against a very established team very early on in the game, but also take them to what they're known for in a late game team fight. That was fantastic from IMA.
I think we've finally seen what Swain can do. I think that's the best way to describe this entire game is just Swain, man. Like, that guy was everywhere, doing so much damage and never dying, and that was actually the biggest deal, is he was zoning carries. That guy had a Death Cap, Rod of Ages, Zonias. You still could not kill him because he is Swain. It's actually the only reason. He's just Swain. And the rest of the team's able to work around that. Our first question was low range carries. They don't really have the capabilities to get past the front line of the flip side team of WE. When it came down to these fights, like look at Athena zoning CA. Like, he just zones him just by standing next to him and saying, like, I dare you to walk past me.
He was an absolute monster. This was the first team fight that IMA were able to pick up against Team WE. Slowly, WE looked a lot better. Especially at this fight during the Baron pit where they got a nice ace. They took the Baron buff now. They overtake down the Inhibitor and also the Elder Dragon afterwards. But IMA just stood their ground. They waited it out. They played the game that Team W wanted to play. It seemed like every single team fight went one way, which was let's pick someone out and then we try and kill the Swain after. This is one of those occasions. They kill Road and then they take a good 30 seconds to kill the Swain. But that never happened after.
Yeah, so like the thing is, this was a pivot strategy here for IMA. They've wanted to get Athena on the flank from this. And yeah, it takes like 30 to 40 seconds to kill him. They still get the objective as close as it was. And this is the next part of that, where they secure that objective. But this is also, thankfully, for IMA, not the game-ending fight. Because what they do is from here onwards, they realize that if a Swain's flanking, their front line is just not good enough. They need Graves to be doing damage. They need the Lucian to be doing damage. And by having Athena stand where he is now in front of them with Amazing J on the super tanks that they are, everything goes so much better for the team because the Lucian, the Graves, they're actually able to do their job.
And you can see every single team fight, Team WE had the same strategy. We kill Lucian or Graves and then we deal with the Swain. But you mentioned that perfectly. IMA adjusted their playstyle nicely. They made sure Swain was the protector of their damage source before becoming a damage source himself. And even the next fight, which we should see after this, same thing happened. But we don't see it.
Again, very impressive stuff from Team IMA, new team. They came out trumps against the team fighting team. Like, what more can you say?
Well, it was a very long, drawn-out game between Team WE and IMA, but a great finish from IMA. The LPL team still undefeated in the summer split of the LPL. We're going to go into a quick break. We'll be back with Game 2 in just a bit.
This one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stamped on. No luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking. No sound, no crown, burnt up, broken.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for Game 1. That's going to go on over towards the absolutely obnoxious Swain, being played by Athena. 35% damage share in that match as well.
Yeah, 35% of damage as a reasonably tank item stacking champion. Swain. Look, champion aside, Athena was unreal.
He was.
Like, the way he played the game, definitely. I think the way that he mid-game pivoted as well in his play style, I think it was just a well-covered performance from the mid laner of IMA. Every single play that he made was the right one. And whether his team died or not, he was absolutely doing his share. It was the lion's share.
I sure hope that he his highlights of trying to 1v5 for a good 30 seconds in here as well. It's not, didn't go in favor of IMA, but it still was great.
Yeah, and still, a lot of this stuff came down to Road initiating effectively. He still hit the Bard ultimates, even if it was on one person. It was still an important person, or it was timed well. There was always a lot of positive signs from the rest of his team. But you just can't kill that Swain. You can't pain the Swain.
The team comp was really nicely summed up by IMA as well. You know, they had Amazing J helping out with the crowd control, locking people down, making sure that Athena could do his thing. I think a big thing that we have to talk about now is the fact that Athena, he's not going to be playing this game. In fact, it's going to be Baimi coming in as the mid laner of choice for IMA in game number 2.
Yeah, that's right. So we've gotten Athena now back on the bench, and the other partner in crime from this IM team, Baimi, is going to be poking his head out. Something we've seen a lot of, honestly, from this team is, regardless of performance, we've actually seen Baimi perform well. I think he has the highest KDA in all of the LPL.
Yep.
We've also got his partner in crime, Athena, who they're subbing in and out, performing exceptional. And there is no actual reason that either of them should be played over the other at the moment, besides performance. And there is no performance difference. So they're just choosing to kind of work it out.
You know, I think we summed this up quite nicely at the start of the show, how we talked about how, you know, they have a 7-man roster. They're experimenting with subbing people in and out. You know, we don't quite know what they're going to go with yet, but I think the later we go into the summer split of the LPL, we'll see what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, perhaps. It feels to me like you're choosing between two of the better options that do the exact same thing in the exact same way for you right now.
There he is on your screen. Baimi will be coming in favor of Athena there, so we'll have to see what he can do in this matchup, if he can live up to the hype of that Swain performance we saw from Athena in the last game. But let's break that game down a little bit, Rusty. And first, I really want to talk about IMA, because we hyped them up quite big coming into this game. You know, 4-0, great games, very fast, very efficient, very clinical team in the LPL. We also talked about how the road for them coming here was up against LGD and OMG so far. This is their first test, and they're doing fantastic so far against Team W, you know. Doing well early, fighting them late, coming out ahead in game 1. They're just looking brilliant.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely looking brilliant. As far as I'm concerned, though, that's the battle, not the war. And Team W are a resilient side. They always want to come back. They will still take you to team fights. They will still try and take you on. And it's a good first step here for IMA, but they're only halfway.
So before we break down Team W and move towards Champions Select, I want to just talk a little bit about IMA a bit more as well. What do they need to change, if anything, coming into this game? Was there anything that stood out in game 1 that they need to fix before facing Team W one more time?
I mean, you know what was most surprising was that Amazing J was reserved. Do they actually change something in a victory? That's one of the hardest questions to actually answer, because really, you know that Team WE are going to change things in response. So it's more of a reactive change, and we'll see how WE actually bring it to them.
Well, for now, we've gone into Champion Select for game number 2 between IMA and Team WE. And although I'm meant to read out the bans in order here, I'm just going to point out Swain, you know, gone. That's it. TW do not want to deal with that champion anymore, even if it is Bamey playing in the lineup here. They're still running Mithy in the jungle, so no Voidless coming in for the sign of Aime, but the other bans coming through will be Nidalee, Lucian, and Siva being banned out by Aime here, whereas Team W, if they've taken away Rise, taken away Swain as well, looking for their third and final ban in game number 2.
Yeah, 280 carries actually taken off the board here from Aime, and one of them they played themselves. I think Ezreal actually on the table as a potential first pick, all things considered. Rek'Sai still exists. Echo as well, there you go.
Kindred actually being taken away by Team WE here, so they do not want the first pick potential of that champion on blue side. As Echo, like you mentioned, locked in for the side of I Am. Amazing J should be playing that champion up at the top lane, but we have seen it flexed here and there in the mid lane.
Yeah, the occasional flex, the assumed top lane champion. Echo also being banned from them in game number 1 by WE. Trundle also available, however. So they opt towards the Echo and potentially sacrifice that Trundle as an option.
Team WE lock in Bard and Graves in their first pick rotation. We're seeing this is a very common trend. Take your jungler and your support first pick red side, and normally if Bard's left open, that is going to be the support you pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bard's just too valuable, especially against IMA, because you don't want Road having that champion. He is a god on that champion.
Well, he proved it last game. That was fantastic.
He honestly proves it every game we see it. And it's like lane swaps, Road in lane swaps, Road on Bard in lane swaps, kind of just levels him up to an extra degree.
So there's something that these two teams know that we don't, because this is the second game in a row. Blue side, second pick rotation, they've hovered Annie in that spot. So
Amazing J also goes through Garen. You know, here and there, the champion that he's played competitively and then went to, forget what else it was, but he lost on it at Worlds. It was like, I must hover this. For no reason.
Well, we are going to see Rek'Sai and Braum being picked up here by Aime, so not showing too much of their hand just yet, matching the two picks that Team W picked up first time round. Which means they are left with their AD carry and possibly their mid laner to pick up. Team W immediately actually lock in Ezreal and Maokai as their pickups.
Yeah, that was the first question we asked. Given the AD carry bans on the side of Aime, they still look towards the Braum. Feels like they are confident in what Jin Zhao can play. We'll have to see what he actually goes towards, but the Ezreal on Mystic's actually quite a standout character. He is a phenomenal Ezreal.
I see a couple of fans in the crowd there, you know, supporting Mystic and Sierra there. Surprising, they're not in the lane together. Well, you should put 0 down there, guys. Okay, you can see the support. We're still waiting to see what I may pick up as their final two picks here. We did mention it's going to most likely be an AD carry and a mid lane. We've seen them hover through a couple of champions here. Azir and Victor, the S-tier control mages, are still left up and available. I could definitely pick one of those up.
Yeah, Team W actually changing all 3 bans from their first game, and Azir and Echo were 2 of them. So what they've done is they pivoted. They've said that Swain's a big deal. Rise we have to ban because we're on red side now, and Kindred is valued very highly. And they give over 2 of the strong champions in the mid lane, I guess not the Azir.
They're going to pick up LeBlanc
It's
instead.
about to probably get picked for World Elite or WE on response now. There's just going to be an Azir.
Yeah, Ashe actually being picked up as well. So I'm completely disregarding the strong picks of the Azir. Victor in the mid lane said just pivot on a LeBlanc instead. So Bamey has something to prove for Sierra in this matchup. Yeah. As now he has the choice of picking up either that Victor or Azir, and should be one of those 2 champions. I don't think we'd see any alteration in the mid lane for Sierra.
Well, look. We've seen Bamey's LeBlanc.
Looking.
We know it's disgustingly good.
It is.
So it's not a surprise that he'll go towards that. Of course, it does leave open the Azir Victor you mentioned. Azir has any option in the world that he would like now.
Let's see what the Team W decide to pick up here, because this is do or die for them at the moment. They're 1-0 down in this best of 3 series, and you'd have to be a little bit demoralized after taking the game 55 minutes or so with a Baron buff, Nell the Dragon, and still losing to Aime there. New kids on the block.
You'd be feeling a little bit average about it, but I know that Team WE are going to be able to bounce back. They're the kind of team that could absolutely do it.
Well, they do have Mystic on Ezreal here, one of his signature champions. I believe he's... I'm not sure if he's on Spawn's list of people who are allowed to play Ezreal.
I hope not.
I believe he is.
You know what? Spawn can deal with it. Spawn's not casting right now. I think Mystic should play Ezreal.
Let's see if he can play it well. But for now, we're going to go through those lineups one more time as we take a look. This time, completely different, as we're going to have Amazing J on the Echo in the top lane. We're going to have Rek'Sai, LeBlanc, Ashe, and Braum. On the side of Ime, we're going to have 947 on that Maokai. With the Graves, Victor, Ezreal, and Bard coming out for the side of Team WE. Very different team comps from the first game.
Yet eerily similar in their design because they still want to engage, maybe a little bit less disengage overall.
Well, we're going to head on to some of this for game number 2 without an obnoxious Swain. We'll be back into the game very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to Summoners Rift for Game 2 between WE and Ime. And currently, Ime are up 1-0 and still undefeated in the summer split of the LPL.
And we came into this series and we questioned Ime as a team because this is their first real test. I think that's safe to say. This is not still the S tier WE. We're still looking at EDG, RNG as other options that they really need to kind of test their mettle towards. But that underestimation that was potentially there for IMA could almost be a wash. They could actually be a team that is that good.
Certainly could. They look great all round right now. You know, fast, efficient, able to take Team W to the late game. And we saw this fan vote earlier as well. Still very heavily in favor of Team WE.
Yeah.
And looking to see if they can pick up a win here in game number 2. If we saw a look at the Keystone Masteries just then, nothing too stand out. Further battle getting a little bit more common on Echo up in the top lane, so that's not too much of a surprise anymore, but still something different than what we saw in the spring split of the LPL.
Yeah, definitely different. I'm a little bit confused. We haven't seen too much Fizz. I think Fizz is probably the better version of Echo if we're going to build further of battle. But nonetheless, our compositions, as we touched on earlier, definitely still the same. They've got team fighting capabilities. Maokai, as well as that Bard. The engage tools are there.
Here comes good old Bardo trying to interrupt Mithy and Amazing J. 957 is going to back him up, try and get some damage down to this Rek'Sai. Try and see if he can take away this Gromp camp. Actually, instead, they just opt to stop him.
Oh.
But he's still going to take some damage here. Zero being an absolute pest. As Mystic now going to deal with Amazing J and poke him out of the lane. So Team WE going for a lane swap in game number 2.
Yeah, Amazing J's actually hanging around a little bit too long, but that's simply because Midi has vision of 957 and 0, something that probably shouldn't even still be there. Condi's going to have a massive advantage. So does Sia, apparently.
Yep, he was able to work on his red buff there. Sia had an advantage for a while there. Was able to trade back and forth with Athena. Sorry, Bamey. As now we are going to finally see Mithy work on his first major buff of the game. Going to be trying to take down his red buff here. So you are right, Graves does have a nice advantage. So we still see them trading back and forth in this mid lane. Already a very different flavor from we saw in the last game. No longer just opting to clear waves out. Both mid lanes actively trying to get the upper hand here.
Welcome to Bamey. He's a very aggressive, wants to deal damage type of mid laner, and he had a minion wave. Slight edge there. Not going to be present anymore as cannon exists, but they are probably going to continue to hit each other as they have no potions remaining. So the next trade is the victor of this laning battle.
Is that for Victor?
I don't know.
Maybe. See if the chains land. Not going to stun him up. Still takes a lot of damage in return. Bamey actually running
Has
away
teleport.
Here. Ah. So he's going to be able to come back to the lane. Victor this time. Sia going to be opting to take the barrier as a summoner spell instead. So take a look at how this lane swap is taking place for these two teams. Right now, Ime working on taking down the bottom lane outer turret. Team WE already looking to try and take down the top lane outer turret. And there's that teleport from Bamey straight back into the mid lane.
Yeah, and of course, Sia doesn't have one of his own. So if they can get this to the turret, that's a bigger stack than 6 minions is. You'll find that Bamey actually quite happy with that, which is why Condi's here. You shall not push.
Going to try and do his best to freeze it up or farm it up. See which one he decides to do here. Maybe trying to be a pest again.
The
and
battles continue,
clear
yeah.
it out. But for now, we are going to see both the outer turrets in the top and bottom lane fall down for the respective teams in the lane swap lanes. Amazing J will finally take that one down. It's dead even between the two teams at the moment. In fact, you know, Victor comes back into this lane. He's still even in CS against this LeBlanc.
Yeah, so everything kind of passes on nicely. I think timing for recalls as well in this middle lane. Victor's going to be very happy with the Summoner spell in an offensive/defensive manner, finding that advantage. All things considered, I think WE actually starting this game a little bit more efficiently, though it isn't entirely evident just yet. The biggest redeeming feature of the early game is definitely Condi's CS.
Yep, he's 22-14 at the moment. Nothing major as Bamey just takes a laser to the face as well. The Thunderlords proc for a good trade back and forth against Sia.
And this is one of those moments where an even trade, you would say, actually still favors Sia simply because of his Summoner spells. There's a little bit more sustain, however, available to Bamey due to his item purchases. So everything kind of evens out.
Both teams
It's
actually...
just a Braum there.
Both teams were actually sending their supports towards the mid lane. Bardo is going to want to backs off first. As Athena, or Bamey, sorry, going to jump straight in towards Sia. In fact, puts a lot of damage down. Here's Mithy, gets a flash on top of it. Victor takes a lot of damage. First blood goes on over towards Mithy as Condi still looking to try and dish out another trade there, but good trade for Aimee in the mid lane.
Yeah, they get themselves a good first blood and well timed from Bamey because most of these minions will still go to him. Braum even getting in there for an assist at the end. And nobody dies in response. That's very efficient timing from IM.
Jin Jiao, meanwhile, we saw up in the top lane, was able to freeze out that lane, had about 4 minions pushing ahead of the initial creep wave, so Amazing J should be able to control that wave well. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane for Team W, Mystic and Zero trying to push this wave towards the turret as fast as possible. Graves was there looking to try and get some damage down onto the tower, but I'm going to swap their AD carry and support back down towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, so Mystic and Zero are going to have a slight edge in this lane due to farm already, but it isn't Ashe Braum. And Mystic has a tier, so realistically, no major benefit to be seen until the next item purchase, where you're looking at maybe the Manamune or the Sheen, and then they'll have lane control.
Only big things, that tier has been stacking
That's a bit backwards, Road.
for some time now. Road doesn't know how to hold the door quite right.
Oh, God.
Still able to put
Oh,
it on.
God. You just have to hold the door. Never say hold the door again.
Jin Jiao, though, able to pick up the last bits of those CS in the bottom
About
lane.
to cry.
And see it. I don't know what to do anymore, Rusty. Take the wheel, please. I put myself into a hole. I can't dig myself out.
It's okay, mate. It's okay.
Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, despite the fact that Victor was taken down for first blood from the gank of both the Rek'Sai and the Braum, still even in terms of CS. Bamey doing a good job of manipulating this creep wave, though, keeping it close towards his turret.
But he's predictably aggressive, and guess who's here ready to go?
Good old Bardo right behind the turret, ready to fight. Sia actually going to drop the base on top of Bamey. Tries to get the stun down as well. This LeBlanc getting poked out the lane. The Chaos Storm just not quite fast enough, but was threatening the LeBlanc.
Yeah, just still very well done from the Victor in general. There's still a lot of members around from WE. They kind of force the LeBlanc into a very awkward position. Or if he wants to stay here, there's the chance that he just outright dies. Sia has complete control.
So far, taking stock of things, Aimee do have a slight lead for themselves at the moment. It's only in the form of just under 1,000 gold. 700 to be precise. No major leads across the map. Mithy looking to try and pick up his jungle item early off of the first blood. He got off of Sia in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the turnaround, of course, from Mitty is that he's able to hard farm with that gold advantage now that he's got the Cinder in his back pocket and actually gets ahead in farm when he was behind by like 8. And that's jungle creeps as well as a bit of lane creeps. So importantly doing well since the start was very poor. WE actually pushing in on him.
We'll have to keep tabs on Mithy, see if he's able to keep that up. But for now, he's working on trying to take down the first objective of the game. It's going to be the Ocean Drake being contested by Aimee here. They already got some good damage down on towards it. Mithy...
I don't know if he meant that.
Hello.
I think it's safe to say he didn't mean that.
All right, put a couple of Prey Seekers out. Oh, there we go. Back over the wall. Goes on a little bit of a journey there, but is able to pick up the dragon nonetheless. The next dragon to spawn will be another Ocean Dragon, so I may have the possibility of trying to stack that one up, and that's going to help out Mithy quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, I think you'll find that everyone benefits ridiculously just from like an early game Ocean Drake being taken at all. Road as well, now that he is a roam-heavy support and wants to be proactive and make those plays, I think you'll find that he'll be very content with having that Ocean as well. And Bamey, even in this middle lane, getting some mana regeneration when he's out of combat. Not that he's ever out of combat. Will always be quite handy and couple with that blue buff nicely. As Ocean Drake is actually very strong early. And a second one would be unreasonable.
On top of that, we already see Mithy has picked up his jungle item already. So the Cinderhulk being complete on the Rek'Sai. That's got a little bit of a buff and almost kind of single-handedly brought Rek'Sai back into competitive play as well. He's just going to be farming like an absolute monster. The flip side, we can see Condi still waiting to complete his Warrior's enchantment on the Graves.
The major positive as well is that Middy's being able to farm to his Sightstone, which will amplify their control of the map further. And will actually help them secure further dragons, further Rift Heralds if they look towards it. At this stage though, nothing really to be seen as an advantage except that. That'll help.
Amazing J doing a nice job of stealing away the blue buff.
They
Chaos
don't
Storm.
like giving blues to see
The Chaos Storm puts it down to 3 health there, but not enough for him to pick it up.
You know what sucks? The old Chaos Storm would have got it.
Unlucky.
A little bit unlucky. This is very cute.
Riot, please. Sia was not able to pick up blue thanks to
A
changes.
Flash Maokai would be like the perfect way to get a gank here. They're actually looking to counter gank at the same time. This is a bit awkward.
Yep, he doesn't quite know there's 3 people there yet. Now he should know there's a couple who can lay. Sia just going to take a whole chunk of damage from that. LeBlanc gets into turret range, decides to take
This is very awkward.
W
actually.
back.
I'm just not sure what, like, Rek'Sai is not here anymore. Road is just outright trying to zone. What he doesn't know, yeah, is that he's like zoning into a Graves that is level 7 and has been sitting there forever.
I think this is a big point to talk about before we go back to the top lane for the massive fight. Is the big advantage for Team W at the moment is they have a nice CS lead on the Graves. Uh-oh, Road, you're going to go down here if you try to trace Maokai anymore.
They want
957.
Jin Zhao, not Road, so him 1v1ing is fine.
Just kill him.
There
Get on
we
top
go.
of him. Jump onto the Braum. He puts the shield up. It's going to be enough to take it out. They get a bit greedy there if you're waiting for the Ashe.
Yeah, but they can't kill the Braum, alright? He'll just put his shield up here. He still has Flash available. They genuinely want a Jin Zhao. They got the heal out of the Ashe. That's nice. Ashe didn't use the ultimate, though.
He spent a lot of time trying to save him then. What I was trying to say earlier is Mystic has a nice CS lead for himself, but he's actually getting chased on by Amazing J and Mythy. A teleport actually coming out from 957, trying to help out his bottom lane. Will complete the teleport itself, but it's not in time, as we do see Mythy picks up the second kill of the game for himself.
And Mystic actually gets very greedy trying to get a kill. And instead of using it to escape, it gives the opportunity for Middy to go in. Doesn't get the kill, and that is a very unfortunate turn of events. We're now 2-0 in scoreline, and a slight gold lead is creeping up.
Arrow is going to hit 0 there. Locks him down for 3 seconds, but Sia was the target they wanted to look for as the Victor going to get chunked down here. Has to flash away. Bamey is trying to run him for his life as well. He's going to be able to get out of there, but Mythy, he's on a killing spree. 3 kills there.
Yeah, Mythy is massive, and credit where it's due as well. Bamey kind of having to skirt around the Victor ultimate while still doing damage, very much relevant. And the last auto attack available to the Rek'Sai secures them that kill. So every last bit of damage they put down was necessary and ultimately gives them this bigger advantage. It's kind of just forged out of hard work.
Jin Zhao was looking to start that fight off as well. It still helped them out. Locked down the bar the entire time. Couldn't do anything in that fight, and he was behind in CS against Mystic. He was down 20 CS. They were able to kill Mystic. Now Jin Zhao is even in CS.
Yeah, and they've got a
doing
3-0 Rek'Sai to boot. That's where most of that gold is now going to be lying. The LeBlanc's big because it's an Abyssal Scepter completed. There is a Negatron though. So he'll take less damage, but you can see the fact that he removes resistances now is starting to affect this matchup.
Abyssal Scepter picked up by the LeBlanc. It's just so effective. Removes the damage from Victor, gives him even more damage. Going to help him out so much in this game. And I mean, last game they showed us, yes, we can take Team WE to 50 minutes and we can still play League of Legends, but once again, in Game 2, they're showing us they want to play fast games. They want to try and take WE down right now. They're 2,500 gold ahead one more time in the early game.
Now we're waiting for the Ash Arrow to come out here in the middle lane.
Sierra actually going to get chunked down there. There is Zero trying to help him out.
Ooh.
Comes back from Bamey, looking to try and take him down. Amazing J now actually gets locked down, pops the ultimate, trying to run away from Condi and the Maokai. There's the parallel convergence.
Oh, wow.
I was looking for Amazing J.
Walks it out.
Only gets the shield, but yes, just walks out.
Seemingly too easy right there.
Dragon's going to be coming up in 25 seconds. You just saw on your screens, Mystic is only now making his way back to base. This is the second Ocean Dragon. Aime might be able to stack both of them up.
Yes, he is also recalling at the moment, so he won't be here in time. The question is, will Aime know that fact and start it on spawn? Because they're currently standing on a ward baiting something that doesn't need to be baited.
Oh, Condi's just waiting there. You can see Ash Arrow comes out. Actually forces a flash. Zero is going to be the one that takes it for Condi as he flashes out of the way.
That Victor ult hurts.
Big misplay, but like you said, Road taking so much damage from the Victor ultimate. Mystic actually able to snipe him away.
Gets him with his aptly named Mystic shots as well. That's actually really handy. It's Team WE.
That was surprising to me because it was obvious Aime were baiting on top of a ward. Condi,
yeah, he just kind of lets it, just baited Zero into dying. Zero's alive, he's working his way in.
Mithy, actually, he's pretty huge here. He's level 10 to level 9 of Condi, so does have that smite advantage. Condi taking so much damage from this dragon. Aime could potentially contest for this. 957 trying to zone him away. Mithy trying to go in, not going to be able to get it, but Condi, he's really low. Amazing J looking to try and start a fight off here as Bamey was trying to siege out, but they're not going to be able to start a fight off. Instead, Team W able to control the objective and take it down for themselves.
Yeah, Mithy's tunnel selection as well. The direction he chose was very poor. They don't get what they're looking for, and they settle it at one apiece. When it comes to these Ocean Drakes, now everybody has sustain. Everybody's regenerating that health and mana when they're outside of combat. It's going to be very rare now that we see junglers and supports have to recall if it's not for items.
And speaking of items, let's take stock of where they are at the moment. Ezreal, he's picked up his Manamune, a Sheen, and the Onion Boots of Lucidity, so he's got 2 out of 3 of his core items complete, as well as a component of the third. Certainly the flip side, Ash still waiting on picking up an Essence Reaver. Probably has a lot of gold in her back pocket.
Still the Echo here.
Still the Abyssal Scepter only on the LeBlanc, but Amazing J was getting ganked there by Condi and 957, but that's a pretty big creep wave. I don't think they wanted to give that one up.
That'll be a big advantage actually now given over though to 957. The amount of farm that he's about to pick up, if not freeze.
Quite a lot, but
that's a good move.
Good decision from Aime. They're going to trade that farm up in the top lane and try and take down the Rift Herald in return. Roden, Bamey though still looking for picks in the mid lane, trying to take down Zero whenever he tries to roam around on that bard.
Yeah, if they had vision of Zero, they actually would have just outright killed him then and stayed in the bush. But they went out looking for CA. They don't get the kill onto him, and everything kind of just like scares everyone else, and they'll just walk away.
Arrow's going to come out. Zero actually has to flash away. These have been used so effectively by Jin Jiao so far. As Road, he's actually going to run into 3 members. He puts down the door, but it's not going to be enough. There's the ultimate for Condi to be able to take him down. Jin Jiao now has to flash away. Skates about 10 health there.
Not sold on what Road was actually thinking there. I actually have no idea what he was thinking there. He gets completely caught out. The amount of burst that comes out once again from WE.
Shouldn't face check bushes. There's normally Garens inside of there. This time he finds 3 people. I think that's even worse than a single Garen.
Well, everything's worse than a Garen. Garen is Garen.
This Bamey still doing what he does best, trying to
drop the ult, yeah.
aggressively trade with Seer there as the Chaos Storm does come out from the Victor. Just pushes him away for now.
Good trade. Doesn't mean it'll last those.
Team WE now desperately trying to get a collapse onto this bottom lane. Mystic now going to get locked down by Mithy. There goes the teleport from Amazing J to jump on top of the Ezreal. Now the Magical Journey is going to be able to help Aime out. The ultimate coming out from Zero is going to be able to lock down 2 people. Power Convergence cuts him off. He has no flash from what he used earlier. And now Condi, you're in a lot of trouble, my friend, as here comes the Bamey to lock you down with chains. And Amazing J picks up that kill. Aime are 7-2 against Team WE.
And they're up by a substantial amount of gold as we do get to see this one again. Midi gets the flash knock up on the Mystic, and the most important part is that Amazing J is here at the right time with Road. Not only does the Bard Sun get blocked by the Braum shield, he flashes the ultimate here, Amazing J, and then cuts him off. Like, mechanically, that was so well executed. by Aime across the board to get these picks. And then this was just a follow-up. Amazing J's putting on a clinic on this Echo right now.
Certainly
and this
has.
is something we continue to see from the top laner of Aime. If you give him this champion that was banned from him in the first game.
Aime showing once again LSPL teams strong early game, great laning phase. They know how to create picks, and you know what? They're proving their test right now. They're against Team W, one of the best team fighting teams in the LPL, and they're doing that as well late game. So Aime truly look impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's still positive signs for this Aime roster. WE, I'm not going to say notoriously bad in the early game, because that's not what they are.
Nope.
But definitely showing signs of struggle. Need to kind of pull themselves together. Comebacks, however, never surprising to see WE have one of those.
Certainly not. They almost pulled it off in game one. They were in a similar position, a little bit more even, but still very similar position in game one. Able to pull off a nice comeback, but it was Team Aime that picked up the win.
Yeah, and Jinjiao actually doing well on this Ashe so far, something that we do have to note.
He's got his Essence Reaver. He's 1-0-1 and keeping up a CS with Mystic. Nicely, still a little bit behind though. Spammy still being a pest on this LeBlanc, trying to chip down the Victor wherever he can.
You notice the adaptation that CA's made as well. Don't drop the Chaos Storm unless it's absolutely necessary. They're trading all the time, but he knows that if he can trade even and save the Chaos Storm, he needs the team fight. Last time, we saw a fight between Bamey and CA, where the Victor didn't have his Chaos Storm left up. Can't really have an impact in the fight the same way that he would have liked. Nice dodges.
Fight coming up, but Amazing J's trying to get a flank through the river here. There's the ultimate from Ashe, going to lock down Zero. He's going to be the first to fall down. There's the ultimate missing as well, chunking down Jin Jiao, but the rest of the team's collapsing. 957, he's going to try and get it to the backline here. Flashes forward, gets on top of the house. That's a lot of damage from the tree there. Now looking towards Amazing J. Mystic jumps forward. Road taking a lot of damage. Smithy's here as well to try and back up the rest of his team. Chains coming down from Athena's going to be able to lock down the Maokai, but at what cost? They lose Amazing J first. Team WE, they're able to trade 2 for 1.
Yeah, and just like that, the team that can absolutely fight make a pick in their own direction, the tower to fall with it. And some of the control on this map now heading back in their favor. Mystic's Echo is now starting to put in work. And CA actually rotates for a fight.
Looking to continue pushing here towards the bottom lane inner turret. WE going to be able to get some good damage onto this tower. Bamey looking to try and help out. 957 takes some damage in return. Mithy locks it up. There's that Chaos Storm coming out from the Victor just to zone them away. And just like that, off of one play, Team W able to take down 2 more turrets.
They put themselves at a closer to even gold amount as well. And the Drake has spawned. I think the big risk that they're now going to run into, however, is that everyone is back from Aime. And to actually find themselves getting that Drake is a difficult affair. Something that WE do love doing, however. So see what they decide towards.
Aime are pinging towards the Cloud Dragon and have already started trying to take it down. Mithy here, an incredibly tanky jungle at the moment with a Giant Spell, Spectre Skull, and the Cinder Hulk with the Side Stone. Looking to try and pick it up. Mystic, True Shot Barrage coming out, not going to do enough as Mithy should be able to smite this one away. Cloud Drake goes on over towards Aime. The next dragon to spawn will be another Cloud Dragon, so Ocean and Cloud coming into this game.
The Noah's Ark of Drakes this game.
2 of each.
That's what I meant, thank you. Well done.
2 more Infernals, that'd be good.
Yeah, we'll see what spawns after, if we can get 2 of them before 35 minutes.
No, we'll get to 34 if they take it at the start, so only these 2. Hopefully they don't take the next one.
And struggle streak for Bamey now that the laning phase has kind of progressed. Mystic doing a lot of damage, but so is the Victor. And now they're looking to siege this middle lane turret. This is where the problems start to arise for Aime in terms of drafting. Their wave clear is a bit risky. They have a no mobility AD carry who can't always wave clear reliably. And they have a LeBlanc. LeBlanc wave clearing is asking to die. And the beautiful thing about it is 957's playing Maokai, a champion essentially sculpted to deal with LeBlanc.
Jin Jiao though, he's picked up a big item spike for himself. He's gone for the Essence Reaver, now has the Runar's Hurricane picked up on his Ashe. So good spike for him. Can be able to deal some decent AoE damage here, but Aime going to have to keep him alive because Team WE, they've got a lot of ways to jump on top of this Ashe and keep her locked down.
Yeah, they do have a lot of lockdown. They have a forward-moving engage, which is something, again, we touched on the early game. WE will excel when they're actually moving forward. Ezreal is most of their backwards kite until a Rylai's is there for ZA, in which case they can kind of work around the best of both worlds. Still would excel when moving forward. The flip side as well, Aime primarily want to be going forwards except for Road. So it's this really conflicted battle between whoever goes forwards the best come out ahead.
Mystic actually taking a lot of damage from Bamey in that mid lane. And Zyme looking to try and fight over the red buff inside of Team W's Uncle. They force the ultimate coming out from Connie there, so lots of damage missing from the Grays for now. On top of that, Bamey, when he pushed Mystic out of that lane, means that Ime do have advantage in this mid lane. Could possibly try and push to try and take down the mid lane outer turret.
Yeah, they could look towards it, but this is a very cheeky Baron. 24 minutes in, no vision available for WE.
They've got 2 members mid lane, so
Yeah.
WE might not know about
And
this.
Bamey's keeping them busy as well. Bartle spots it.
It's going to know this is happening.
Yeah, and they know it's low as well. That was very cute, but it wasn't enough. Nor was that.
Ash Arrow just hits the field goal. It's good, but not great for Ash.
They almost could have committed. What they did force is 957's teleport.
So that's mean Amazing J. He's going to be able to split push now uncontested as Misty gets caught out, but Bamey is going to be the one that goes down here. Team WE find another pick in the mid lane.
And Bard, the direct counter to LeBlanc if you proc your clone. Stuns him sort of like against himself, just dies to the raw burst. Very nicely done from Zero. Very nicely done from Mystic. And a lot of strength now possible. It's just weird. He's fully upgraded Hexcore, obviously.
Oh, Misty's going to get locked down. He's able to clear out the wall, but Team WE once again from behind, able to take down another objective here against Ime. Looking stronger and stronger as each minute passes by against this team.
And we discussed the strengths of WE with their consistently performing team. And even though they're losing the game, we also discussed the counterpoint being that Ime are flashy, reasonably aggressive, and they want to take it to you and play a fast-paced style. Bamey now channeling his inner Amazing J downfalls, being that sometimes it's too much.
You take stock of where things are at the moment. The gold is completely even. 2 dragons to 1 in favor of Ime. But more importantly, 2 towers to 4 in favor of Team WE, which does mean Ime have a lot of standing gold to take down, but it's going to be difficult for them to get to that, as Team WE, they just look like the stronger team at this point in the game.
Yeah, given that gold difference as well, they're starting to scale at an even level. But what we have seen is definite teamfight capabilities from the Ime roster. We move towards that stage of the game, and they're no slouches by any means. Next fight could be very important for them. It's Amazing J's trying to work the flank. I still think that the Maokai pick is going to be the clutch option. It deals with the Ashe, it deals with the LeBlanc. Whichever carry he picks is going to be in trouble.
Let's see what 957 can do in the next fight here, as Dragon is going to be spawning in about a minute.
They were looking mid lane, which is why we were looking at the Ashe. Remember, every time that you see the camera go to that Ashe, it's probably an arrow impending. Plenty of pings were used. I don't find it.
Let's see if they can go for it here. As we take stock of the items, Ashe went back to base, picked up a BF sword for himself. Lock of the Iron Solari completed for Road here, where Zero still sitting on the edge of the Legion. Mystic, he's gone for a more of Malmortius as his 3rd item pickup here to try and defend against the burst damage from Amazing J and from Bamey.
Yeah, so he's built a little bit more defensively. CA and Condi make up for it. It's one of the few times you look at the item build and you're like, I kind of agree with it.
It's okay.
They play to their own king, obviously, if you want to deal damage to people, but because he's just getting outright bursted from LeBlanc, he had to have at least the Hex Drinker.
Another Hex Drinker is on the side of Graves here. Condi picking that one up, and the arrow comes in here. They're looking for the Graves. There comes the ultimate from Zero, trying to lock down the members, trying to chase him down. Graves at half health here. Mystic trying to get on top of the Ashe. Victor is in the back lines here, but not able to do anything just yet, as Mithy and Amazing J trying to run away. Once again, Team WE able to repel the engage coming out from Ime. As 957 looking like a beast right now. He wants to engage Ime. They want to try and contest to this one, but it might not be best. Suddenly, they're on the wrong side of the map. Team WE have good positional advantage here over the Drake.
Yeah, they're looking at the bottom turret as if they don't have a better option for themselves at the moment, but this is such an awkward position to be in. Bard no ulti, Ezreal no ulti. See how this progresses.
Amazing J gets inside of the Power Convergence, but Team W able to jump straight back out of it. Mithy now looking towards Tia. He's getting jumped up by Bamey. He gets exhausted immediately by Zero, who flashes over the wall to help him out. He's able to take it back. Mystic, he's in the back lines, acting like an assassin now, trying to take down the remaining members of Ime as Condi looking for Amazing J. They're still trying to run away. Mystic over the walls one more time. 957 on top of Xin Zhao, as Sia is going to be able to take down The Ash as well. Graves now.
Oh.
He's going to go down. Good snipe coming out from Mystic. True shot barrage. On point. They're able to take down. He's looking for more. He's chasing down Mithy. That's another Mystic shot coming out. Gonna miss that one. Not gonna matter. Arcade shoots forward.
It'll
Just
matter
needs
now.
one more. Not gonna get it. It's Amazing J. He has to flash out of there though. Amazing. Magical Journey's gonna come out. Still chasing him down. He's not happy with this echo. Sia goes and farms the creep wave first before continuing the chase. Gets sped up.
We
Very
could be
difficult.
here a while. Rek'Sai's now going to be a deterrent as well.
Oh, he's not that big of a turn. Now he's chasing down Zero. Not going to take the Magical Journey. In fact, gets stunned up mid-tunnel. Now go for the shot. Oh, no, that's not it.
That was very awkward, but
Saved him.
everything settles down. Goldie still in the 600, and everybody chased for so long that nothing was actually achieved. And this is the Mystic show we saw in the last fight, right? Mitty, you kind of deep, man.
He went to take the red buff. Able to tunnel out of there. So
957 was very unlucky. He was trying to time the arcane smash with the tunnel. It would have cancelled and he would have died.
unlucky, but since you mentioned it there, Mystic damage dealt in that fight over double of anyone on the side of Aime.
No, the important thing is Bamey did none. And he's meant to be assassinating people. 900 is not enough to kill anybody on the Rift right now.
A good flash from Zero as well to stop Bamey's damage. Flashed over, got the exhaust down.
And it still felt like a very young decision for a young team to go towards that bottom tower when they can't fight for the dragon. Best case scenario was just recall, get the heck out of there, and try and reset not getting the Drake.
Still dead even between these two teams. 957 now going to take a little bit of damage. In fact, down to half his health. True Shot Barrage comes out to try and deter the rest of Aime, but that's a big tank at half health. Could be Aime's time to shine. Jin Chao going to pop out the bird, spots out the remaining members of TW floating around this mid lane.
Yeah, also remember that LeBlanc has a Void Staff completed.
Meanwhile,
So there's a lot of damage.
we can see Mystic, he's gone back to base. He's picked up a last Whispers for himself, so looking to try and penetrate the armor of the front line from Aime. Whereas Jin Chao, he's still sitting on that BF sword, looking to try and pick up an Infinity Edge next.
Yeah. The Dragon, remember, it is down. And it's the one big thing that both of these teams are looking towards fighting for every single time it is available. To kind of evened it out at 2 apiece, that's right. But the next one, kind of a bigger deal than the last ones, given that it was an ocean and a cloud. More non-impactful dragons, more so excuses to actually fight each other. Next one being, I believe, the Elder. That's where the real action starts.
Well, let's see if these two teams have tried to go and fight for it next. That should be spawning in about a couple of minutes. I believe there's one more dragon before we get the Elder spawn. I wasn't able to catch out what that was.
Sure
though.
either.
So you're watching bottom lane from Aime trying to push out. There's an arrow coming in looking for Misty. He just
That was
arcane shifts out of that. That was a very rash decision from Jin Chao.
It was a reaction speed test. The thing is, so now that he's got a lot of cooldown reduction, it's like a 50-second arrow cooldown anyway, I believe. You can see it's already a quarter off, exactly. He'll have it soon. He'll be able to throw it out again. That's more the rinse and repeat strategy that's available for Aime. If the arrow actually connects, though, given that he had to rush a Hex Drink or Demora of Malmortius, there's no cleanse available. There's no Mikhail's either yet for Zero, which will be up sooner or later. Until that stage, it's always a viable option to just throw it out.
Well, Team WE now looking to try and siege the mid lane in the turret. Already got it down to half itself. That's lots of damage coming out from Condi there. Ash Arrow at a 3/4 way from cooldown. So looking for that one to be back up before trying to contest a fight, it seems. 957, he's got 3,000 health on this Maokai, looking like an absolute beast right now.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Mithy at 4k health on the Rex side. That's a very tanky champion. Not quite a Swain.
There's a Cinder Hulk, of course, 25% extra increased health. So. Once again, the big thing that Aime do have is the 1-3-1 as a possibility. I still question their wave clear, though, by having an Ashe in that middle lane. But LeBlanc has teleport, and there's always going to be that potential utility there. And Baron's still a standout. Something that IM did try earlier in this game to be cheeky. They know they can do it quickly.
Infinity Edge was picked up by Jin Chao, so he does have a little bit of extra damage. So Chair gets thrown out by Road, looking to try and pick up Condi. He's able to dash out of that one over the wall towards the Raptor camp. 40 seconds until Dragon spawns.
This is actually a really good lane assignment, though, because they were looking at the Baron as a bigger priority. Ashe is nearby for arrows. Amazing J's on the bottom side of the map. And now their other teleport option Goes towards the side lane.
Some big item pickups from the side of Team WE as well. Rylai's been picked up by CS so far, as well as that Abyssal Scepter and the fully upgraded Hex Core. On top of that, Mystic, he's got his Lord Dominic's Regards picked up as well, so you're going to be able to shred through Amazing J and Mythy.
So this is good for Aime once again. We're looking at a LeBlanc now pushing topside. No one has the teleport to deal with it because Maokai's here. Because Maokai had to deal with Amazing J. They forced the lane assignments. All they've got's that Ezreal ultimate to wave clear.
And that's what it's going to try and do. In fact, only just clips a couple of minions there, so Baimi...
He has an Ocean Drake though, so never mind.
Here comes the start of the Dragon though. This is the another Ocean Dragon. Team W could possibly pick up a second one here before the Elder Dragon spawns. Mythy looking to see if he can try and smite.
Teleport's in behind.
Teleport is coming behind. Graves able to secure that Dragon. Jin Jiao actually locked down by the Bard ultimate. Now going to try and fight off here as Baimi. He gets exhausted as soon as he comes into this fight. He gets taken down, dealing no damage one more time here. Aime, they have to retreat. Their mid lane is gone. There's going to be Rek'Sai getting taken down. 957 trying to lock down the rest of the front layers. Mystic, he goes unstoppable. Just charging forward with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Picks up a double kill and only Jin Jiao lives to tell the tale.
And I think it's safe to say at this stage that Mystic is on the can play Ezreal list. They should be able to go towards that Baron now. And honestly, Baimi, that was the biggest mistake that you are going to make this game. Because there is a Victor next to you and you choose to suicide for it instead.
He did less damage than Braum in that fight. And once again, Mystic just tops the charts. Team WE, they're going to be able to pick up a Baron in this game too.
Yeah, they're going to pick up that Baron. They've got the objectives. Of course, with the next Drake will be an Elder. Now they've got 3 in their back pocket. 2 Oceans. So much sustain available for a poke or siege. And WE with a 7-2 Ezreal up against a 1-2 Ashe. That when we look at the selection of champions, prioritizing other things over that Ezreal just perplexes me.
Questionable coming in from Team Iron Man. Look at that. Immediately, Team W, they've been able to pick up that gold advantage for themselves from what was in Aime's favor for majority of this game. Looking good at the very start. Team W able to pull it back. Question is it going to be a repeat of last game? Because this is where Team WE were last game at about 35 minutes.
Yeah, 4K gold lead. They've got control of the map to an extent as well with that Baron buff. But we also saw them have Baron and the Elder Dragon and still actually go down. The question is now on WE, can they execute that late game team fight? Are they going to blunder at the finish line, trip over, kind of let someone glide past them 2 times in a row? That's a very unfortunate way for that to change. I will say based off team compositions though, ain't that Maokai, I mentioned it before. He's unkillable. He also gets onto their carries way too easily with that flash up. Once they have that, probably just team fight. Even just now, there you go.
Teleport into the backline here, coming out from the Maokai. 957 looking to see if he can find an initiation. Instead, just going to back off here.
Good disengage.
They've got the inside track towards the mid lane, looking to try and take down that inhibitor turret. The rest of the team, in fact, trying to get back to base as soon as possible. Only Amazing J left to try and push up towards the top lane. We'll be able to get the top lane inner turret and possibly teleport in towards this fight. But this inhibitor turret should be going down.
Now. It's just gone.
They're going to give it up instead. Instead, Amazing J is going to continue pushing up in that top lane and see if IM can continue and try and stop the backs coming in from the rest of Team W. 957 split up from the team, so should be able to get back there. Amazing J has some damage from the tower, but there's a Baron up team coming from the side of Team W. And 957 able to escape from the Praise Seeker of Mythi and gets back to base.
No teleport available for 957 though, so what they do get is the inhibitor, but they force the disengage and the turret falls. Amazing J needs to find a way to live now, though.
Ooh, this is going to be difficult. The tank battle looking good so far for 957. Deal a lot of damage. He's going to use his ultimate to try and get out of there. The rest of Aime, though, they've got nothing at all, sorry, to take down here. As Sia goes on a killing spree, being able to chase down Amazing J.
Yeah, and a nice turret take, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. From this point in the game, they need to readjust their side waves and actually work around the map effectively here, WE. But it is going to be a stagnated point simply because Amazing J forced them to. The inhibitor advantage could mean a lot, though.
Certainly could, as we take stock after this game so far. Team WE, they look like they're incredibly far ahead, but in fact, in reality, I should say, They're only 3,000 gold up ahead of Team Aimee with lots of objectives to boot, and there's still a lot of standing gold for Aimee at the moment. If they find one team fight, they could turn this game completely around.
Yeah, they could. They're waiting for their echo, however, and this is a good period of time where they can just straight push in.
10 seconds until ATJ's back up and online, but instead Team W have other things on their mind as they look towards taking down the bottom lane inhibitor and inhibitor turret and are successfully able to take that down.
They're running out of options here, Aimee.
Temper Fate coming out will be able to connect with Jin Jiao, but that only locks him down for some time. Amazing J is back into this fight now. Still lose their inhibitor.
Felt like a miscommunication between WE, but it was also a defusal of an Ash Arrow. Their engage tool was unable to be used, even if they wanted to engage them, as the Ash Arrow was just used.
Looking for something, doesn't find anyone. This gives Team W time to reset, pick up some items, and reboot. As Ezreal, he's looking to try and finish his 6th and final item, being a Blade of the Ruined King. Jin Jiao, on the other hand, still sitting on that Doran's Blade as his 6th item. Bamey struggling to try and pick up a Zhonya's Hourglass, whereas you see Victor already has the makings of his Lich Bane for his final item.
Yeah, very strong right now. WE in the driver's seat. As we're now 40 minutes into this game, because WE really don't know how to end before 40 minutes. They love a late game team fight. And Aimee just don't know how to say die. They are very resilient. And whilst it's 2 inhibitors down, Ash Arrow is almost up again. I think they want to all or nothing fight this. And they kind of have to. And it won't be for this tower, obviously.
Top lane inner turret. It's going to get taken down by Team W as they move towards the final inhibitor turret on the side of Aimee. You have to think this is where Aimee need to make their last stand. They've got the Zhonya's Hourglass on the LeBlanc now, so able to stay alive a little bit longer in these prolonged engages.
I just don't see them being able to fight Team WE at all. They kind of have no choice, but Maokai's standing in front of them. He'll be the one to cop that arrow, you'd imagine.
Mortal Reminder has been picked up by Ash. They're going to be able to shred through some of the armor on the side of Maokai and also stop the regeneration qualities of a couple of their champions.
Well, it's a hard one. It gets late in the night. Fish. That's what I'm finding right now.
Well, they're looking to try and see some Amazing J trying to get a power convergence off. It's not able to find them as Team W able to get out of the circle just in time. Get some decent damage down onto Zero though, but Double Ocean Dragon going to be able to heal him up quite nicely as they siege this.
Yeah, and speaking of Zero, he does have his Mikhail's Crucible, so he's able to save anybody that gets arrowed by an Ash. And now we play a game of patience.
It's going to wait. Team WE waiting for the mid lane and bottom lane to push up. There's an arrow. Lands on towards Condi. Actually gets the QSS onto himself to try and get away from there as the Command Faye going to land onto mid. He flashes into it actually. It's 9 by 7. He's being focused down by 4 members of Aimee. Still strong and healthy. Gets a Mikhails to get out of there. Sia drops the base on top of everybody for the side of Aimee. Gets a double kill as he takes down Ash as well. Team WE storm through the base against Aimee and they're looking to tie up the series 1-1.
They're absolutely going to be able to end this game, and WE, in the same fashion that they should have been able to in game number 1, if they decide to end the game, will get themselves the tie situation.
And they're able to do just that as Team WE pull the series back 1-1 against Aimee and show that they're still a force to be reckoned with.
They absolutely are, and again, WE beating them at their own strengths finally. It's a late game team fight. I think they're going to be a lot more sound with their own personal drafts. And they're able to actually execute on that map play.
They played it well. Aimee looked very strong and promising to start off the game. The way we talked about how they play, how their team likes to play. You know, very dominant early game team coming out from the LSPL. Very good in the laning phase as well. But WE, this game, able to show why they're a team that love to fight around 35 minutes, and they played it fantastically.
And they also showed how they get to there more effectively, right? So Mystic's a god on that Ezreal. It goes without saying. We are now going to see some of the highlights from this, and one of the many fights where Bamey just really struggled to get anything done.
There were 2 really big fights where Bamey just jumps in, drops his entire combo as LeBlanc during the exhaust period coming out from Zero, and just did nothing. This fight, he did less damage than Braum.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
how little damage he did in the fight.
And this is basically the whole thing where Mystic just executes impeccably. This ult as well, positioned so well. There was no counterplay available. This is the next one where you can see that LeBlanc, I believe, had a flank. This one, it was the one after. Yeah, here. Look at this. Like, watch what he does. He watches Xie hit him with a Q and then goes in for Mystic, like, instantly dies. And that was essentially the fight where the game was definitely won.
And on top of this fight actually looked really good for IMA to start off because they were respecting that teleport from LeBlanc and just, as soon as Bamey walked in, they're like, well, yeah, we just walk all over the entire team now.
As far as execution is concerned, it wasn't entirely there for IMA, but when we look at the idea and how they wanted to put it into effect, man, it was absolutely there. They tried the 1-3-1, they tried the split pushing LeBlanc, they tried split pushing with Echo, but they just got walked at. And I will say this 100 times over, like, the Maokai was the game-changing factor because it beats LeBlanc. You've got a no mobility AD carry as well.
Well, we're going to go into Game 3 very shortly because Team W were able to tie up the series 1-1. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with the final game of the night.
one is for the fucked up, chewed up, spit out, stepped on. No luck, no fucks, tough love, half blood, stripped down, beat down, blacked out, choking. No sound, no crown, burnt up, broken. This one is for the beggars. Stand up if you're feeling reckless. They don't understand that we're heartless. We'll never be the same, so we take till we get our fucking way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 2 there. It's going to go on over towards Mystic on his Ezreal. He is good in Spawn's books for 80 carries that are allowed to play Ezreal, and he showed why in that game against IMA. No, he's good.
Is he?
He's in the good
Oh,
list.
fantastic. Well done, Mystic. He's managed to earn a prestigious position in one of our Casters Can Play lists. No, Mystic performed very well. 33% of the damage doesn't really do it justice because the damage he was dealing, generally speaking, was onto the important members of the opposition team. You can see it here. He knows when to go forwards with his E. He knows the exact moments that it's actually appropriate. And even fights like where he's got a flank position, somehow makes it work impeccably.
Play the game really well, and all-round fantastic performance coming out from Team WE. They were able to pull back a deficit against IMA and take the game to them around 30 minutes one more time. Team WE still showing that although IMA might be good at team fighting and still might be good in the late game, Team WE, that is their home. That is where they are famous for doing well, and they should show that in game number 2.
Yeah, meet us in our own domain. We're going to take you on, and absolutely, game number 2 comes around. They did lose game number 1, and you questioned the mental as well, but obviously WE, they know what's up. And you know what's up? Ezreal's up. That's what's up. That's about it.
Certainly
was
wasn't.
pretty good.
And you know, IMA in that first game looked great. Last team fight with the Swain pick coming in. This time, Team WE react to it, ban it out. What changes we're going to see coming into this game? Because, you know, now it looks like Team WE, they have their footing again. They know exactly how they want to play this game against IMA.
We're probably going to still see a Swain ban. I feel like that goes without saying. I think that there's potentially a lot more focus available for Azir instead of LeBlanc, maybe Victor instead of LeBlanc. I just think drafting was ultimately the undoing of IMA. They didn't even prioritize the Ezreal and went for a completely niche champion in the Ashe. Like, Ashe is good, but the Maokai was already picked. And their last option went for 2 champions that can get countered by the Maokai. So again, I just feel like they need to think more heavily about what they are picking, when they're picking it, and why they're picking it, because the win conditions that time around for IMA were lacking.
Well, now we're going to get a chance to see if IMA can change up their draft as we head into game number 3 between Team WE and IMA, the final game of day 1, week number 2 of the LPL. And so far, we see Trundle being banned out here with Azir and Swain from the side of Team WE. The flip side, IMA, they've taken away Rise and Nidalee here, as well as Kindred.
So first things first, we need to address that Bamey is continuing to play, and so is Midi. We haven't seen a Voidless. We're not going to see Athena again. As yes, now we have gone through all the bans. We can see slight adaptations being on the blue side now. They go for the Azir ban.
Team WE, they look to pick up Bard as their first pick. So they're going to be giving that one over towards Zero down in the bottom lane. Which means no second pick Bard coming out. I think that'd be the first time tonight we see that.
Yeah, and true to form, we're actually going to see at least first rotations of the champion. A lot of priority put towards that Bard. Makes sense. Zero is a really good Bard. Road has shown his prowess on it also. So respect or not, a champion that must be addressed.
Still a lot of strong champions left up and available. One of them is that Echo, and IMA are actually going to be picking up Sivir here for Jin Zhao. He's played 3 games of Sivir so far, so this will be his 4th here.
But it's been taken away from him on other situations as well. And there was the pick away by Mystic in game number 1, the ban away by IMA in game number 2, which is why there was some curious champions selected. And they got the Echo with it, which was still good from Amazing J. If there's one thing he can do, it's use those mechanics and get the team the kills that they need.
WE now looking to try and pick up their next 2 picks. And we should see them kind of mirror out what IMA picked up, with Maokai and Graves being their choice of lock-in, trying to use the champions IMA just used to take them down against I'll try and use the champions they use against Iron Man in the game number 2 to take them down one more time.
Literally the same draft order and pick order right now. Bard with the Graves was, of course, they're on red side, but now they've got the Maokai with it. If they finish with Ezreal or Victor in some way, like they just actually get those champions.
Once again, Aime not opting to try and take the Ezreal here, or take a Lucian early here, which has been left up throughout this draft phase.
Oh. They prioritize the Civic quite heavily. And you know what? It kind of does make sense for Aime. They feel kind of linear in the way that they want to win the game. And it's running at you, it's being aggressive, moving forwards. Does feel like their style.
And if they lock in these 2 picks, which they do, it's going to continue to show this playstyle as Nautilus and Rex are going to be picked up with Echo already being locked in for that lineup. So that seems like a very low damage team comp being formed by Aime. Very tanky one though.
Does that mean that it's going to be the Echo mid, I guess, is my first question? Or is Nautilus as actually? Never mind. Nautilus support. Rhodes done it. Still missing their mid laner, Baimi.
So we could still possibly see them pick up a mid lane AP carry or an AD carry. See what they decide to go as their final lock-ins.
They do get last pick as well, so they can pick for that mid lane and counter whatever is picked by Team WE. In saying that, I'm shocked that they're going to lock this in, given that the counter pick is available.
They pick up the Lucian as the AD carry of choice for Team WE, and we are going to see the Vladimir being picked up here. It's been banned out by quite a few teams. I don't think we've seen it picked so far in the summer split of the LPL.
No, I don't think so. LGD, of course, banning it twice in our last series.
We saw quite a few bans towards Vladimir against certain teams last week. And when they were banned against those teams, it was banned out throughout the entire series. But now we're going to see what he's made of and why he's being picked up. He's been reworked a little bit recently.
He has been. Does a lot of extra damage when the E charges and what not, but also slight hot fixes so that he doesn't just kill himself as willingly. Should actually help him out. Does a lot of damage still. Absolutely noteworthy. And as long as you can continue to amplify the rest of your team's damage with that ultimate, the Maokai becomes infinitely more dangerous, as does a Bard. There's a lot of strength behind the champion.
And I think this is very similar to a team composition that TSM were actually kind of famous for when they started running Maokai in the jungle with Vladimir up top. You know, Maokai reduces damage with his ultimate, Vladimir enhances damage with his ultimate, so complementing each other quite nicely. Yeah. And we are going to see I may pick up Victor as their mid lane pickup of choice for Baimi to go up against the Vladimir. No more LeBlanc being picked up this time round.
Yeah, no LeBlanc. They did pivot on that fact. And I do like the Victor. And it'll actually do decently well into the Vladimir. Might get outscaled by a slight pinch. No Ignite to be seen either, as they've gone double. Yeah, they've gone for heal.
Only Ignite being picked up here by the side of Aime will be on the Nautilus. Bard's actually going to pick up that Summoner spell as well. So aggressive support spells coming in. But we are going to finally get to see what this Vladimir has been all about, because a lot of teams have been banning it out, but haven't seen it being played yet.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of pressure now. It's playing it in Game 3 as well, trying to bring out that clutch pick. They could have picked the exact same thing as they did in Game number 2 that they won with. They opt towards the Lucian, the aggressive option as well. Let's see how they actually perform with this one, because WE's team composition, I still think is strong. They have a lot of damage.
Well, let's see if W can use it effectively as we head into the third and final game of this best of 3 series for tonight. We'll be back in just a bit. And unfortunately, it seems like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties one more time here as we are loading onto Summoner's Rift. Unfortunately for that, but hopefully we'll be able to get those fixed as soon as possible, as this is the third and final game between Aime and Team WE.
Yeah, hopefully we get onto the Rift sooner rather than later. It's been a slugfest for both of these teams, and I'm sure you guys watching at home have been here for quite a while.
It's been a slugfest throughout the entire night, both series going up past 40 minutes in most of their games, I believe.
Yeah, so absolutely. I hope that we can get in sooner rather than later, as They are still taking this very seriously. You can see intense stares at the screens. They mean business.
Waiting for them to get back onto Summoner's Rift, but I've just been told they have loaded back onto the game. They're still very relaxed now. Hands on keyboards. Everyone's ready. About to get in towards Summoner's Rift here, but this is a huge match here for IMA and for Team W. Team W, you know, picked up a win against RMG, got a single win against RMG, but dropped the series 2-1. IMA were undefeated until this series. It looked like they wanted to continue that trend with Game 1. Game 2, Team W bounce back now. This is a big test for them. If they can pull off a win here, not only does they get even further in the standings, but also show that they are a force to be reckoned with in Group B. As we head in to the third and final game of tonight between Team WE and IMA.
Yeah, that's right. The stage is set, Fish. Everything is now ready for IMA to try and get their victory against WE, but there's a big hurdle in the way, and that is the resilience that Team WE ever-presently displaying.
We certainly have, and you know, another sneaky invade coming in here from IMA, sending all the members up towards the top side of this map, trying to get some vision put down. Once again, the fan vote showing favorites.
1% extra to IMA. They did it.
Growing with each and every game.
I will also say we noted Strength of Ages, I believe it was.
Vladimir.
As the Vladimir's Keystone Mastery. Bit of extra health. It's not that bad of an option. We've seen it on only Rise, I believe, as a mid laner so far.
Synergizes nicely with Vladimir's passive as well, giving him a little bit of extra ability power.
Bit of health, bit of AP. As the converse relation between those two things for Vladimir is very handy, and yes, it will give him that.
Starting with a Doran's Shield as well for his starting item into the mid lane, and you know, we've sounding like a broken record now, but we've seen him banned so many games now in the LPL.
Well, he's a uniquely sustainable champion as well, and complements the rest of your team when it comes to team fighting. World Elite, WE pretty good at team fighting as well. And if there's one thing that they should be looking forward to, it's that 30-minute mark with a Vladimir.
Yeah, already being rather
How much damage he does, dude?
Lots.
He's got an angry temperament now in his bar instead of mana. That's what it is, the angry bar.
The anger bar. Yeah, Vladimir has been reworked quite recently here. Very small rework during the mange update.
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
And
He does a
he's
lot of
still
damage.
being a really obnoxious thing. And there's that new E. Whoa, full charge coming
Yeah, no,
out.
I can see the strength of Vladimir now.
Yeah, that just covers the entire lane.
Every time he has his bar stacked up, like doing that extra damage from what it looks like. I'm going to have to Google it if this continues.
Well, let's see what Sia can do in this mid lane. So far, being very oppressive against the Victor, but we haven't even been able to mention, because we've been so isolated in this mid lane, that there's been a lane swap taking place here. This time, going to be initiated by IMA. Actually take this turret down towards half its health. It's a very early lane swap coming out. I think Malkai just tanked up a little bit too much damage there. Not good.
Yeah, he tanked it, but he's going to be fine. And again, we speak about the efficiency of lane swaps. It's important that the tank, generally speaking, is healthy. It makes your life a lot easier once the turret is taken, because you try and freeze and then utilize that freeze to then push once you actually see your opposition's bottom lane. So Amazing J being full health will be a little bit more handier. And it's not that it's like that's a game-changing amount of health difference between the two. It's more that what if the opposition team gets here sooner and I can't afford to push that extra wave or get that extra minion that might be my next item, or slow them down.
So far, though, both teams were able to take down the turrets at the same time. So dead even. Still looking at this isolated mid lane where Vladimir is being obnoxious. Kind of reminds me of Swain, but just a little bit different.
He does so much damage. Yeah, look, it's unreal. Interesting champion pick, I think across the board. Like, they didn't know it was into the Victor. It was a blind pick mid laner. And there's definitely a lot of merit to it. Look at him.
He's looking good at the moment.
The thing is, like, he can do that every time the pool's available as well. That puddle is very obnoxious sometimes. What they need is an immediate gank. And now that's also a predictable thing, because the Rek'Sai had a Bard nearby. And we'll see how this actually pays off.
Well, let's see if Rek'Sai can get the gank off here against Sia. He's just going to tunnel him forward, decides to... Wow! Flash in coming in for Sia. He was very aggressive there. Looking to try and take down the Victor. Forces him to pop the heal. Sia being a little bit unpredictable, but now without that flash, he's actually going to get jumped on. This might cost him. He pops the pull to try and stay as invulnerable as possible, and still will be able to get out of there alive.
Yeah, so he gets out. Of course, popping that heal was very important for him there, but we've already seen the initial strengths of what the Vlad can output. It's actually quite scary if you're IMA at all. Because that's pretty much a standard laning 10 CS lead that's been gained, like, from just a 1v1 scenario where at the end of the day, Rek'Sai being there is time wasted. That Condi's going to have a little bit more value from because of the jungle creeps giving more gold, a little bit more experience. Also, CS discrepancy is non-existent between junglers, it's actually still present.
So far this game, you know, lane swap took place, initiated by Ome. They've now swapped back towards this bottom lane. Team W sent their AD carry and support still towards the bottom lane. They have a nice CS advantage down in that bottom lane. In fact, Mystic is 16 CS ahead of the Sivir right now. They're going back into the standard lane, so that's not going to fluctuate anymore unless Mystic drops the ball in any way.
Yeah, no, it's actually very clever from WE once again. Go towards the standard lanes, actually capitalize on a level advantage that your AD carry has and a CS advantage that he has. It's actually only really boots between them, so not directly a combat stat, but still Lucian having extra mobility means it's easier to hit you, and the low range carry that Sivir is as well.
Mid lane also seeing a CS discrepancy due to the oppressiveness that Vladimir has shown so far. Sia looking very comfortable in that champion.
Oh my god, just half health him.
Able to just chunk out the Victor.
And look at Beamy's item build as well. He had to immediately respond. Can't upgrade that Hex Core to the Mark 1.
Straight Negatron Cloak, and he's still
He's in the
taking
bin.
a beating underneath this turret. Sia
My god.
in between turrets, trying to take him down. Still gets a cheeky transfusion off.
Beamy's in the bin.
Chaos Storm is put down by Sia there, but onto Sia, sorry, but Vladimir's just going to sustain in this lane. He's even health with the Victor, still has his
So
ultimate.
we're actually on 610. He has a Hextech Revolver. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, he has that Hextech Revolver picked up.
Ooh.
And then we're going to see a flash out coming from Mystic, getting over the wall.
And from Zero, so they get themselves out, but that was very deep of them. In terms of positioning, Midi does well to be at the right place at sort of the right time.
Mm-hmm.
And with all of those spells popped, Sivir might actually find an opportunity to catch up now. Yeah, look, questioning that, I'm not entirely sold on the Hextech Revolver. We'll see which item he goes towards, because if it's like a Proto Belt Vladimir,
That'd be interesting.
good luck killing it.
Dashing all over the place, shooting rockets left,
Actually
right, center.
has to be, because you don't want the other one, it gives mana.
You know, the way Sia is playing right now reminds me of how Rookie would play, just standing in front of the entire wave, trying to zone you underneath your turret still.
Well, CA is known for one thing usually, it was Diana taking teleport. The other thing is winning laning phase occasionally. When he does, it's an emphatic style.
Well, he's managed to draw a road towards this mid lane to help the Victor out even more. He's turned this into a 2-on-1 lane effectively.
Yeah, and he's still winning it.
Zero's been
You
pulled
won't
towards
bring
this lane.
three people, I'm Vladimir, is basically what he's saying at the moment. Threatening them under the turret.
You know, I think we're meant to look at other points of this game for now, but I think this is the only thing we need to look at. There's 3 members in this lane for IMA trying to deal with one person.
How often do at 8 minutes in the game you see 3 people walk mid lane and hold Beamy's hand while he struggles to last hit? How often do you see that?
Maybe an ARAM, because nothing else is going to happen in this game so far. Bamy's got no mana. He's struggling against this Vladimir pick. Now we can see why it's banned out against a lot of teams.
The other flip side to this is also that Amazing J is meant to be against 957 in a Maokai against Echo, which you'd say pretty good for the Echo. At the moment, he's now pressuring the second turret, so all things considered, it's not too bad.
Condi trying to jump up in front of Nautilus's face inside of IMA's jungle. He's going to try and take away this blue buff for himself.
Yeah, and again, the reason we actually touch so heavily on this middle lane, and I feel like we're tunneling on it, but you can see right now how it directly impacts the jungle position through control of the map. Graves is now able to be aggressive on the side where the Nautilus is. The hook is on.
He's going to be able to land onto Sia here. Already popped his pull, so not going to be able to go invulnerable anytime soon. Going to be able to heal up quite a lot here. Also gets a heal from Zero on top of that. 957. He's into this lane as well. Going to try and jump onto Amazing J. He's forced the flash out of there. But Sia still able to stay alive despite all of the people trying to jump on top of him.
Summoner's spells burn, but the end result is Vlad's gonna Vlad. And nothing actually comes from it. What a disaster this game has started to become for IMA.
Oh, we had a Game 1 obnoxious Swain. Now we're having a Game 3 obnoxious Vladimir. This
Bamey wants to kill him, but it's going to be hard to do.
it's going to be very difficult.
He does have items now, though. Upgrading that Hex Core is actually quite handy for him. He can wave clear and feel happier about his existence in the middle lane.
So, just to take stock of things so far, despite the fact that Team W, you know, the up in CS in the mid lane, up in CS in the bottom lane, are relatively even in the top lane. They're still behind in the jungle. That's only given them about a 600 gold lead so far. So IMA still in this game, so to speak. They're not falling behind.
Yeah, like they're absolutely still in this game, but again, we're just trying to talk about like the direct correlation between a mid lane winning and how it actually helps other lanes. The fact that there is a 40 CS difference in the bottom lane is aided by the fact that Condi can sit on the bottom side jungle simply because there's no way that Bamey could do anything for the most of it.
On top of that, we see Road constantly moving towards that mid lane to try and save Bamey, which pulls the support away, makes sure that Mystic and Zero can capitalize on that as well.
Yeah, it's like there's so much attention drawn towards the lane that whilst we're tunneling on it, remember this is a feed from China, that like they're obviously tunneling on the same thing, right? It's pretty obvious. The spectator's not listening to us and being like, we need to watch mid lane. It is important. Like, it's a game-changing level of important.
Well, I'm going to continue telling on that lane as we take a look at the items very quickly while Condi and Zero try to take down the first Ocean Dragon. There's the Hextech Protobell being picked up.
Yeah. Protobell cooldown reduction as well. It's not the catalyst option of any of the Hextech items, so it's the only one that made sense for him to get. Bit of extra burst as well, because why not?
Yep, and Ocean Dragon going to be
got him
picked up. Ocean Dragon gets picked up here by Team W. The next Dragon to spawn will be that Cloud Dragon. Protobell, everything a Vlad wants, you know, AP, health, CDR, mobility. It's fantastic.
It is actually quite good, and I'm not sure how this will work, but if you can charge your Vladimir E to the giant circle that you're seeing around him that just spills blood everywhere, and then Protobell, that'd be pretty handy.
Let's see if we can do it later. This Magical Journey going to get cancelled. Just takes it one more time. Mystic now in a bit of trouble. He's trying to duel the Simmer, though, with three people jumping right on top of him. Here's 957, though. He's got caught up by IM. They're going to try and take him down as well. The Maokai is just not quite as sank as we sort of wanted in the previous game. And just like that, Team W lose two of their members.
Yeah, and I may come to the crunch in a mid to early game team fight, and they come out ahead. No way for the middle lane to impact that one, that's for certain, as top laners butt heads. They get Midi in there as well. And just too aggressive from Mystic.
And you know, that's the second time we've seen that this game. Team WE positioned so far forward in that bottom lane. First time able to get out using their flashes. This time round, they're punished for it by IMA quite nicely.
Yeah, so they're still looking towards getting towards the middle stages of the game here. IMA, remember, having that Sivir ultimate very handy. Midi's going to be a super tank soon. And they can look to just drop the Chaos Storm and actually team fight. Dragon's always going to be an ever-present idea that both of these teams want to work towards. The question is about how they go about this, because all of that overextension that's been taking place on the bottom side of the map has finally been paid for. Finally. And it took them 12 minutes to actually do it. If that happens again, and we see a CS league grow once more, Lucian could get out of control.
It's 13 minutes into the game. IMA, with those 2 kills being picked up, have been able to even out the gold score against Team WE. The day has been a slugfest from all the games so far. And this game is going to continue to be just that, because these two teams, they look pretty evenly matched out in all the games so far.
Yeah. I absolutely do feel reasonably even.
IMA still showing that coming from the LSPL, they're very strong in the laning phase, very strong early in the game. The only part where they're not showing that right now is the fact that Vladimir in the mid lane being a little bit obnoxious, but the rest of the map looking pretty solid. Still a huge CS deficit between Mystic and Jin Zhao.
You can see the immediate movements on the map as the junglers start to be revealed. You know what? Yeah, he's just a man.
Taking a lot of damage here, but photobelting in front of 2 people here, being really aggressive. Going to flash over and try and follow him. Not quite able to get the damage down. Going to try and get one final transfusion. It's not enough, and Mithy, we've got to pick up a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, Midi working around Bamey. They get enough damage off as hello, Condi.
He's just going to be able to find a snipe off against the Victor there, as the spectator pans towards Mithy a little bit too early.
A little bit. Look, yes, it did, but the end result is they actually find a 1-for-1.
Or CS, sorry.
Yeah, and all of the summoner spells used actually evens that one out. That's very perplexing. The proto belt aggression, man.
Straight into a Rex
It's
size
actually
face.
so good because Vladimir amplifies the damage with his Hemo Plague and then it's like, take my proto belt that now does more damage.
Oh, meanwhile, we see Condi actually getting locked down by the anchors coming in from Nautilus, but he was able to do another blue buff steal. We've seen blue buff being a point of contention from both these teams in all 3 of the games so far.
Oh, definitely has been blue buffs from each respective mid laner, a no-go zone. They try their best to contest it. That and Drake's is the Blood ult is on.
It's going to land onto 2 people. Mythi's here as well, trying to lock down Mystic. He's taking a lot of damage from this Rek'Sai. Still trying to stay alive now. The damage being returned on towards the jungle. Condi will pick up that first kill. Magical Journey on top of them. We're going to see a flash forward from Road, able to pick up a kill for himself. But here's the Vladimir. Proto Belts hits no one, but still able to get good position to try and take down Mystic. But it will be Condi that picks up that kill. Sorry, onto Jin Zhao there. And suddenly Team WE burst open into the game one more time.
Yeah, they find their way into the bottom lane where a bit out of position, I think it's safe to say IMA's bottom lane was. Spell Shield unable to actually block it. The Tempered Fate connects, so they're able to keep Mystic happy and healthy and work onto midi. Great target selection from Team WE. Zero goes pretty ham. That's safe to say. He had no health to his name. But they just wanted these kills badly enough that they're able to do this. Like Mystic being the recipient of one of them as well. Actually quite important. Well played from WE.
Team WE looking strong right now. About 2,000 gold in their favor with a very dominant mid laner helping out to that. It's 957 looking to try and duke it out with Amazing J up in the top lane.
Yeah, putting in a bit of work here. 957. You can see Amazing J not phasing him too much at the moment. So they've done well to defuse the top lane. It's now a non-factor. They're just tanks.
Sia looking to try and dive here on towards the Victor. He popped the ultimate and the Hextech. Protobelt to try and close the gap. Now trying to take down Mythy. Instead, just going to take the Magical Journey out of there. Echo dashing onto him through the Magical Journey.
Talk about aggression. Look at CA in his positioning. Condi even with the flank. They are just brute forcing their way through IMA. They know when they're ahead.
Well, you know, this is a huge change. Game 1, IMA was showing Team WE, you know what? We can fight you the way you want to fight us late game. Team WE now, they're telling IMA, we can fight you early the way you want to fight us. And that was an aggressive push just straight through 2 turrets on the back of this Vladimir.
Yeah, they just walk their way into the base and the turrets of IMA. There's just no response available, plain and simple. Their wave clear is definitely lacking whenever Sivir is in a side lane, and Sivir's still playing catch-up. I think what they should actually be doing at the moment is maybe looking towards have Jin Zhao group in that middle lane.
We might need
But
to do that.
Victor.
They might need to do it sooner rather than later, as the second dragon of the game has spawned here. It's going to be a Cloud Dragon. Team WE looking to try and take that one down. IMA doesn't look like they're able to contest for it.
I just think it's safe to say at this point that they were not ready for the wildcard pick. Even when they had the option to counter it, they still didn't have the answer. And now Bamey not being able to run teleport as well might actually help hurt them in the end. Sivir is going to struggle to stay in those side lanes, and Road is constantly leaving her to try and help elsewhere. As everyone's on struggle street except Midi and Amazing J.
See Team WE doing really well right now. We take a look at where they're at. They're 4,000 gold ahead of IM. Looking phenomenal at the moment. So take a look at the items really quickly. Spirit Pursuit picked up for both the top laners here. The junglers have a couple of items to their name. We can already see the Rek'Sai picking up some more health in forms of that Spirit Pursuit. Actually opting not to go for the Sightstone in this game.
Yeah, needs some magic resistance sooner rather than later. I think is the consensus for every single person on Summoner's Rift.
There's magic resistance throughout their lineup except for on the AD carrying support right now. We'll probably see an Aegis being picked up ASAP by the Nautilus.
Yeah, I think we absolutely will be seeing that.
On the flip side, Vladimir picking up a few components of his build here, looking towards a Zhonya's Hourglass with the Seeker's Arm Guard already picked up. The Negatron Cloak's been picked up as well.
You know what we didn't touch on fully with Vladimir is the change to cooldown reduction on those items. It's actually very handy for him. Because now that he can build defensive items and actually get cooldown reduction on all of them, he will be a max cooldown reduction champion.
Once he completes those 2 items, so.
And a tank.
Whew.
That's pretty cool.
I'm going to get deja vu from game 1 here, from this Vladimir. filling the shoes of the Swain.
Whoa.
We want the top lane. Huge fights been broken now. Magical Journey being popped. All 4 people getting locked up by the Bard ultimate. Here comes the Maokai jumping on top of Aime.
Well pivoted.
Amazing J gets taken down. Misty, the next one to 4, and a double kill goes on over towards Misty.
And it felt funny watching Zero make sure they all got stuck in the Magical Journey, but 957's teleport was amazingly well timed. The second the Tempered Fate ends, Mystic dashes to a safe position when 957 makes sure they're locked down.
And W are not done yet. They're looking for a play on the bottom side of the map as well. Sia, although low on health, just heals it all back up with 1 transfusion now.
Maybe
Baby
trouble now.
looking to try and take it down. Drops the base on top of the Vladimir. Flashes forward. He's going to be able to
Still
put
got
the
the move
pull
speed.
down. There's the laser coming out. Flashes forward himself. Is able to get out of there.
Yeah, so still a lot of damage available for Bamey. Has his Abyssal Scepter. The amount of damage that came out of Vladimir and the zoning of the rest of the IMA roster almost pressures the second turret in this top lane. And still things favoring WE quite heavily. 6,000, almost 7,000 for them. As this is a very awkward spot for Connie to be in, but Rhodes probably just going to die to him.
Looked like you want to try and wrap around there,
Yeah,
but
he just walks it out.
being that low, not a good idea coming from the Nautilus. Decides to head back to base.
All signs point to no. Condi, however, really does still want this. Oh, baby, here we go. Oh, here we go.
Jin Jiao, you better watch out.
There's no way that Condi can. There was too much life steal just given to Xinjiao.
Unlucky.
It would have actually killed him. That wasn't luck. That was a good decision to not go in.
Meanwhile, Sia, he's already picked up the Zhonya's Hourglass for himself and has a blue buff. Now he's going to try and work his magic on top of Mithy. Taking quite a bit of damage, getting slowed down quite a bit too.
All that cooldown reduction, and you're still just a Vladimir. 957 even grouping at the moment, remember. No teleport or flash. There's actually a lot of strength. I don't know what, that wasn't meant to make sense, Finch. You just meant to go with it, right?
Okay, I understand.
I
don't,
The
but
reason I said
I'll
it is
say I
because
do.
we just keep talking about Vladimir. You're just a Vladimir at this stage. I feel like we've spoke him into the ground.
Well, we take a look
He
at
might be sick of hearing his own name.
Well, all eyes are on him at the moment. Take a look at the other items being picked up here. Yomu's Ghostblade being picked up by Condi. Not an item we see a lot on Graves anymore. Normally see the Phantom Dancers being picked up by him as one of his second items.
Yeah, a bit of extra armor penetration. Actually very cool considering all the magic resistance built on the side of Aime. Condi is going to be chunking the heck out of them.
Mystic's going to be able to deal some work as well with his Essence Reaver and Phantom Dancer picked up already.
Is the die of a possibility? That turret's actually very low.
Sia's looking for it. He's going to get zoned out by the gravity field coming out from the Victor. Just pops the W, trying to get away from that. Good Temper Fate comes out, locks down 2 members. Now a full 5-on-5 fight. Breaking out Amazing J's going to try and join the fight. Mystic already able to take down Road.
Oh my
They're still
God.
looking for more Mithy. He's going to get taken down here. Double kill coming out from Mystic. Amazing J tries to get into the back lines, but he's going to get taken down. Triple kill comes over for the Lucian. And TWE just turn on the go button and pick up 3 kills up in the top lane.
Yeah, and it's Condi and Zero who actually are the ones walking away with blinking health bars. They're very well executed from this team. Looks like they're actually considering the Baron as an objective that they want to take now. Even that damage in the last fight. We have to respect Bamey and how much he did. But there was no way. Jin Jiao has started this game behind, and he may well finish this game behind.
And we talked a lot about how Sierra's been playing well in this Vladimir, how the picks surprised its lineup of Aime, but we skipped over Mystic. He's 6-1-2, putting on another great performance on Lucian this time.
Yeah, we absolutely kind of slept on him.
Here comes Sierra trying to dive straight on top of this
I don't know
Victor.
if you want that.
Puts a lot of damage on towards him. Pop the Ghost, he was committed.
Absolutely was committed. That man is on a mission. And he is only 1-1-6, but the damage he did in that last fight, still respectable. But yes, all eyes should actually be on Mystic because he is playing this Lucian very well. Kiting around fights, making sure that he's doing as much damage as he possibly can.
And you know, we touched on before the best of 3 series, how we've seen Team W, they have opportunities where they can turn on this switch which decides they want to end the game fast. They did that with a Twist of Fate previously. Seems like Vladimir's another pick where they can work on that.
Seemingly. What I do feel like is that they just found a lead that was big enough that they could just explode the map anyway. Movement around, Bard as well, very capable of unlocking them. Graves doing a lot of burst damage helps that out as well. And Vladimir's just a seemingly tanky champion that does the damage to compensate for the rest of the team helping that.
And he's got great items. Proto Belt, Abyssal Scepter, the Zhonya's Hourglass being picked up. The Vladimir pretty big.
That's 30% CDR. The other thing as well, when we're talking about items, is Mystic's got towards the crit build. So he's doing a lot of scaling damage in comparison to the Black Cleaver Ghostblade build, which I still don't think is that ideal of an item. It's good. It's absolutely good. I just think there's more merit in the end with going the crit build.
Just looking towards picking up that Infinity Edge ASAP. On the flip side of the map, Sivir only has the Essence Reaver and the Static Shift picked up. That's the final inner turret being taken down by Team WE just 24 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
Now looking to try and see if they can take down any of these Nexus turrets. They do have Baron up minions working and trying to take them down.
Well, no one's able to really stop Vladimir in this middle lane, so he's going to pressure it.
That's some good damage down on towards that turret. Popped his pull to get away from the hook coming in from Road there, but that turret falling down pretty soon. Mystic going to pop the culling there, trying to get some damage down on towards the Victor. He just walks away from that.
Just ring around the Rosie with Baron buff and minions at the moment. Make sure all 3 lanes are pushed, and then pick the one you want to address. Whether it's half-healthing the turret, you do it twice, it's gone. This could be the turret play.
That turret's going to fall down, but Iron Man not going to give it up without a fight at 0. He's going to be the first one to get taken down, but that's only support. I am looking for more. It's Mithy. He's going to get taken down as well. Seer popped the Zhonya's Hourglass, keeping the rest of IM occupied as Team WE. They broke it in towards the base, looking for that first inhibitor. And they're going to try and go towards bottom lane, take the next one as well.
Yeah, they should be able to successfully look towards this bottom lane stack of minions, as I'm getting really sick of you, Vladimir. You get rid of that Zhonya's Hourglass permanent sound. The gold lead is getting ridiculous. And that is incredibly annoying.
Tilting. Coming in for Seer. Come on, Seer. Do something else. Get rid of it. But now they can take down another inhibitor turret and possibly another team fight. Amazing Jay has to pop his ultimate. Jin Zhao already taken down. There goes the flash forward from the Vladimir. Team W looking to try and close out this game early. They're on top with the Victor. They take him down. They're going to look for the North as well. He gets to the safety of his fountain. The Zhonya's is still ticking coming from Seer, but he doesn't care. Luke's not going to be able to connect with the Vladimir, but that's the second inhibitor being taken down by Team W. They're looking to close the game.
What is that sound?
Before 30 minutes here, Team WE show IMA that they can fight an early game and pick up a win very early. It's a game number 3.
Wow. That's all you can really say about this game. 26 minutes in, they actually break the trend of a long game time. We can still hear that ringing sound in our ears. And that's the sound of a Vladimir that was banned a lot. We finally see it played, and we understand now. We understand a whole lot about it.
Oh, I understand things I don't understand now.
And what WE can do with it as well is quite disgusting. They set themselves up with game 1. They were close in game 2. Game 3 rolls around, and they kind of just roll over themselves, and WE walk through them.
Seer was the pivot point in that game, you could say, but Team W just played fantastically as a team there. We saw Mystic doing so well on both Ezreal and Lucian in the second and third games there. And you know what? That was a phenomenal victory from them. They show that they, not just a late game team, they can close games out early too.
Yeah, and look, you can call CA the pivot point for that game, but I still want to call Mystic the MVP for it by a large margin, because the way he was kiting around these fights, even the way the Team WE was just working around him as a player, was still incredible to watch unfold, because a 26-minute victory in any capacity is still an impressive victory. That is like 12 minutes faster than the average game time at the moment. So all things considered, Team WE just played like a team, and they did it incredibly fast.
So before we break down this team, before we break down this game any further, one thing I really want to touch on is what we talked about before the match, how this was a test for IMA. This is their first real test up against Team W, one of the more consistent teams, one of the more notorious teams that are really good all-round, a really great team, and probably one of the best in their group. I still don't think they failed that test. IMA still put up a fantastic performance against Team WE.
I think game 1 and 2 show that. I think game number 3 is where it's potentially not so there for them, but undefeated team no more. They do go down to WE. And look, all things considered, we said the same thing. WE, they lost to RNG. Fair enough. You know, everyone loses to RNG. It's just kind of the way it is. OMG, maybe some questions about their performance, but based on how they won against IMA right now, no slouches, WE. As expected, no slouches.
They certainly played really well. As we're going to take a look at the standings very quickly. Group B here, RNG sitting at the top with IMA sitting just behind them, 2 wins and a loss. Team WE tied up with IMA as well, 2 wins and a loss, with Vici sitting behind the three with a win and a loss, whereas LGD and OMG have yet to find a victory here in their group. So we take a look at the next matches that will be coming up. This should be tomorrow. Newbie will be taking on Game Talents, followed by Invictus Gaming taking on Saint.
Yeah, so some pretty interesting games tomorrow. Game Talent's a surprisingly good team that we didn't actually know what to think of coming into this split up against Newbie, which is, look, the first real test for them, I'd have to say again. We didn't actually know what to expect from them, but at the end of the day, that'll be pretty cool.
You know what, Newbie, they've been playing well, but like we said about IMA, haven't been tested yet. Lots of the new teams performing really well. IMA is one, Game Talent's performing well as well. Saint yet to impress. Hopefully they can put up a good performance tomorrow, and we should be going to the MVP very shortly. That has to go to Mystic. It'll probably go to Sierra, but it has to go to Mystic. He played so well in that game.
It's one of those things, isn't it? It's like, yeah, it does have to go to Mystic. That guy was getting all of the kills. He was putting in a lot of work. And at the end of the day, they were both very big carries for the team, the Vladimir and the Lucian alike. So whichever one it goes to, I feel like there's no fair way of giving an MVP in game number 3 to anyone from WE, simply because, and I keep reiterating this fact, they are just great as a team. Like the teleport, the flash engage from 957 to keep Mystic alive, those are the small things that without that, the whole team would crumble.
So it seems like we have a little bit more time before that. One thing I want to ask is, what changed here? Because game 1, IMA able to take it over Team WE. Game 2 looked like they're going to do the same. Game 3, just a complete whitewash. What changed for Team WE, or what did IMA not do well in those last 2 matches?
I think laning phase was an important factor as well. Like the lane swaps, they still happened. Maybe they blundered a bit of the execution. I think it's worth saying to an extent they both did. Coming into game 3, they won lane, they won bottom lane, and those are the 2 big carries for the team. We look at CA, we look at Mystic and say these guys have to step up. If you're going to be 40 CS ahead at like the 10-minute mark, and you're going to be killing somebody in the mid lane at the 10-minute mark, that's pretty much going to be the lights out moment.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP for that game number 3. It is going to go on over towards Mystic, 6-1-7 with 30% of his team's damage share. He had a monstrous game on that Lucian.
Yeah, 260 CS at 26 minutes for a victory as well. He was on time with the clock. A 6-1-7 performance says it all for this MVP. Very worthy. We are going to see how it all unfolded for him. And once again, you know what? Mystic out of position to an extent, takes a lot of damage from midi. Look at how the team backs him up. And once he gets rolling, Mystic, he doesn't slow down. We saw it in game 2 on his Ezreal. We're seeing it again here.
And he's been playing phenomenally so far for Team W. Not only in this match, but all of the matches they played so far. He was a huge reason as to why they were able to pick up a single win against RNG actually in their best of 3 series. Mystic was playing out of his mind.
So this is the one that I really do want to highlight as well, because Mystic and Zero, they work together. Zero ults. It's like, oh, we're all stuck together. But 957's target selection with the flash as well lets Mystic start kiting around the back, and that's where the damage really did start to explode on the Rift. And from that point, it just didn't look like there was any slowing down for WE.
It certainly did. And, you know, we used to see TW get the Elder Dragon buff where 35 minutes into the game, you know, that's when they try to close things out. This time, just something clicked for them. It might have been the Vladimir, it might have been Mystic going off, but something just changed. It felt almost like their Twisted Fate game.
Yeah, they came together as a team, and I can't look at that and be like, Elder Dragon team no more. Absolutely. They still won 2 games in like 50 minutes and 45 minutes, but they kind of sped it up as they went, and maybe they discovered how IMA worked. Again, we looked at IMA in game number 2 and they lost and called them a linear team. They are quite predictable in how they're going to play, and that is forward. Always forward. They're aggressive, flashy teams, and they want to make the plays themselves. If they're stuck in their own base, they do tend to struggle a bit.
So is this what we're going to continue seeing coming from IMA? Because we saw in game 1, they changed half of their playstyle. Instead of just doing a very fast game, very fast victories, they showed able to play the prolonged game, able to draw it out a little bit less, but still very linear, still very flashy. Is this what we're going to continue seeing for IMA, or do you think we'll see changes to how they play?
As much as they may change or they may want to change, I don't think they should. I think that's just their niche right now. They want to have Amazing J being that hyper-aggressive person. They just need to learn when it's too much. They need to actually understand limits, because how they got here was through being this team that they are now. They should not alter their style that got them here. They should actually just work out how to refine it.
Yep, and hopefully we want to see more of IMA in the next few weeks, because, you know, as a team coming from LSPL, they showed a lot of promise, and like we mentioned earlier, it doesn't look like that they failed their test here against Team WE today. That was a fantastic performance from the lineup, and we're able to prove they are one of the teams here in Group B that you have to really look out for. And hopefully we'll be able to see more from them too.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, they definitely showed that they mean business, and WE just kind of thwarted any kind of advance that they made towards the top of the table, because naturally, as we looked at those standings before, they're now just dead even.
Well, Team WE able to pick up a 2-1 victory in the last game tonight, and that will be all from us here today. But we still have more League of Legends action on the LPL tomorrow. But on behalf of myself, Rusty, our entire production crew, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.